Hello and welcome everyone to a brand new competitive year, a new season of Grandmasters, and most importantly, a new competitive format. Making its debut in week 2 of our first season of Hearthstone Grandmasters this year will be the brand new format called Trio, and fortunately for you, your boy Sottle is here to talk you through exactly how it works. Trio starts with all players in the tournament being offered the same groups of 3 different classes. For example, Druid, Paladin, and Mage. There can be any number of these groups, but crucially, all players receive the same options. Players then select one group of classes blindly without knowing what anyone else in the tournament has selected, but crucially knowing that all players have selected from the same options they did. Importantly, these class buckets do not contain any cards that you must play or even a suggestion of an archetype. Each player has complete freedom to build whatever they like within the classes they have chosen. Once all players have chosen and submitted their lineup, then the actual match format is just good old-fashioned best of 5 conquest, only in this case with no ban, because each player only has a 3-deck lineup. For those of you unfamiliar with conquest, that just means that each player is free to queue any deck they like for the duration of the series, but after each deck wins, it is then no longer eligible for selection. The first player to win with all 3 of their decks is declared victorious and wins the series. So what's the big idea here? Well, we like Conquest as a format. It generally works, it creates interesting strategies and risk-reward calculations which are generally pretty fun to watch. However, there is a risk that, particularly deep into a certain metagame, you create an amount of homogeneity and repetition as these alleged optimal order strategies evolve and players start to follow those strategies. With Trio, you have a lot more agency to force players out of their comfort zone. For example, if a particular class is underrepresented, let's say Warlock, you can force every player to play Warlock by just including Warlock in every single one of the class groupings that are available. Conversely, if a class is overrepresented, let's just say, I don't know, Priest, for example, you could force every player in the tournament not to play Priest by not including Priest in any of the class groupings that are available. You could even do things like pair classically aggro classes alongside classically control classes, which would force players to demonstrate a range of skills. There really are myriad options that you can present to players to make them think outside of the box. And then the layers really start to appear. If you notice that every available set of classes has a Warlock in it, do you build a full anti-Warlock strategy, safe in the knowledge that every opponent you face is 100% guaranteed to have Warlock in their lineup, and you can just beat up on that Warlock and prevent it from getting its required conquest win? Do you make your own Warlock something annoying and off-meta to prevent your opponents from being able to do the same thing to you? But there will be plenty of time for deeper strategy breakdowns during our debut broadcast, which you should absolutely watch, by the way, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. In short, Trio format allows a tournament organizer to present a unique, tricky, crunchy puzzle to players to try and solve for each individual tournament or each week of play that they have to face, really putting their game knowledge and their deck building to the test. So that is all you need to know. What is your first impression of the Trio format? What groupings do you think the Hearthstone Esports team are going to throw at our players for our trial week in Grandmasters? Will this format last longer than Specialist? Give me the answer to all those questions, and any questions you might have, put them down below in the comment section, and make sure to hit the subscribe button on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube so that you do not miss a single event in what is sure to be an absolutely packed year of Hearthstone Esports content. Thanks everyone, and take care.
He's popping, his fist popping, he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Why are his cards green? Right, but why are his cards green? He got there! Oh, sick!
It's so
so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello everyone and welcome to the European Hearthstone Grandmasters week number 2. I'm Raven and joining me is not Sotol. If you just saw that lovely video explaining what Trio is, that's all you're getting of Sol today, unfortunately. But I am joined and saved by Derek, who's just come off the Asia Pacific broadcast. How was Trio in your region to start off with, Derek?
It was a lot of fun. I have to be honest, when I heard this format announced, I thought it was a cool idea, but I mean, realistically, we all know that everyone's going to go for the same bucket. Like, there's going to be one that's obviously overpowered and everyone's going to pick that. Couldn't have been further from the truth, and I'm so happy that I was wrong, because there's just been so much diversity in picks. The highest picked trio of classes has been 50% in APAC, but in that region there was none of the Paladin Demon Hunter being played as well. So I'm really excited to see how in this region the players have gone in a completely separate direction to what we had in APAC.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? I mean, we will get into the format, obviously, throughout the whole weekend as we take a look at the overall Grandmasters overview, which I guess we will start with. But most importantly, it's 3 weeks of qualification period, basically, for these players. So 3 separate weekly tournaments, each with a different format. And that's all they've got to make it to playoffs. If they do badly in the first couple of weeks, it's going to be unlikely to impossible, depending on how badly they do, to get to playoffs. But for the players who are winning or top 4 in a couple of weeks, or even top 8 in a couple of weeks, there's still a good chance to get through, and then we'll have playoffs in week number 4. So a lot riding on a much shorter time period for these players to be able to prove themselves, especially as we were just talking about when they're contending with a new format. And just going back to what you were saying, Derek, yeah, something that really surprised me was you can even see across the regions that like certain regions just lean certain ways when they're given a more narrowed down selection, right? Because it's not like you can judge it on normal weeks where you can pick any selection of 4 classes from the whole game. Like this, obviously with Trio, players were given buckets, so selections of 3 classes that they could choose from. All players were given the same set of classes, and then they had to pick one set, and then they have to build decks with those 3 classes alone, which does also mean there's going to be 0 bans. Bans do not happen this week. It's just with the 3 classes and decks you've built, you have to win a game with each one, like the Conquest format of previous weeks and previous tournaments. But it really is interesting because we were talking about it just before the broadcast started, where I half expected a group of players, or at least some, to sort of go with what you said, like, oh, well, this is the expected trio of classes to pick, so I'm going to build something that will then try and hard counter that. And we've seen that a little bit, but not as much. I think we see a lot more of these are the 3 classes I think are the best. I'm just going to play the best decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's been some hints of players going for a more cohesive strategy, like with Glory, we saw in APAC going for a more full-on aggro strat, some amount of just full anti-aggro as well that we saw from Casie. But like you say, it's mainly players going for the best decks, but it shows how much other players' ideas influences your perception of what the best decks are, because after a meta has been settled for a week or 2, it's very easy for everyone to say, oh, you know, Druid and Demon Hunter are the best classes right now, with Druid being number 1. But as soon as you introduce a new format like this, where you have to value not only what is the best deck you're getting, but because you have to win with all 3 of your decks, what's the worst deck you're getting? Is it more important to take a really strong class like Druid, or to omit having a class like Warrior, which is a little bit more vulnerable right now, which is, I think, where the real the artistry of the format gets into, which I'm looking forward to see as the day goes on.
Yeah, and as usual, we do see the weekly prize pool that's available. We are quickly running out of weeks, though, so the pressure is on these players. But as always, Derek, it's all about those points, isn't it? And how important just a single week win can be. We saw, you know, last week winners from each region have a much easier go of it, and maybe just feeling less pressure in general to, you know, make top 4, make top 2, or win. They can like be okay maybe with a top 8. They can get away with it a lot more if they place well in week 1.
That's right. And I think for our first match in particular, it's going to be of the utmost importance because Bunnyhoppor and Floki both started off 0-2. So they have no points going into this weekend. Oh, as if by magic, here it is. Bunnyhoppor and Letta down at 0 points. It's obviously a rough start to the tournament. Bunnyhoppor even throwing down like a GG. It was a nice run tweet after his 0-2 start to last week. But he's getting ahead of himself a little bit there, I think. With half the players at 1 or 0 points, it's bad to be down there, but it's salvageable. A weekly win, and you can definitely start to claw your way back up. But past this week, if you have another poor performance where you only have 0 or 1 points, then it's starting to become a real long shot that you can get into the top 8.
Yeah, even though the zeros look bad there, I am 99% sure, or well, actually certain, that all those players on 0 are actually still in this week. Whereas, as an example, Felkane and Frenetic only gained 1 point last week and have 0-2 this week. So actually, those players, or some of those players at 1 point that look like the higher up, are actually currently lower down, right? Because you would expect then for these points to be gained by at least some of these other players on 0. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing where all the players who 0-2'd last week still have some kind of fighting chance to gain points this week. But let's go over how the groups did play out. Viper, who actually banked 2 points last week, has made out of groups again. So I believe that's another minimum of 2 points added to his total. So he's sitting there at 4 right now, regardless of how the rest of the weekend goes. So that's the kind of results you really want to see, right? It's just maybe not a win, but just consistently getting out of groups and just start stacking those points up every week.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't underestimate the unsung heroes of a metagame who just chug away getting a few wins each week. They bring these safe lineups that will usually be able to do that, and don't try anything too fancy. It's a very, very valid strategy. Whereas here for, as we're saying, Bunnyhoppor Floki for our first game, I think we have some very, very spicy inclusions. I'm especially excited, as I said, to finally get my hands on that Paladin Demon Hunter Warrior bucket that I think was woefully underestimated over in Asia Pacific. Letta going through 2-0, as you said, another one of those players who started off with 0 points last week, getting a much needed group win here, guaranteeing himself those 2 points at least, which means even if he ends these 2 weeks on 2 points, as bad as that is, he's in with a hope. He doesn't necessarily have to win or bust to get through to the playoffs. But Frenetic, on the other side, he kind of is in that scenario already with just 1 point after 2 weeks of play. It was a very emotional message on social media from him. And I hope that he can turn it around, as long of a shot as it is.
Yeah, and then we saw SuperFake, one of the players who will be playing later today. He came second last week, so he's already got 4 points, gained another point from obviously still being on stream right now. So he, although is in a bit more of a rough spot, doesn't have that cushion like he had last week, he's still looking pretty good, right? A second place followed by a top 8. You've got to think something would have to go disastrous, right? You'd have to just have another solid week 3, and then you're looking good, especially considering week 3 is going to be last hero standing, so a format that a lot of these players are much more comfortable with. But look at this group, Derek. Like, Fury Hunter doing what he does, winning his group, getting out, looking fantastic again. He banked 3 points last week, and again a minimum of 2 points this week, so he's already looking good. And then Xblyzes, last week's winner, already on 5 points, is going to be in that decider match later versus ZloyGruzin, with RDU unfortunately being the player who was knocked out of Group C so far.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I think Fury Hunter, one of those players who really values Mazaki Mage, having hit rank 1 legend a bunch of times just over the last couple of weeks with it, and maybe identified what was undervalued as the best bucket of Mage, Rogue, and Priest. I think that that's a really deceptively strong group of classes, especially when you appreciate how cohesively they work together for a kind of anti-control strategy that you can play with the Weapon Rogue, the Mazaki Mage, and something like Shadow Priest, perhaps, to round it out. But to round this off with Group D, it's going to be Yala going 2-0, joining Alan, I believe, in APAC, who also went 2-0 with their pretty much identical lineup. He thought he was just going to get stomped from what it looked like on his tweets, but his own lineup is surprising him with the Ping Mage getting him through 2-0. Is it just the unsung hero of this metagame?
I love Ping Mage, no matter what form it comes in. I love it more if it's got a BGH in it and maybe a K.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, I'm okay with just Ping Mage. But then, of course, we have Casie and Seiko. And Seiko, one of the other players who did 0-2 out last week, is in now with a chance to recover some of those points and really keep himself in the running. And I do love casting Seiko, and I love it when Seiko makes it to stream in one way or the other, because he always does something just a little bit different, and we do see that in his decks that we'll get to a little bit later on. So he's just a player along with SuperFake when SuperFake decides to do his thing, where the decks are always interesting to look at. They're never just, you know, cookie cutter style approaches here. And this image is just jarring for me. I know you'll have already seen a similar deck, but where's the other deck? As we mentioned earlier, only 3 decks for each player, 0 bans. They have to make this whole 3-deck lineup work in every single match. We're going to get Bunny versus Floki kicking it off with 2 of those different buckets. And one you were talking about, Derek, of Warrior, Paladin, Demon Hunter for Bunnyhoppor.
Yeah, I would argue that of all the decks, this one is the one that lends itself most to just raw power level and least to cohesive strategy, because I struggle to come up with a way that you could have a really strong, like, anti-aggro lineup, for example, because you could have Control Warrior, OTK Demon Hunter, or Fell Demon Hunter. And then Paladin's a bit of a weird one. There's no real Control Paladin.
Control Paladin,
right
go.
Yeah, it's not really a thing right now. And full aggro, like, yeah, you can have Pirate Warrior, Buff Paladin, and then, like, I don't know, Death Rattle Demon Hunter, Brute Demon Hunter. Yeah, like there's something you could go for there. But Bunnyhoppor, I think, has lent much more into just these are 3 good decks. And I respect that very heavily for this metagame where there's a lot up in the air. You don't really know what your opponent is going to go for. And up against Floki, I think he's got himself overall a reasonable shot. Like, neither player has a very cohesive strategy that targets the other. It's just 3 entirely different decks for both sides. And it's just going to be a clash of who's on top in terms of the tier list in this metagame, which honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I do think that if you're not going to try and go like heavy tech in some weird way in deck building, then brute forcing what you think are the best decks is the second best plan, at least for me. We do get to look at the Fell Demon Hunter here from Bunnyhoppor, of course, does have that expendable performers combo, along with one of the, like, I feel like this always surprises us, but the key standouts whenever this card is including Demon Hunter, but Magtheridon, right? The amount of games it steals, the amount of pressure it can put on in any sort of historic use of it in Demon Hunter is always pretty impressive. And now, take a look at Floki, of course. Did re-promote into Grandmasters this season, so didn't get off to the best start in the previous season, but this is a big chance for him now. But as you can see, the pressure is simply on. Floki 0-2 last week, and if he loses this match, he is simply done. Yes, of course, he'll be playing next week, but his chances of making it to playoffs are 0.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal, cutthroat season of Grandmasters, with half the players straight up being relegated out immediately without even getting to playoffs. And then even when we do get to playoffs, 1 player will go to Worlds, 3 players will head to Grandmasters last call straight afterwards. And then the rest of it is just going to be straight up out of Grandmasters. No chance to have a redemption. They'll have to fight through to the World Championships through the Masters Tour system. But for Floki here on his Ramp Druid, I'm glad we're getting to see a little bit more of this type of build. The Abominable Lieutenant is a spicy inclusion that I actually think is pretty heads up right now. There's quite a few decks that just want to, like, play a 7/7 quest reward, play a Mutinous, something like that, 1 big minion later on in the game. And the Ramp Druid overall, I think, has actually a lot to offer in this metagame that Kazakhstan Druid doesn't necessarily offer.
Yeah, especially we've not really touched on this, right? But the recent nerfs as well has made Kaz worse. The Locust are no longer an option in that card now, so it is just factually makes the card less consistent and a little bit worse in overall power level. But one thing I do like about this Druid, of course, and the Abominable, like you were talking about, is it's such a snowbally card, and with Druid's ramp ability and with so many decks expected to play like minion pressure, that if you get that out early, it eats something, it becomes so much harder to kill the following turn. but your opponent can't just not play minions into it because then they'll lose, right? So the potential snowball effect of this card is nice, and I also love that one as well, Derek. Wing Commander Mulverick is so sick, and you can do so like silly levels of turns with this card if things line up well. It's pretty impressive as one of the anti-aggro tools that I think should be being used a lot more in Druid.
I agree. When you see it in action against like Shadow Priest, you just sit there thinking, why are we not funding this? This card is absolutely insane. But then, you know, the other half of the time, it's just a 4-mana 2/5, and you wonder why you ever included it in your deck at all. But obviously for Floki, I appreciate the full mulligan. We're looking for Guff, we're looking for Overgrowth, we're looking for Nature Studies perhaps as well, just to make these early turns a little bit more fluid right out the gate. Whereas for Bunnyhoppor coming into this pretty unfavorable matchup, I would have to say, we are looking for, as you were talking about, that key card in the starting hand of Magtheridon that can be such a nuisance for this for this Druid to answer.
Bit of a weird early pick here from Studies. Nothing too great. I mean, you ever take Solar because it's just the better card? I think so, right?
Yeah, Solar's like the baseline goodest pick, but I was wondering if it's ever Germination, because you have so many big things in your deck, and like, you know, if you hit one big threat that you can get out with blooms off the resizing pouches, that's good. And then they're probably not going to clear it. So then next turn you could, like, I don't know, copy a Cenarian Ward minion, copy a Lieutenant, something like that. But in the end, I might just be overcomplicating things here, and Floki just goes with the nice simple Solar Eclipse, which gets him off to a really potentially powerful start, but currently lacking on the ramp.
And this is kind of tricky as well, right? Because of the reduction now, Pouch gets a little bit weird, unless Floki just says, you know what, Solar Pouch is just good enough right now to get some ramp.
So what, you go Solar Pouch, say you get a Bloom and an Innovate, next turn you're offered like 6 mana, at which point you could go like Bloom, Vate, Resizing Pouch. I don't know, yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's doing enough right now, so I like that he's just holding off, and maybe even using the Resizing Pouch on, I don't know, turn 3 or 4 to look for Wild Growth or Overgrowth.
Yeah, it's really scary, isn't it? Like, I guess where I would put my brain at in this game so far for Loki is he needs something off the top. So play as if you're going to get something off the top. You know what I mean? I feel like this is very, very slow indeed, and one more bad draw and he might really start falling behind. Yeah, and Bunnyhoppor just doing the use, doing the quest on 2 hero power. Nothing too crazy for him to do either right now.
Yeah, he's got himself a real smooth curve, though, over the next few turns. Chaos Strike Spectral Sight, level 1. Coin Studies Spectral Sight, very probably finding some more card draw by that point as well. So it's all hunky-dory, as I believe one would say, for Bunnyhoppor. Whereas for Floki, it's looking, you know, chunky, pory. It's not getting there.
Looking the opposite of what I said earlier.
Yeah, the bad version.
And the worst part is, although he drew a minion, taunt minion, not bad, it's arguably the single worst minion in his deck to have drawn, right? Like, or the types of minion, you know, he has Ray Boss and Nixie, he has 2 Scenario Wards, which I'm pretending are minions right now. He's got the Lieutenant. Even Umbral Owls are a little bit more flexible than Strongman right now. And Mutinous in there, you know, it's kind of rough that the one minion he drew is the one he probably just wants to save and not play for ages. So,
yeah. Bunnyhoppor going to be getting very confused now, because if Wild Growth was generated, that would have been played. Overgrowth obviously would have been played on this turn. What is he saving up for? I don't know. What's the plan in this mid game here? And we can see there isn't really a plan right now, and he's going to have to pull together something a lot more impressive as the game goes on. But for Bunny, I don't know. Here, are we thinking just need for greed while it's cheap? I guess so.
think so, right? Just use it. It's used. You've drawn cards. The quest is procced. Like, get it done. Everything else is cheaper in hand now. It's not the best turn in terms of pressure, but it is piling a lot of resources in Bunny's hand. But I do think the next turn or so, he needs to either really accelerate quest or just do something a little bit more proactive right now.
The obvious play here is Solar Moonlit, which will probably find you anything you need to solve this mid-game. The problem is you won't be able to play and then immediately get the copy or the original copy of whatever it is you discover. But I guess that's fine. I'd rather just guarantee myself Guff or Overgrowth for the following turn. But he's only going 1 Moonlit Guidance, which is very surprising to me.
Let's guess the weight, which will get him more card draw. Especially if he can guess this correct. Yeah, I was kind of with you, actually, because for me, it's less about value and more about just finding powerful things to do. So, okay, that's funny. So, even if you just decide Moonlit Guidance says, discover a card from your deck and draw it, you'd be okay with that, right? You know, like, you'd be just happy.
Yeah.
Even though, obviously, you still wouldn't do that anyway, but just taking the 1 is just more than enough, I think.
Wow, doesn't even play Pouch at the end. I thought this was absolutely the time to play Pouch and almost guarantee yourself an Innovate or a Bloom, because this hand right now, with another Guess the Way, another Moonlit Guidance, Solar to go with them as well, it doesn't need value, it needs mana. You need to be able to actually spend these cards. And I thought converting a Pouch into a Bloom would be the perfect way to do so. But Floki here taking it really slow, a very, very conservative approach indeed.
Bunny now can Chaos Strike and use Spectral to really start pumping the quest. Kind of frustrating for him as well, because he's not got access to a Glide yet, and even though we can see that, well, Bunny can probably see as well, Floki's clearly had a very bad hand. A Glide now would be really nice, because this would be the turn that without ramp, a Guff could be played, right? So then you'd be like, right, get that stuff out of here, and I think Bunnyhoppor is working towards this Glide he just got off the top. And even though this might improve the singular turn plays that Floki might have next turn, it definitely doesn't improve his overall hand power, right? Because he just doesn't have all that value anymore.
Yeah, not at all. It's going to get much, much worse for him. The weird thing is, though, that I wasn't really considering Glide when I was suggesting the Solar plus Moonlit on the previous turn, but weirdly enough, like, is that actually worse into Glide, even though you fill your hand up more? Oh, okay, sorry. That's good. That's what you should do when your opponent hits you with Glide. But for Floki, you know, if you go Solar Moonlit, you're adding copies of cards to your deck, and you're losing Solar, which is like a bad card to draw off the top most of the time after Glide. And so I was thinking, I don't know, maybe you go fill your hand with cards that are good post Glide, like Guess the Way, another Moonlit Guidance, Cenarium Ward, even potentially a Guff itself. But in the end, I'm focusing on a detail that's long since over here, as Floki just ramps up, draws himself a bunch of cards as well, and weirdly enough is just looking so much better post this Glide than he was before.
Yeah. Only because he drew the Guff naturally, though, right?
Yes.
Off the top, which was huge. Like, without that, if you look at his hand as it stands right now, was very, very mediocre to actually just bad. It's been such a weird game, though, because we've not seen any of the aggression you'd normally see from Demon Hunter. It's like both players don't want to fight for some reason, but that's just not the case, because both players have had very weird openings. It's not that often that Fell Demon Hunter completes quest on turn 5. Like, that is actually very rare. And then also Floki's only amount of ramp this game has been a naturally played Guff also on turn 5.
No, I mean, Bunnyhoppor has had a fantastic start to this game. Like, developing minion pressure, attacking face with Chaos Strikes, Furies. It's not really what you want to do in this matchup. It's much, much more important to get Turbo Quest completion. Because they're probably going to be able to outlast all your damage that you gain with Arbor Up, with Cenarium Wards and with Amulets as well. And so you really need to get this 7/7 down, start spending all your spells, and then use Jace, performers, Fellfire, Deadeye to actually get the lethal.
Oh, the Insta Moonlit. I didn't even get a chance to look at the other options.
Ooh. Can I get both the left two and play them both for 7 mana?
Not yet.
Damn.
You are Druid.
True.
It's possible. I don't mind this because we did see Bunnyhoppor dump a Immolation Aura early, just to get it out of the hand, right? So that's at least one layer of protection that's there. And Floki, of course, this is Hearthstone basics right now. Floki will know that Bunny wants to play Kurtrus this turn, so why not just make that as awkward as possible? I like it a lot.
E2. There's no Arbor up in the list, so Bunnyhoppor is absolutely correct here to go for Kurtrus. He can even throw in a Fell Scream if he wants to, and even a Hero Power, I suppose, instead of the Fury, just to clear up as much as possible.
Nice
and then
order
next
as well.
couple turns. Getting the heal, nicely done. It's just looking good, I think, for Bunnyhoppor, unless Floki finds some of his big threats right now, like Moonlit Guidance into Cenarium Ward. He's going to be
big
struggling.
threats like Moonlit Guidance, that 2-mana draw a card. Oh, that's a threat. But no, I completely understand. Oh, there's Overgrowth.
Whoa.
You're late.
Ace Luna. Okay, fair enough.
You can Luna, Moonlit if he really wants to.
Luna, Moona. Yeah, draw it from the deck, improve your odds from Moonlit. Sure, okay, he's saving it for another turn.
He's saving it to be because he's worried about another glide. But again, going back to your point earlier, does it really make it worse?
I think this one's more so that he can actually play whatever he gets. Like, he can just go Moonlit Guidance, Cenarium Ward, and then Cenarium Ward with this, the Solar Eclipse the turn after as well. But maybe the glide is a part of it. It's hard to say.
Well, now I think Bunnyhoppor is getting to the point of the game, now that he's had such a rare start, I would say, honestly, for just Turbo Quest, that he wants to start stacking these spells now, right? Get them into the Jace. I also do wonder if, because of the way the game's played out and how safe Bunny is, do you think he just sits and waits till 10 mana to play the Double Fury, just to really maximize potential damage?
My instincts are saying no. I think with this deck, you just want to, before things spiral out of control and they're playing like strongman, Yashaj, strongman, Solar plus Cenarian, you just want to get these cards played, get Jace down, and you go for a scrappy lethal. But usually, if you get both Furies in the pool, even if they're rank 2, both Chaos Strikes, both Fell Barrages as well, Jace will get them easily down to the point where Fellfire plus the performers will be lethal.
Yeah, and the positive thing, especially about this matchup as well, is because there's no Kaz treasures to realistically worry about, it means that, well, Floki can't win without minions, right? He isn't playing Celestial Alignment, so he's not going to do the charge combo. He isn't playing Kaz, where you can just win with the spell versions of the treasures and just kill your opponent. He has to play minions, so there's always going to be targets for that Demon Hunter combo for Bunnyhoppor.
So, Hero Power Onyxia, right? Looks pretty good. That's very tough to answer.
I think so. Because anything Floki draws isn't going to be much better than Onyxia. And Onyxia is pretty hard to kill, obviously, because of the natural immunity when the whelps are down. So although Bunnyhoppor's got AoE, it's still going to be difficult with the immunity, right, to actually kill it off.
Okay, Glide in hand is looking like a necessity at this point. Like, unless, I suppose, you want to clear with Jace on this turn, which is doable. I think with this being the second Immolation Aura, right, that would going to be a 7 health Onyxia. And then with Fell Barrages plus the Immolation Aura, it feels like it's got a really good shot of being cleared.
Yeah, there's double immo. There's still Fell Screams. Yeah, it would be surprising if Onyxia didn't go down right now.
Yeah, I think it always gets there. There we go. Okay, so I like this play here. Glide next turn. And if Bunnyhoppor can get one turn of breathing room here, I think he's should be in a very good spot to get lethal, given the amount of damage he's pushing forwards here. But if Floki can find that Cenarium Ward, apply that extra pressure before Bunnyhoppor has time to play his Kurtrus hero card, I think he can still just about get there, even though it's been a very slow mid-game for him. Ooh.
And nothing corrupt, right?
I don't think so.
He's not played Moon-Touched Amulet, I don't think. The Strongmen obviously got gloated away. Yeah, there's just nothing. So Yasharaj, although a big minion, that's all it is at this point. It's just a pouch.
Oh, pouch? Yeah, hope for
And-
Onyxia again.
Well, I'm wondering... Oh, okay.
Okay, there it is.
I don't know whether it was ever worth spending 2 mana.
On a solar? Or for draw? Huh?
Yeah, to draw, but then pouch for 8 cost, maybe?
Wow, he takes Scrapyard instead of Onyxia. He's that afraid. Fair enough. I mean, he does need to be afraid of just burn damage, but...
What's kind of hilarious is Scrapyard is like close to the perfect size, right? For combo, it's like...
Yeah. And I don't know. I think at this point in the game, you've seen the Furies, you've seen the Chaos Strikes, you've even seen... Jace later on in the game as well.
Yeah.
So the actual burst damage from hand is kind of low at this point, especially through a taunt. And so weirdly enough, the scariest thing they can do is, as you said, the Deadeye plus the Expendable Performers combo. And without Kurtrus even online, you know that's at least a whole extra turn away, if not more. And so I kind of felt like Onyxia just turns up the heat that little bit faster and can maybe get there with a surprise lethal. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree. And the best thing is, if Kurtrus even comes down this turn, the trades into the 7/7 just isn't that great either, right? Like those trades will just deal with the rush minions, which means like that perfect expendables just won't even happen regardless. So yeah, it was a very, very interesting, but I understand Floki feeling a little bit defensive and just trying to buy time, actually, is the way he's seen it, I imagine. Because I think if Floki gets draws a Cenarium Ward at any point, he's going to feel great about this game so far, right? Which means that he is just waiting, trying to hold off until he can get hold of Cenarium Ward.
Look at this double Fell Barrage to kill off the Taunt and the Owl as well. Very nicely done. Still means he's tanking 7, most likely on the following turn, but that's okay. He's not going to be dying to that.
Yeah, it's going to glide as well. Really going fishing for that Kurtrus, and feels likely with only, what, 7 cards in the deck? There it is.
There we go.
Zero cost Fellfire as well. Pretty nice.
And with the Performers discount as well.
Do it in 1 turn.
Do it in 1 turn, right? Yeah, that's insane. Trade the Viper as well, probably.
Oh, a Cenarium Ward. It's what he wanted all along.
And it's still good. It's still actually a very, very powerful play. Getting you 16 brings you all the way back up to 30 here.
Especially because you can pouch for Foul Rage, right?
Good point, yeah.
You might still want to pouch for bigger threats, but Foul Rage also deals damage if you want it to, so that's not something to be ignored either.
I was about to say you should have pouched first to corrupt a Moon-Touched Amulet and then realized I'm an idiot.
A ward, okay. The trade!
Oh, mutinous.
This trade.
I see. Oh, really? 7 damage into
he's
a
scared
minion?
of the, I mean, he knows that the OT, like the full combo will come next turn, right? It is so likely.
I think the full OTK kills him anyway. Is it 2 off now? it's so close either way, because like he has the weapon and he has enough minions to attack into with all his 1/1s.
Gets +2 because this 1/3 gets to attack as well, right? Which is, I'm guessing, why Floki traded to the other one.
I think it's still exact lethal here if he finds the performers, which
he can 100%.
Can, yeah. And they're going to cost 5, sorry, down from 7, so they're still exactly playable. Oh, I guess you have to deal with the 8/4s. I didn't actually consider that because they take up room, don't they? Okay, no, that messes it all up.
You could just do this over 2 turns, right?
Yep.
Because again, this is what I was talking about earlier. Floki can't win if he doesn't play minions. So, well, I guess he can if he fatigues him at this point, but...
I mean, that's a real thing. If he... Like, if he goes mutinous and chomps the Deadeye, or if he just doesn't play anything at all, like... I don't know. I think fatigue is a very possible win condition for him.
Yeah, the problem is all of those things, to defend and win through fatigue, he has to play minions, right? Like, Cenarion Ward to gain him armor. You mentioned Mutinous. If Mutinous hits Magtheridon, then, well, there's all the trades you could ever want for Bunnyhoppor, and that's the big problem, right?
It is close, isn't it?
If his deck was like full, Feral Rages, Double Moon, Moon Touched Amulet, and so on, which he hasn't got Feral Rages in this list, then I could get behind just saying armor up and try, right? And just go for it. But everything he has makes him play minions to defend. Pouch and just Yogg and just play the game we all want to play.
Oh,
go see.
Oh my god. No way.
Yogg.
It's got to be the pick,
Yogg,
right?
Yogg.
Oh my god. There's no shot.
Good old-fashioned Hearthstone.
It can't be correct anymore, right? You have to just pass.
Is he Lunar his own minion here?
Yeah, I'd consider that very heavily. Yeah.
Yogg.
Okay, Overgrowth, yeah, ramp yourself up, make Bunnyhoppor be very low on resources, but I think with Magtheridon thrown in there as well, it's just
the old
just lethal.
The old 7-mana Expendables Deadeye Magtheridon lethal combo.
Yeah, I mean, it comes up more than you'd think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you fit in the 1 extra attack before you play the Deadeye. I've seen this before and I've forgotten it again instantly. But yeah, I think this should be very, very handsomely lethal. A tough game for Floki, a real head scratcher, I've got to be honest, because like there were a lot of different ways he could have approached it in that late game, even in that mid game with his usage of Solar Eclipse plus the Moonlit Guidance, or his hesitance to use it, I should say, which I could fully understand his reasoning for, but I don't know, maybe he'll be scratching his head thinking back as to ways he could have minutely improved his chances.
It was definitely a tough one, right? Because, again, as I've been mentioning, the fact that this deck revolves around big minions and there's no ways to really stop that happening is difficult, because Floki can't dodge, realistically, this outcome of the combo from Demon Hunter and from Bunnyhoppor. But I think the plan, which failed down to no massive fault of Floki, was, well, you ramp early, drop big minions way before Kurtrus is even on the board, and then you kill them, right? That's, I think, the general go-to plan for this matchup with this Druid. But if you can't ramp, and then the opposite happens, where if anything, Bunnyhoppor ramped more than Floki this game because of how quickly he got his quest done, then you just fall so far behind, and with minions being the only defense, you are going to open yourself up to this combo. So, difficult game there for Floki, but congratulations to Bunnyhoppor for winning game number 1. That is Demon Hunter ticked off already, Derek.
Yeah, right out the gate, the Demon Hunter just showing why it's one of the strongest decks in the game right now. Even being able to take down Druid is very impressive, because for me, that's the one deck keeping Demon Hunter in check right now, is that it's not able to just dominate the aggro and dominate Druid. Right. I'd say it's weaker to the Kazakhstan variants than it is to this particular variant with the ramp, as, as we can see, the consistency of threats in the late game is just not quite the same as with Kazakhstan. You have a little bit more staying power, you're less likely to get fatigued with this list, but I have to say that just being able to have one card that you're almost guaranteed to draw that completely solves all your late game value needs is generally going to be a little bit stronger, which is why I personally favor the Kazakhstan variant. And so with that out of the way, Bunnyhoppor gets to move on to his Paladin, which I believe is the Libram Paladin. Should be another pretty spicy matchup against this Druid. And the Warrior, the Pirate Quest Warrior. Again, I would guess not a bad matchup into this Druid.
Yeah, and I just want to throw out there before we get into the next game, I made a mistake earlier. Floki is not insta-relegated if he loses this match. He still has a chance. So apologies about that. That is sorted now. Floki still has some kind of chance going forward, but we'll see how it goes. Regardless, I think the emphasis on him needing to win is still there. He obviously needs to do well, so fingers crossed for him. But you are right. It's definitely difficult. With this lineup now, you just start to stare at it more and more and more. And Pirate Warrior is a deck that I think was just slept on for a while until we saw and looked at the numbers last week of like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This deck just trashes everything in the meta right now, or at least a lot of the decks in the meta right now. And it's a deck that a lot of current archetypes aren't really prepared to beat, right? Because it's got that weird middle ground of minions that are slightly bigger than most aggro minions, but also a viable late game, especially with players putting in Rakara now, which is something I really like from testing over the last couple of days. It's like there are players who have cut Rakara and are just, well, not cut, but not played Rakara and are just playing the usual smite go. But the decks with Rakara in, like, it's nice. It's 110 armor, but an aggressive hero power if you want it to be. And then there's the weapon that pushes extra damage. And so many games of Pirate Warrior, you feel like towards the end game, it's, oh, just let me draw Smite. Just let me draw Smite.
Yeah.
But if you get to push an extra 10 damage with the weapon, or more, depending on what minions your opponent's playing, like, that can just help you out, plus 2 damage a turn with the hero power. We're not going to see Pirate Warrior quite yet, but anyway, those are a preview of my thoughts. Instead, we are going to look at the Libram Paladin with the old Iron Deep Trog there just at the beginning, Derek, and a card that can cause havoc no matter what deck you run it in.
Absolutely true. Yeah, we saw that, I think, like 3 times today in APAC, where someone just went Trog, Coin, Guardian Orc Merchant to give it Divine Shield as well, and their opponent just lost basically on the spot because they can't do anything to answer it. Even though Trog is obviously in its nerfed form, where it now summons a 1/2 Iron Trog, no matter Iron Deep Trog, sorry, no matter what, it doesn't summon a copy with any buffs or enchantments carried alongside it. But I think weirdly enough, Libram Paladin for me suffers a lot of the same problems as Pirate Warrior does, where it's quite an honest deck when you boil it down. Like, it's powerful, but compared to the likes of Demon Hunter, which is discounting half its deck and drawing its entire deck by like turn 8, or Druid, which is playing Kazakhstan on turn 5 every single game, and then, you know, doing Solar Eclipse plus Embers of Ragnaros and just killing you that way. Like, these decks play minions on curve, they play powerful minions on curve, but I find that it's a little bit too rigid in its game plan. It can't quite catch up when it gets off to a bad start. And also, in this combo heavy metagame, they're just a tad slow for my liking against the likes of Mizaki Mage, Garrote Rogues, Weapon Rogues as well, Demon Hunters as well. I think you could definitely argue that fact. It's just against a lot of the other aggro decks, or a lot of the other tempo decks, where they just absolutely play more efficient stuff on curve than your opponent does, and then they win. Also against Druid, they just play more efficient stats than the opponent, and the Druid does not have the answers to deal with it.
Yeah, in these matchups, it's definitely like Pirate Warrior and Libram Paladin feel like very old school Hearthstone decks, right? Where if they curve, they look so strong because everything they do is that little bit better than your average aggro deck, you know, in general, if they can hit the curve. But without that, you are right, they fall behind and they never claw it back. It just isn't possible. One card that, again, won't be that important, I imagine, in this specific game, but I think in this trio meta, one benefit for Paladin, it's one of the few decks left that actually runs Blademaster Samuro, and I think with a lot of decks running around, you know, trying to push that aggro lineups this week, that Samuro could be actually a clutch card in itself, right? Because there are so many, you know, you look at other Shadow Priests, other Paladins, even the Pirate Warriors, potentially all the Face Hunters. Like Samuro can end those matchups if it's played well.
Well, a very nice looking start actually here for Bunnyhoppor with Aldor on 1. Or some point in the first few turns, I suppose, most likely on 1. And then the Knights of Anointments to find Librams of Wisdom. Aldor Truthseeker to reduce the cost of the Libram of Hope in hand, as I try not to trip over the very similar names of all these cards. It's a hand that Druid really struggles to answer because it's tempo at the start of the game and a lot of follow-up too.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad, right? If the spells are good enough from Bunnyhoppor, but there's Guff, Derek, and suddenly all Druid's problems are solved. That is the only card you ever need to see. Even if it's going badly, if Guff hits your hand at a reasonable time, you just think, okay, winnable, right? Like, even if it's looking so bad.
Well, that was easy, wasn't it? If that's all he needed to be able to just take the win right there with the Guff. But I mean, I agree. It's the most important card by a very, very wide margin. Sorry, in this matchup and in most others, for that matter. I think I like the look of the Libram of Wisdom here, and then you can just follow up with Anointment plus hand again next turn, right?
Okay, I think I actually preferred Anointment next turn. This turn, just to go 2 1-1s, because the Libram still gets cleaned up by 1 removal. Whereas if you play 2 1-1s, you can be a bit more aggressive with hand next turn.
No, that's a good point.
And you're still kind of doing the same, right? And putting a Libram on this stops it being hero-powered. But if your opponent hero-powers this turn, like, cool. Like, I think I'd take that on turn 3 from Druid, the old hero power.
Yeah. I think the difference maker for me is Devout Pupil, right? Being able to get it down 1 cost cheaper, it really does start to stack up. And with the draw from a hand, the draw from Anointment, there's a reasonable shot that you actually hit it in these early turns. And that single card can be the absolute difference maker that's just too much tempo for the Druid to overcome.
Bunnyhoppor make the Omega Knight coin out Hand of a Doll ×2 and just push. I think starting hand seems fine. Again, it's like that weird weakness where it's exactly 3 health, so it dies to Luna, is a little bit frustrating. But again, I think it's just about keeping the curve smooth. Does have coin Aldor Truthseeker next turn if he wants it. But honestly, with the way this curve is going, and because he just drew more plays for next turn, I wouldn't even hate holding the coin for Libram of Hope.
Yeah, I mean, how does it work? He goes Truthseeker, and then he has 6 mana Libram of Hope the turn after without even the need for the coin. But obviously, if you go coin Truthseeker, then you can't get it out the turn after anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, actually, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, going coin Truthseeker doesn't actually delay you, but it does use up the coin, weirdly enough. But either way, I mean, I think going coin Aldor here, and then Vindicator plus hand the turn after, or maybe even just Vindicator plus Hand of Adal on this turn with the coin slotted in there. You can get the Noble Mount. I think it will most likely be played on this 4-3, and all of a sudden it's very, very tough to actually kill.
And the benefit, of course, from Bunnyhoppor is he can just drop the Vindicator, see what's drawn, and then go from there, right? Decide whether he wants to use that coin or not. Because even though we're talking about the Libram coming down on 6 and potentially 7 as well, there's still things that coin could be used for that could be super important. Bunnyhopper's playing Mutinous, he's playing Variant, he's playing Lightforged Carriol. Like, all of these things could take priority, even, say, on turn 6 to coin out as big 7 drop.
A bit annoyed by the outcome there. Don't entirely know what he was hoping for other than Noble Mount, which definitely seems like the best
likely outcome
to me. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading it. But a very, very scary minion indeed, especially now that hero power has been strictly worsened to just gaining a puny mana every single turn instead of being able to clear off this Divine Shield. It looks like it's going to have to be a
pretty heavy investment to clear this off. Like Solar, Luna, Moon Touched plus double Owl. Like it's
take
so
control.
expensive.
It does take control of the board though, and Floki is not too far away from if he ramps next turn, he can just drop an Ixia the turn after.
Okay, so if he does go Solar, Luna, Moon Touched, he will be able to fit in the hero power, right? Because the Moon Touched will cost 0 thanks to the double activation of Luna. So that makes the play better than I originally thought it was, because missing the hero power really sucks.
And he controls the board, which versus Paladin is half the battle, right? Like actually finishing the turn with minions on board versus nothing. Or I say nothing actually, it'll depend, right? Because he'll have the noble mount. It depends.
How does this work? So he solars the Moon Touched instead, which means he gains more armor, but he has to attack into the minion itself instead of using an owl, or I guess just attacking in afterwards. He doesn't get to press the hero power. I can't quite work out if this is better, but I feel like it's a little worse.
He gained more armor, but he took 7.
Right. I mean, he might have ended up taking the 7 anyway if he wanted to preserve both owls the other way, but he gained 8 health for a mana crystal, which, yeah, okay, I guess considering you're probably going to gain a mana next turn anyway and then cleanly ramp up into an Ixia does make sense.
Yeah, I guess that was the point, right? Like, his draws would have to be very specific next turn.
Yeah.
This play to be punished, I'll say, right? It would have to be, I don't even know what, would you say, like, exactly Scenarium Ward or Abominable Lieutenant? Like, exactly an 8-drop to really be punished for the for this turn.
And even then, if you're doing that, you're still happy because it's just a really strong turn.
Oh,
so it's really not that bad.
Okay.
This must be the way.
Ooh. Bloom Onyxia is available now. Plus the strongman, is that worth it? Pretty good. Yeah.
So, right, it's just because I was looking at the resizing patch for value, but he doesn't want value. He wants to have an empty board, and Onyxia is great at doing that, right? You can go in now, trade one of the 2/1s in cleanly, trade the Onyxia in to take up a bit of the mount, and now drop a 6/6 with Taunt. Like, okay, sign me up for this one. He is. He's pretty all in, though.
He is, yeah. Now that I see it, that was my concern, is how all in he is. But I like it. It's just so good here, right? Like, he's so far ahead on board. It completely nullifies a Libram of Wisdom applied to it to bring it up to a 10/10. Who cares? Onyxia can just charge into it and take out the majority of its health anyway, a couple of whelps to finish it off.
So, does he actually go carry all Libram trade?
Oh.
Because Libram of Hope leaves you, what, 10 health? But then what do you do the turn after? Right? It doesn't do anything. Whereas at least...
Again, I don't know.
Because he could carry all Broom and Aldor, and then that can actually take down some of the 2/1s. Because as long as these 2/1s are alive, Onyxia is immune. Therefore, saving the Broom to, like, rush a Libram of Hope also does nothing, right? Because you can't rush it into Onyxia. I think... Like, I don't know what Bunny will do with the rest of this mana, but I think I'd just drop the 2/1 the 2/1 drops, sorry, and start just killing these dragons.
I think you're supposed to save them so you can rush the Broom at the same time. Like, maybe you can get some kind of a combo where you rush into the whelps, finish them off. I don't know. Doesn't seem especially likely.
And the problem is as well, in this list, Bunny's not running Barov. So it's not as if he can do the Barov combo.
True.
With the Broom either, so it's tough. Samuro would be a really nice pickup.
Oh, wrong border. I saw the diamond and I thought it was Samuro. But...
Diamonds!
Wrong one. Okay, so Broomstick, you buff it once, attack into a 2/1, apply both the Librams to the Libram of Hope, I guess at that point, and just rush the Aldor Attendant into a 2/1 as well.
At least at that point, you're going to be left with an unimmune Onyxia, right?
Wait, will it? Oh, wait.
After the 2-1 attacks in, and Onyxia, and the remaining 2-1, like, you're going to have to sacrifice a Libram, but basically every whelp would have to die to clear your board at that point. I don't know if that's worth it, but...
Reporting for jam. Move quickly.
Working out whether the extra Libram means anything, right? Because the difference between 9 and 10 is actually very minimal right now.
Yeah, with no hero power, you're right. Sure.
This is where I want to see the big play of Abominable pass and just eat. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Just 360 no scope the hope.
Yep.
360 no hope could be a way to apply to describe a lot of Hearthstone players' careers.
Okay, trade once, play the Abominable. What I mean when I was talking about this card earlier, it's so difficult to answer because once it's like chomped once on an empty board, now it's like, well, what do you play? Carriel's a nice pickup for Bunny, but does he have to just like room hero power Libram here? He can kill off the 2-1, which makes the Onyxia not immune. He can kill off the Abominable, and then if the Onyxia goes into the Libram, you'll have Libram of Wisdomed it as well. That makes sense, right? So he'll end the turn with a 10-10 non-divine shield hope against an 8-8 vulnerable Onyxia.
Correct. Which sounds good enough to get there. I was wondering if you ever go Carriel and just like start smacking into the Onyxia, even though you're going to be tanking like 4 damage with every swing. But this seems much more reasonable, and then use the Carriel to follow up afterwards. It's kind of stabilizing here, weirdly enough, for Bunnyhoppor, right?
Especially because Varian's going to draw at least something. Also, very importantly, I think Varian is... Let me just triple check. Yeah, Varian will draw Samuro because Carriel Roam's been used and Broom's been used, and he only runs 1 Broom. So the rush minion left over is Samuro, unless I'm being very silly, I think it is. Which means he gets Samuro and then Lightforge Carriel buffs, right? So like it is possible that this combo of Varian and Carriel can actually help Bunnyhoppor finish this game.
I mean, he's also almost guaranteed, I think, to hit a Devout Pupil, which is a huge amount of tempo at this point in the game, where it's going to be costing 0. And I wonder if Floki is going to be able to keep up. Your charge coming down for a Strongman and a Moontouched Amulet. Yeah, 1 apiece. And then obviously the one corrupted in hand as well means he's putting forward a pretty scary board. This is definitely going to be killing Floki in the next 1 or 2 turns. But again, I just think Bunnyhoppor gets there here. Unless we see a very, very scary next 2 turns from Floki, it's not good enough.
Oh, he's going to go with Varian first.
I like this.
This does get him, as you mentioned, the Devout Pupil. I did just wonder whether he could play Carriel first, get it played, and then the chances of him getting like the buffs where he wants them to be might increase a little bit.
Yeah, I think that might be tunneling a little too much on the power of Samuro. I think just playing the most stats you have every turn is good enough, and then you can just go Carriel next turn, hero power, and start spamming that every turn from here on in.
Yep, slight connection issue. Not from me, though. Not me, okay.
Stop shouting. Okay.
We go back to the game. little bit tricky to work out what's going on here for these Librams, and I think that's what Bunnyhoppor is just doing, right? Trying to see, right, what adds up here. And it's very simple, though, because there's so many things that, that limit Floki's ability to proc Divine Shields now that he's Guff. Hey, Scenario.
Oh.
That's a brilliant hope.
Solar. Like, oh, are you really going to play that? It's so underwhelming here. Like, any 8-drop you can get, it would have to be exactly... I can't even think, like Terralion, something like that. What it's called?
360 no hopium.
Yeah.
And this inability to proc Divine Shield.
Oh, it's brutal.
Horrible. Like, is this like weirdly just a double trade into the Divine Shield?
Could be.
It's only potentially getting bigger with the Libram trade on the Varian, right? Why not just remove Divine Shield from the equation right now? Both minions still live. Yes, the strongman gets farmed by the broom, but so what? I like this.
All right, so how does Cariel fare on this turn? It's okay. You can use the hero power, the weapon, and the 1/1 to take out the 5/5. Or I guess you charge itself. Sorry, and that is going to be what Bunnyhoppor's going for, I would imagine.
Looks pretty good to me.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Trog.
oh yeah.
The iron divine is mine.
Man, this Druid deck, I know it's trying to do something different, but I've got to say, it looks so much weaker than Kazakhstan Druid in this series so far. I'd be curious to know what matchups he's trying to drastically improve upon, or what he's afraid of by not going for the Kazakhstan variant. Maybe he just thinks it's better, I don't know.
Do you think as well some of his draws have been pretty rough in this series so far with this Druid? Like the almost like zero ramp last game against Demon Hunter was kind of bad. But you are right, it's never really felt like anything's come together, has it?
All right.
Deathwing? Oh!
Oh, you have to lose your other
Simply
10 drop
Deathwing.
that you're about to discover. Yeah, it has to be. Onyxia, how does that fare? You can go Onyxia into the big Trog, and then whelps into the little Trogs. It's just something quite visually pleasing about this.
Does mean that the Onyxia is going to be vulnerable after the weapon attack, though. Guessing start hero power here, and even if Bunnyhoppor just has to play an Aldor Truthseeker for a turn, seems good. What if he plays Truthseeker hero power, drops the Librams on the Truthseeker, and just pokes the 2/1? Because
Bad.
yeah, I think landing the hero power on Samuro or Smite is just better for Bunnyhoppor's game plan overall. And if he plays the Truthseeker first, that obviously improves his odds.
Or you can do the same thing, but just play the Bannerman at the start, right? I think it's a fine way to go about it. But there, with Mutinous and a 10-cost card, not necessarily a 10-cost minion, but a 10-cost card guaranteed to be in hand, that Mutinous has got to look hella spicy. He's gonna drop
He's just
it.
thinking, no rabbit, no rabbit.
No bunny, no bunny, no bunny. Hey!
It's like, wait. And now, I'm not sure what Floki can really go for right now. Yogg. The only way.
Pretty much. It's getting there, isn't it? Mutinous of his own. That's going to have to chonk the biggest minion you've ever seen in your life.
It's so rough as well because suddenly this Elixir even going face does not look as cool because of the immovable object from Bunnyhoppor. So like trading with Elixir, like it is at this point. Does Floki realistically think there's a chance? 5 cards left for both players, but Bunnyhopper's taking half damage all of the time, can buff the minions he has, and he hasn't even played Liadrin yet for an extra set of Divine Shield taunts and heal, which Mutinous cannot eat.
I mean, taking a look at what Floki has left, I believe the Onyxia and the Wild Heart Guff are incorrect. They've already been drawn. Right. But 2 nature studies, Guess the Weight, Moon-Touched Amulet, Cenarian Ward. I think one of those actually has probably already also been drawn. But there's not much, right? Like, these nature studies are going to have to hit really, really hard to be able to get there. Yep. Like, we're approaching the point of nature studies pouch as the only real out.
Dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy.
Right,
Easy.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm worried about this reconnect that's timer is not going up.
Yeah, I mean, Floki is going full 1997 here with his internet connection. It's atrocious. Mom, get off the phone. I can't connect.
Oh, you're so... playing Warcraft 3. Problem is, you couldn't reconnect. If you disconnected, you just lost.
Oh, no.
Playing Rank Ladder in Warcraft 3. I told you not to pick up the phone. Yeah, I remember those days clear as day. But yeah, that's going to be... not sure what's going on here for Floki. I guess he's going to try and get this connection thing sorted, especially because the timer wasn't going up. We'll have to see what happens there, but Bunnyhoppor was in quite a dominant position, right? As we were saying, the studies potentially into... exactly pouch into Yogg is a big ask. And also, with the carryall on with the immovable object, the Yogg would also have to do very silly things on top of that, right? You wouldn't even need just an average Yogg. I guess the best outcome I can think of instantly would be the create minions that rush, and you just get way better minions than your opponent, right? And then take the board from there. I don't know if like that, or maybe even the Yogg eating the minions on board.
Yeah, I think
could be the best outcome. But yeah, like you would need something very specific and very big, because even if it was the Pyroblast, like taking half damage, you'd assume you're the one who's going to die in the outcome, right? Be kind of rough.
Yeah, there's a couple. Like, if you got Mind Control as well on a couple of key minions, and yeah, exactly, like getting the Mutinous, and maybe if the Samuro hasn't been buffed enough. Like, there are outs, they're there. Floki's going to play to them. He's not going to hit them, but he's going to play to them nonetheless. As we said, I mean, I'm trying to think of any ways he can get that outside of that. Like, Cenarian Ward for Terralion, like I said, I don't think it's good enough anymore. Charging, like with Grom, is never going to get lethal anyway. Getting yourself... survival of the fittest off of pouch I don't think is good enough anymore, as is often an out when you have like strong men in the deck. I'm just ticking off all the usual suspects of Druid to be able to get there, and it's not there. Who knows, maybe Kazakasan, right? If he can get himself a pouch down to 8 mana, then that could be the out he needs. Yeah, it's an important win for Floki, to be able to get here, because outside of that, it's going to be just the Pirate Warrior left over, which I think has got Bunnyhoppor some fantastic matchups, given that Floki has got the Control Warrior on his side.
Yeah, and honestly, even the... I've been playing the Pirate Warrior a little bit in the last day or so on ladder. I've run into a fair amount of Quest Hunters, and even that matchup, right? Especially because Floki is not playing Tavish, as in not the quest, but the hero Tavish. Like, it's pretty alright, because their removal, although, yes, they want to start shooting all their spells off to proc the quest, like, not many of them actually kill a lot of your own minions, so you still end up like stacking minions, trying to pile on the pressure. And also there are cards that gain you armor. You have taunts as well for the Tavish turn. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm very interested to see how and if this Quest Hunter can even get wins at this point. So we'll have a look at that. We are just going to go to a break while we work out what's going on. If we can contact Floki in some way, maybe carrier pigeons or something. We'll have to see.
AOL.
But we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that short break. We just needed time for the admins to work out what was going on in the match. We saw the sort of frozen disconnect, which is a new level of disconnect that we have in Hearthstone. And the outcome basically is that Bunnyhoppor ended up taking the victory there. The match was basically conceded by Floki at that point. We didn't see what happened, but Floki said, so far behind, I've lost the game. So they're moving on now into a game number 3, Darek. So we can carry on our conversation about Bunny's Quest Warrior lining up against, you know, any of the decks Floki has, and it looking honestly like a very uphill climb for Floki.
I would say that's putting it lightly, even ignoring the fact that he's 2-0 down, which automatically puts you in a disadvantageous position unless you have like 80% plus matchups with every one of your decks against your opponent's one remaining deck. Well, he doesn't have that. It's still looking bad for him. The Druid, I would say, is like a close matchup, but I would definitely not call it Druid favored, not heavily at least, no matter how much you believe in the power of the Druid. The Quest Hunter, I would say, is probably his best bet, weirdly enough, just because it has plenty of removal at the start and can transition quite quickly into a strong mid game with Drekthar and then just a lot of damage to close it out with the hero power at the end. But I wouldn't call it massively favorited at all. And then the Control Warrior, as we saw last week from Fled and SuperFake, it's a terrible matchup. You just get absolutely steamrolled the vast majority of the time by the Pirate Warrior because they have such a strong early game and such a strong mid game as well, thanks to Cap and Rakara. So Floki here is in an absolutely disastrous situation. He needs finally a good Druid hand, and I think he's got it.
Yeah, I see ramp, something we've not seen all day here for Floki, and he does have the pouch on 1 to go digging, to get the bloom as well. So he has a pretty nice opening here. But then again, Bunnyhoppor, again, the thing you always feel bad about a little bit as Pirate Warrior is the drawback of you skipping turn 1 pretty much most of the time. But he does have a nice curve himself, right? Can either coin 3/3 or start off with 2-drop and retain the coin, because it's something that you do have to keep in mind, right, as Pirate Warrior, is how and when you can actually maximize the effects of quest completions on any given stage, because the deck doesn't really run that many 4-drops, for example. So you want to work out whether you can go 2-2 on turn 4 or whether you go 3 coin 2 on turn 4 to try and just even out the overall curve.
Okay, Moonlit Guidance. I think you're probably safe here, right? I would rather be able to play the card I get off of it after I go for the Overgrowth in a couple turns' time. Just because we've seen so consistently that Floki has been light on actual threats. He hasn't been able to close out the game with consistent big threats every single turn. And so being able to go Moonlit Guidance plus Cenarium Ward plus a second Cenarium Ward is, I think, the difference maker he needs.
Yeah, it's a really tough choice, right? We unfortunately, oh, there we go. Can see the Discovers now. I honestly like the look of Ironbark.
I think I'm looking at Living Seed a little bit more closely. Guaranteeing yourself an owl is such a nice tempo swing.
Time waits for no one.
It's just a I don't know, the Ironbark, I agree, has higher potential for if you can get like an Ironbark, a Lieutenant down later on, but you just need to survive till then anyway.
I do like the Cargo Guard coming down here. Just put it down as one of those weird threats that isn't a threat, right? Like, Floki won't want Bunny stacking armor for free every single turn, and especially the freebooter pushing 2 extra damage doesn't really change the outcome that often here. One thing we have to worry about and keep an eye on, though, Darek, like this Rakara in the Pirate Warrior is something that can make a big impact, especially when you're playing against a deck like this Druid, where Floki will be trying to play big threatening minions, and then you just smack the hammer right into their face with them, and that can make a huge difference. But Floki is going to respect all the minions on board here. Again, looking a little bit dry in the hand, whereas Bunnyhoppor can keep up the pressure. And this is one of those turns, right? Does Bunny want to go 3 coin 2? Or does he want to try and slow play this, keep the coin for something a bit higher impact? But personally, I like just rushing this and just going whatever 3-drop and then just coining out the 2-drop as well. Or I could start with 2-drop and then review from there.
Yeah, this would complete his first layer of quest, right? So I wouldn't hate the idea of Defias Cannoneer plus the weapon that you draw, right, in order to just fire the cannons, stick a very scary minion on board. After your opponent has played the Lunar Eclipse, they're clearly a little bit less equipped to deal with it, and they've just played a Moon-Touched Amulet as well, right? So quite clearly, it's going to be very difficult for them to answer this. Thankfully for Floki, again, he is able to guarantee himself, I believe, the Owl from his deck, but even then, it's flimsy. He's got the ramp. He just needs the threats to go alongside it. This Moonlit Guidance has to hit.
It's got to hit big.
Pouch for this turn? Yeah, I guess you play one this turn, one next turn.
Yeah, pouch just to get the other pouch, and who knows, you might get something good. Onyx Mage Scribe? Or do you want City Architect?
I want to read City Architect and then realize it sucks and play the Mage Scribe.
2-0-5 taunt. 10 health Bunny has to get through. And also, it plays around Rakara.
Oh, disgusting.
Big brain.
In a box? Pirate stuff.
Yeah, okay, Ratchet, not bad, just to ratchet up the damage a little bit further on the weapon. And then, like you were saying, Coin Rakara very possibly coming down next turn, or maybe a couple turns down the line once the really big threats come online. Because, trust me, everyone's gangster until their own Yashaj turns around and punches them in the face.
It's a little bit tricky to manage though as well, because a lot of the time I found myself wanting to coin Rakara out just so you can get double swings of the weapon before Captain Rakara's on board. Because obviously then, even if you play Rakara, you'll only get one swing of the weapon before it's replaced.
Oh, I'm weirdly tempted by Owl in this situation. Like, I know that Raid Boss in Ixia is so much bigger, but because it's off Moonlit, you can just go Owl, Owl, pouch into, I don't know, like Stormwind Champion, or just like any reasonably sized 7-drop, and you're actually really far ahead all of a sudden.
I was just staring at the Onyxia and thinking how it's a funny interaction that, like, could Bunnyhoppor just keep hitting the Onyxia because it's immune and it keeps hitting the face?
Oh, true, yeah. Bad Nyxia?
Nyxia, yeah.
Sure.
Off Nyxia. I'm not terrible, though.
Okay,
there we go. Yes, it's going to be pretty difficult. And I think the biggest problem here, and where Floki's done a good job, is although he ramped and managed to kill off minions roughly on curve. Whereas the biggest problem with Pirate Warrior is when you can't clear the board every turn, and then these minions start getting repeat damage, and we've seen that has just not been the case this game. Floki's still sitting pretty safe on 26, obviously got massive control of the board. Looks like he's going to just drop the Mutinous to go fishing. And honestly, hitting any minion I think is absolutely fine here. It's just less cards for Bunnyhoppor at this point as opposed to how big the Mutinous is.
Even a little tiddler like that, you're not going to throw it back. And there's just nothing Bunny can do. It's another kind of premonition that the players have been talking about a lot, where this Pirate Warrior getting it over the finish line is just the most important facet in these matchups, because once your good decks are out of the way, it seems like the Warrior is the Achilles heel of most of these players' lineup.
It's definitely a tricky one, isn't it? Because I saw some players sort of making comments about a lot of the archetypes feel like, a lot of the classes feel like they have a very limited amount of archetypes to play, which, I understand. But if, well, not everyone, but if the majority brought Pirate Warrior and felt like Pirate Warrior was going to be the problem to get a win with, then if you would assume that's the case, is there any other options that could have been made? I don't know the answer to that. There's different ways to build a control warrior, for example, that might help you out a little bit. But it's just very interesting to, like, a lot of the players seem to just say, well, warrior's in so many buckets that I'm going to end up with warrior. And then I just mostly have to play pirate. So it's just pretty cool just to see how this has panned out and just to see that. Are there any differences been made to Pirate Warrior? I do like the newer inclusions of Rakara in general to help out with some of the awkward matchups. But, like, was Pirate Warrior with, I don't know, different cards in the deck going to make any big difference? But most importantly here, Floki has begun the big comeback chance, right? He's now going to queue his Hunter, but he does get a win on the board now with this Druid at last. So basically, Derek, he's saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. Maybe I was slightly naive as to the overall power level of Druid, because I feel like my perception of Druid in these matchups against the kind of decks like Quest Rogue, Face Hunter, Quest Warrior, these early tempo-based decks, like past Hearthstone theory has taught me Druid should be weak against those decks. Kind of just actually not that weak anymore. Like, if they hit the ramp at the start of the game, if they hit Garth or Overgrowth or a couple of Lunas, they should be absolutely fine. Whereas this deck, I think, is going to be a very interesting one indeed, as there's technically all the pieces you need to beat Pirate Warrior, where you have plenty of removal early on to deal with most of their threats. You have a good amount of your own pressure to start fighting back in the form of Drekthar primarily. But I just wonder if the actual core win condition of the deck in the quest, getting Tavish down, repeating those hero powers, will be enough to kill Warrior, because especially with Rakara slotted in there, there's actually a decent amount of armor gain with hero powers, Rakara, and the cargo guards, which shouldn't be underestimated at all. It's going to be kind of close, I think, as to whether or not Floki can actually kill Bunnyhoppor in time.
Yeah, I do think one of the hopes, I guess, Floki has for this matchup now is that he can burn the Pirate Warrior out of cards, right? The resource side of it. Because if he can just keep killing every minion Bunnyhoppor plays on curve, and then Bunnyhoppor just doesn't end up that well with his pirates that draw more pirates, then maybe it slows down enough to make an impact. The one problem I have with Floki's build is he's running the Drekthar package, but not running Slate. Which I think is a really powerful card if you're running Drekthar, because it's a 3/4 in itself on top of the 4/4 of Drekthar, but also even drawing it naturally isn't ever terrible, because it allows you to kill any minion in the game, right? Like, its power level is so high with, cards like Bowler Shot, cards like all the 1-cost damage spells that you run naturally in the deck anyway. It seems an odd sort of odd exclusion from the deck, and I wonder if that's going to bite him just in general with how the build works, but we'll have to see. So we go into game number 4 now. Bunnyhoppor still just one game away from moving on to top 8. Floki still got all the work in the world to do.
And for both players, an absolutely crucial win here. Even though, we misspoke in the graphic by saying that Floki would be guaranteed relegated if he lost. It's kind of
Still
true.
Don't want to lose, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's such a long shot to be able to get there through to playoffs if you get 1 point in the first 2 weeks of play. And so it's absolutely crucial for both of our competitors. And so looking at their starting hands, both with reasonable starts, right? Like, Floki's hand of just all damage here, all removal spells, or face damage, I suppose, if you're a true Hunter player. It's not bad. Progresses the quest, clears the board, keeps him in the game. That's what you're looking to do in these early turns, aside from playing Drekthar as the absolute nuts. But Bunnyhoppor, with his own plays, it's not bad, right? He can just play Pirate, 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 get the weapon down, start swinging face. It's what the deck does.
Yeah, it's really tricky as well, because whenever you play this matchup as the warrior, you always wonder, do I ever just not play minions, force them to use spells on face,
Wow.
and then play a chunk of minions together, which is normally the difficult thing for the quest hunter to deal with. I think playing minions, especially in the shape of these pirates, 2 health, 3 health, on curve, is just feeding the hunter. And you can even see now, Floki in response doesn't want to turbo his quest by just throwing the spells at face. He wants to keep his cards for removal, even though it's slowing down his own game plan. It's very like weird mind game approach for both players now.
Yeah, Bunnyhoppor, if he was looking for something, which I can't exactly imagine what it would be, he hasn't found it. Like, maybe Sword Eater, because it's a high health minion that would then activate his Cannoneers as well without needing to draw the weapon. But Floki, I mean, you have to love the guy, right? Able, even in this incredibly high pressure situation, to see how ridiculous this is. Director on curve off the top. Let's go, baby.
The frustration here, and there is some argument to not play it this turn.
Aw.
It's a very small argument, but there's some. Like, having a pirate on board is a slight problem, but honestly, if you're not playing it now, you probably shouldn't have it in the deck, even though it's not perfect.
I just love the idea that Drektar's coming out like in Dodgeball, where he's like, boom, boom, snakes on either side.
Or I always wonder, cards like Viper, I always wonder, like, because scale is very difficult to judge, right, in the artwork. And I always just imagine, like, Drekthar comes down, it's a massive battle between, you know, these two players, huge monsters, minions, orcs fighting. Drekthar comes down, like, here's my master plan, and just throws 2 normal-sized snakes on the floor, and everyone's like, what's that going to do? I'm wearing full armor, I'll just stand on it. You're like, what's going on? Everyone just looks at Drekthar like, was that it? Snakes go! They just flop on the floor, and you're like,
I like that vision much more, where everything is just a true scale.
Yeah.
Well, the weapon is not gainable nor playable on this turn, so he's just taking it nice and slow. He's taking like a semi-control route here.
Yeah, and I think there might be a good plan here for Bunny. With how slow the game is going, Floki has to be careful to proc and play his Tavish, right? Because we can see that Coin and Mutinous is in hand for Bunny.
True.
And that's a really big deal, right? If Floki slips and doesn't really think about Mutinous and then just leaves Tavish in hand, suddenly the game can become a control factor, right? Because there's not that insane extra damage from the repeat hero powers.
And so speaking of that, given that his opponent is down to 22 already, are we dead set on the plan of Tavish, or is that maybe not quite so important as it would otherwise seem? Because he has the option here, which is, I think, very valid, to just go quick shot, arcane shot, wound prey, dump your entire hand of all these spells, get quest level 2 online, you could even hero power at the end of that, and you have the Furious Howl to follow up with.
Yeah,
or you could take it a little bit slower, save some of these removal pieces for minions, and fit in that hero power every turn like he's doing here.
Yeah, I think this still is fast over the course of 2 turns instead of going all in this turn. I think this is fine because also this leaves you with double arcane shot, which is very playable, right? Like 2 1-mana spells in case you need removal, right? Like, just in case, like, the board's built from Bunnyhoppor, the 2 arcane shots could help you out a lot next turn to defend your minions on board. So I think doing it this way, I personally prefer it, but I also wouldn't have hated just the all-in, smash everything to face and go.
Yeah, now that I lay it out, I kind of do actually prefer just going all face. Like, if your opponent has Coin Rakara, that's really their best and only true defensive option to gain a bunch of armor. And at that point, you're just getting a Furious Howl to probably draw 2 cards, if not 3. You're doing so much damage, and Tavish would probably be playable on turn 7, I would wager.
close.
And now, is he going for poison, I'm guessing? He can do that, right?
Oh, yeah, true. Good point.
Oh.
Depending what Furious
not?
Howl offers. Yeah, it's a little
well,
weird.
yeah. Well, not now, right? Because it wouldn't have added up. I thought he was going to hero power first.
Sure,
and he could play Ice Trap and still go for the poison to kill the minion with the 1/1. And then next turn have a full Furious Howl. Or potentially full one.
Just tank? I can't remember if his minions are damaged at this point, but if not, I don't put much stock in rogue protection.
The Viper's a 3/1, isn't it?
Oh, well, yeah, then in that case, Farsi straight up.
I could be wrong, but I feel like the Viper's a 3/1.
Oh, yeah, that's insane then.
God, why did you even think about it, Floki? Jeez.
What a noob.
And look at this for Bunnyhoppor. Like, what? How can he respond? Obviously, hasn't proc Tavish. There's no big mutinous. Not that it would matter at this point in the game, because obviously Bunny has to be defensive now. It's a huge problem. We can see that even with the 2 cards and 3 on the draw with Floki's hand, 2 of them are kind of lackluster, right? Like, yes, Furious Howl will draw, but Ice Trap has to be played. Like, a lot of mana has to be used before the cards are drawn and then opens up more mana for lethal. So Bunnyhopper's not completely out of it yet, but he needs a lot of help.
He really, really does. And the rest of this turn is not necessarily quite so obvious. It could be Coin Cannoneer, number 2, to almost guarantee clearing the board. It could be completely missing both cannon shots and not even being able to clear with the Foxtail Freebooter and essentially conceding the game, as Bunnyhoppor has decided to go for here.
Any
bad
damage
choice
will do. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Floki fighting back now. Quest Hunter, well, I say Quest Hunter, kind of Quest Hunter, getting the job done. We didn't even see Tavish hit the board. And yeah, a weird game, but also you see the power of Drekthar, right? Like, it was so many stats or just flat on turn 4. It's so difficult to come back because as well, Bunnyhoppor chose to play it just a little bit more slow, which I do understand, but it was the choice of playing it a bit slower and then face planting straight against Drekthar, right? Like, that's the one big punish that is going to happen with that. So yeah, Floki gets the Hunter over the line, and it's all come down to this, Tarek. It's going to be a warrior mirror, but a very different set of warriors. We've been talking a lot about Pirate Warrior across the course of today, and you more so than me, since you also did APAC. But we have this Charge Warrior from Floki now, so although we know Pirate Warrior does well against Strict Control Warrior, do you think this matchup's worse or better for Floki than it would be if he was Control Warrior instead?
If he was the Kazakhstan version.
Yeah.
I think this is much better. Like, I will say that even though the one thing we all learned last week from Fled and SuperFake's hard target warrior lineup was that this deck sucks against Pirate Warrior. Like, it can't kill them quickly enough most of the time, and it struggles against the repeat power of the Juggernaut, weapons, cannons, minions every single turn. But over the past few days of ladder play, I have been consistently surprised by Charge Warrior. It's such a flexible deck in terms of its combo. Like, so often you're thinking, okay, you know, they have no chance of having the full combo. They're only at 8 mana or so. They're not going to be able to go for to the front, Galvangar, Faceless, plus the Battle Master. But the thing is, they don't have to. If they hit you in the face with a +1 durability Outrider's Axe, all the charges, that's 12 damage. That racks up really quickly. The second one, that's another 9. Couple swings from Rakara, you're just dead to a Galvangar. Like, this deck can function like Weapon Rogue more so than a control deck a lot of the time. And I think that's by far the best chance that Floki has here. It functions almost in a way like old Quest Warrior, if you will, with like the Ungoro one, where you cleared the board with your spells and then you just spammed the Ragnaros hero power to kill them turn after turn. With this deck, yeah, I know, what a throwback. You clear the board with your spells like
Brawl, Barov, Bladestorm, Rancor, all these powerful removal spells, Shield Shatter in particular, and then you just smack them in the head every single turn, and eventually that kind of gets there.
Okay, well, we'll see how it works out. We have different opinions on this warrior deck, Darren. Let's see how this game goes. Bunnyhoppor, importantly, is running one Rustdrop Viper in his Pirate Warrior, so there is that can help out against some of the weapon pressure you were talking about not too long ago. But yeah, my biggest issue I've found with this warrior is just it feels like a lot of the time the combo pieces get in the way of the deck, right? More so than they help. Maybe that's just a bad set of games, you know, and I can definitely see the positives. But even when we've seen it in EU on stream, it has looked like it's struggled now and again. Not the best opening for Bunny. He does have quest into coin 3/3, which is fine. It's not the worst, but it doesn't also like refill his hand, right? You're really looking at those higher value pirates instead for some of the early game plays.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, the average draw smooths out this curve very nicely with most of the pirates being 2 or 3 cost. And having Rakara, having Mr. Smite is not bad to round out those later turns as well. He just needs to not draw dead. Like, he can't afford to draw... it doesn't actually have that many dead draws, to be fair. It's pretty chock full of pirates and tradables as well if he doesn't hit them. So I think Bunnyhoppor, I'd be very surprised if he misses out completely on completing the quest before, like, turn 7.
Hold the coin as well. Floki gets hold of an Outrider's Axe. Obviously no mana to play yet. I imagine it's going to be a hero power pass.
Yeah, Outrider's Axe is a fantastic top deck, though. It's exactly what he needs to smooth out this mid-game. It's kind of the only thing he wants to do in this mid-game with very few minions of his own to develop.
It'd be helpful, though, that Bunnyhoppor does have access to double freebooter. The 4 health on those is actually pretty big when combating the problems of Outrider's Axe, right? Like, because it's like Bunny can play around Outriders because his whole deck is minions, so he has to play them. But getting 3/4s on the board instead of anything 3 or less is huge.
Really is. Ooh, Buckler, a gorgeous top deck for Floki. Now he's starting to reach that point I was talking about where maybe he can just stop swinging into minions too much. He might want to draw a couple more cards, but just going Buckler, Shield Shatter, plus the cutting class in the next 1 or 2 turns is really, really nice.
Yeah, the fact he has the cutting class is huge, right? It's just that extra card draw that you feel like you really need. I think a lot of games where this deck struggles are when you don't get hold of cutting class or a lot of good Outrider Axe targets. I'll go guard again. Nice 4 health minion. Going to force Floki to actually add something a little bit extra to the removal if he wants the card draw. But Floki could just Bladestorm and go face.
Very tempting, isn't it?
Clean Bladestorm, isn't it? But still, he could Bladestorm and still draw 2 cards with cutting class.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, right? Because you could, I like the look of the Bladestorm for sure. I'm just wondering if the hero power or the cutting class is better. It kind of says where his head is at in the matchup, because even now, like, hero powers are valuable just to claw yourself out of range of a couple of extra cannon shots, smite, maybe a few extra weapon charges. But I think he's actually got the right mindset here of just drawing more cards, pulling through his deck as quick as possible. Because already, even without any to the fronts in his hand, don't get it twisted, Raven, he's getting close to getting the combo, like a Galvangar in hand, and he's quite close, actually.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, the way I would view that cutting class is, well, he's drawing probably more removal, which helps, which reduces damage he's going to take. And also, there is that Viper in Bunnyhoppor's deck, so if his weapon's destroyed, currently, he only has Bulwark in hand. So then it's a bit more of a pain to try and get cutting class value when you only have Bulwark that you might not even want to play at that point. Hopper just going to boop him for 2.
Glory! I'm here for the
Yeah, quite right. Keep that quest ticking along. Get those cannons face next turn as well. Keep buffing all these minions with the swings of the weapon as, wow, Galvangar off the top. He's got every combo minion he needs, but just no combo spells, as he needs both copies of To the Front. And so at this point, even though I was talking prior about wanting to swing face with weapons, now you're swinging into minions. Now you're just drawing as aggressively as you humanly can.
You also will need to play this armor gain at some point, right? Because obviously Galvangar's not actually active right now. But just Buckler, Minefield, Hero Power, right? And just gain health.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it? I think I'm happy saving Frozen Buckler to go on the same turn as the Shield Shatter, just because mana isn't actually that tight for you. Despite having a full hand, the vast majority of these cards you don't want to play. So I don't think there's any real haste to play the Buckler.
I was more thinking of it of the other way, where what if you play the Buckler and then end up just playing Galvangar on board, on an empty board, potentially.
Ooh.
And then you just play it out and go.
I like where your head's at.
Because how does Bunnyhoppor deal 9 on empty board? And anything he does play, you still have double Faceless and a Battlegrounds Battlemaster, because you can still Faceless your opponent's minions, especially when you have Shield Slams to then remove the board. I wouldn't hate it.
No, it's a really good point you bring up. Like my instincts say that it's still slightly more likely you get there by just drawing To the Front. Both copies I think you would need at this point to get the lethal damage.
I think that's too greedy. 16 cards still left in the deck. Like,
yeah,
I think double To the Front is a long way away. But again, I will say, Derek, I am very biased by my opinions on this deck overall. I think too many combo cards. And here, there's 2 Faceless and a Battlegrounds, which are dead cards right now. The Galvangar's fine, because I think it's more flexible than people think. But there's still 2 more cards that need to be drawn, and he only has an Outrider Axe to draw cards, if things line up.
Okay, so we could be looking at To the Front, Shield Shatter, Buckler. We could be looking at Buckler swing into the minion, and then Shield Slam, I suppose, plus a Bulwark to round out the turn. I don't hate the idea of.
Yeah, I like that, actually. I like ending the turn on Bulwark. So Frozen Buckler, Shield Shatter clears the board. He's not going to take the card draw, which I think I would have liked to have seen. And then the Bulwark to end. I think I like that turn. Floki just going to be a little bit greedy.
Oh, expensive draws, eh? It's still just a little ways away from Rakara being playable. In which case...
Hero Rakara, bop him on the face.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's tempting. I don't know. The problem is that the hero power you get is okay. You know, being able to deal 2 damage face every turn, I guess that does start to stack up. But I think playing a pirate here, if he's on 0 out of 2, which I... Oh, no, sorry, he's on 1 out of 2. Okay, so as long as he plays a pirate this turn, he can play Rakara next turn. And so I guess just playing the Stonewall here, right? To just play Rakara next turn, the quest reward Rakara.
You ever worried, though, about Mutinous?
Good point.
Because what does Floki do if Bunny just plays his Rakara, his hero, right? Like I feel like there's not many answers based on how Floki's played this game so far. Because he'll want to use removal. If he plays this, he gains 10 armor, so to be comboed is very unlikely. And he gets to just push 2 every turn with the hero power, which he does look like he's going to be floating mana for a while. But I do think Bunnyhoppor will really want to just play Captain Rakara on the turn it's put in hand, just to remove any possible outcome of Mutinous stealing the game. Because I think Bunnyhoppor does need Captain Rakara this game.
Yeah, 100%. I thought he was on 0 out of 2, and that playing the Anchorman would set up a potential draw. But yeah, when you lay it out like that, I absolutely agree.
Because then he can either use the hero power to ping off Bulwark if it comes down, or because he has Smite, he can just sit and wait for a good pirate and a good weapon, and then Smite and win the game, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. Like Bloodsail Raider plus Mr. Smite is lethal every time, 100% of the time. It doesn't matter the situation, that just will kill your opponent.
Oh.
Oh, look at that. Wow, okay. Snake plus Hero Power, I guess. Just wait for Anchorman, coin Rakara next turn.
Snake, Hero Power, bop him on the face for 5. That looks really good to me. Because also as well, again, if you're planning on dropping Rakara next turn, he has to swing this turn or he'll just miss 5 damage for literally no reason. And he can go Anchorman, coin Rakara next turn, as you mentioned. So I really like just Hero Power face. Push 7, puts your opponent down to 10, and you have Smite. It might just be lethal next turn with Smite, Hero Power, swing number 2.
Very possibly could be, right?
Yeah, it's leave your options open. Or there's a world in which, like, you play Anchorman to bait out a potential Mutinous, and if Mutinous is played, then Smite just wins the game.
Right, I mean, that's the thinking, is that you can do that same thought, but play Mr. Smite this turn, right? Coin it out, and then if they play Mutinous, they're kind of just dying anyway, unless they have exactly Buckler plus Shield Shatter, which is really niche.
And even if the Mutinous gets played in some weird world and that saves the game, it's still a 50-50 on whether Rakara is actually grabbed, right? So, yeah, I think when our powers combine, Derek. Okay.
We're almost equal, one bunny.
5 health. And again, I feel like these games that I happen to watch reinforce my own stereotypes of this deck. But, like, double faceless, been in hand all game. Battle Master feels like it's been in hand all game. You know what I mean? I know this is not a true and really representing the deck, but it just feels like every time I see it, this is the kind of hand that it has.
No, for sure. I mean, this game has been, I don't know, particularly crunchy, right? Like, nothing's quite meshing together nicely, but I fully see your point. It's
it is one of those games,
it's a control deck with combo pieces, right? That's always a bit questionable in Hearthstone.
It's one of those games, though, as we do see Bunny take the victory there, as Floki just has nothing to do. But it's one of those games where I do wish, just for my own interest, we could rewind and just be like, what happens if you do try and rush Galvanger out? That just play it out, and the second it lives, you have Faceless, and it's like, what's going on? But no, uphill climb there for Floki. He did a great job of fighting back. Getting a win with the Druid and the Hunter, but it wasn't to be. Bunnyhoppor takes the victory overall and does move on to top 8 tomorrow. So congratulations to him. And again, rough time for both players, and it's kind of one of those rough situations where they hit each other because both Bunny and Floki were in dire need of points this week. Floki 1 point, now Bunnyhoppor a minimum of 2, and obviously Bunny clearly has the capabilities to take that a lot further. So maybe a recovery week for Bunnyhoppor, who knows? But definitely an interesting series to kick off this week.
Very interesting, and honestly, I think Bunnyhopper's in a very good spot. Like, his Pirate Warrior is quite clearly a bit of a weak point, as we saw there. It looked very, very flimsy against the Druid and the Hunter both. But his other 2 decks, I think, are very, very well positioned here. They're well built, they're well positioned in the metagame. As I said, this Demon Hunter can just destroy aggro, can destroy most combo decks as well, for that matter, with Glide being a very potent tool, as we've seen so many times. So I like Bunnyhopper's pick of the bucket that he went for in this trio format. And I like his odds with him and Viper moving forward through Group A. Like you say, Viper just a consistent couple of points each week so far, hoping to improve upon that. And Bunnyhoppor, with each win, he's just clawing his way out of the danger zone there and potentially managing to scrape through into playoffs.
Yeah, a really great start to the day, honestly. The Group A results, as you can see, Viper and Bunny looking good, but we've got plenty more to come up as well. Let me just triple check. Yeah, we do have SuperFake versus J4U coming up next. And again, a mixed bag, right? We've got Paladin, Demon Hunter, Warrior going up against Warrior, Priest, Shaman. So 2 different buckets clashing. But I do believe that means you are going to be done for the day, Derek. Thanks a lot for jumping on very last minute. Jumping on to assist for match number 1. So I appreciate it. Now go and take a break, put your feet up, and watch some more Europe, maybe. Welcome back, everyone, to the European Hearthstone Grandmasters. We are ready to dive into our second match of the day, and joining me for this one, very kindly covering Subtle, is Lorinda. Mate, I know you're a bit earlier today than normal, but how's it going?
It's going good, actually, apart from all the obvious other things going on. Been a really exciting day's action so far. I think Trios seems to be working out better than I expected. I've got to admit, I'm always sceptical, Raven, you know that. But it's looking like it's working out to create some quite interesting matches so far.
It is, yeah. I was really interested to see if any of the players kind of did a SuperFake and fled from last week and try and go really out there if they had a strong read. But very interesting that all of the regions seem to be slightly favoring different buckets of classes, which is something I didn't really see coming, right? I think that was really strange.
Yeah.
You will know, of course, because you've looked in depth at the amount of buckets per each region, and it's just took me off guard, honestly. I was like kind of interested that certain regions are favoring like the Demon Hunter build, like Europe, for example, but in Asia Pacific it seemed almost non-existent.
Yeah, really interesting, because I mean, we didn't have time to go through all the buckets like the players did as such, but I just assumed that one of the buckets would be concluded as the best, one of them would be concluded as the counter to the best, and the other three would be garbage or something like that.
Right.
But that hasn't really happened. The Mage Priest Warrior bucket didn't get much of a look, but I think it's probably done okay. So yeah, it's interesting how it's turned out, especially with Warrior being in 4 of those buckets, making it almost obligatory to play it. So that did set up those counter ideas that people did go with that Mage Priest Rogue. I think 9 over the 3 regions took that up. So people have given it a look, and that I think was concluded to be like the safest bucket by some people, and it's turned out not necessarily to be that way.
Yeah, and just look at this matchup as well with SuperFake and J4. It's kind of the opposite of the matchup we just had, where both Bunny and Floki, unfortunately for them, needed points this week, and, well, the way it works is only one of them can win. Bunnyhoppor just took the victory, of course. But here, SuperFake, obviously second place last week, losing to Xblyzes in the final with his awesome lineup. So he got 4 points last week, must be feeling great going into this week. And his opponent, J4, gained 2 points. Hang on, let me check. Yeah, 2 points last week, which, again, doesn't sound as impressive as 4, but it's a decent start that he can happily build on. But just take a look at SuperFake here. I was slightly disappointed we didn't get any more crazy lineups from him this week, but maybe Lorinda is saving it for last hero standing next week.
Yeah, and I think that might be something he's learned possibly from Fled's experiences last season, which was Fled came out of the gates just building crazy lineup after crazy lineup. And after a while, he realized, hang on, there's not always a crazy lineup. If I can't find one, don't force it. It took him a few weeks to realize that. But I think that might be some value experience passed on by Fled there. If there isn't a crazy lineup, if there isn't a lineup you can find that is beating things, just play good decks instead, and that's fine for the week. Yeah, you sort of, oh no, I have to play the normal decks, but they're still good decks. Just don't force it. Just do it when it's there. And I think he's taken that on board, and this week he's just turned up with some good decks.
Yeah, and honestly, in Grandmasters, the fact that the players have to compete in Conquest, now Trio, and Last Hero Standing, being rigid is a bad thing, right? You can't just be like, well, I only want to play this thing, so that's all I'm going to play. That might punish you in 2 of the 3 weeks, which is a big problem. Let's take a quick focus on the deck list, of course. It is Quest Warrior. We would expect, I will give you guys heads up now, we'll be seeing a lot of Quest Warrior this weekend. Get used to it, because it is mainly the go-to warrior deck this week at least, but overall Lorinda looking very standard, even honestly with the way the meta is and the expectation of opponents' picks. The double rust drop Viper I don't even hate in Quest Warrior, even though it looks a little bit odd.
Yeah, if you know that everyone's going to be playing weapons this week, the Mutinous is pretty standard now as well, especially after Frozen last week in America's just mutinous his way to victory against everybody. Very good protection mechanisms. You've got so many pirates, so much good stuff going on. You can afford 2 or 3 slots to be, let's call them tech cards. But like you say, double Viper, yeah, it's a tech card, but you can tradable it. Mutinous, yeah, it gives you some top end anyway on your deck that's hitting people just for that final finisher, and of course to blow up some combos. Quick look at J for you. Just the bottom stat there is something I picked up on. He struggled in GM to start with. I don't think it was fluctuations. You'll know better than me, because obviously this is your region. Yeah, this is the sensible region. But 8 and 5 records since that start. I think he's settled in nicely in Grandmasters for what I've seen.
100%, and I just think that honestly, from what I can just instantly recall, some of the matches that he did lose, it's not like he got destroyed, right? It's not like he was completely out of the comfort zone at all. Like he did well, he just didn't get the wins under his belt, which are very difficult to do in EU when we have like players like Gabby and XBlyzes just stomping last year and so on. Like it's hard to really stack up those wins, but he's going to be kicking this off on Burn Shaman, and again, I'm kind of with you on this. I don't know if you said it before we went live, actually. I can't remember now, but you like the fact that you could see some Shaman here. And I liked it because I thought the Shaman bucket was good. Because just looking at this, I think the players, it hurts me to say this, but the players who have gone Control Priest, I think was a great idea. Because I think what J4 has done is looked at all the buckets, thought about, okay, these are going to be popular, let's say Paladin, Warrior, Demon Hunter, like we see, and some of the more minion-focused aggro lineups that you can expect to be the outcome of these choices. And then suddenly you look, and J4 has, he has Shadow Priest, which is aggro, but he has Burn Shaman, which is an aggressive deck, but also feels like a hard counter to board-based aggro decks themselves because of Snowfall Guardian stuff. And then he's actually gone Control Warrior, which against a lot, not all, but a lot of the aggro decks, is also a very powerful deck in itself, and something that maybe a lot of players weren't expecting. So I actually really like J4's lineup going into this week.
Yeah, it's cool, right? It's no ban makes my brain hurt, because after many years of sort of ban formats, you go back to a no ban. It's like, hang on, my decks all have to win, and against all of their decks, I don't have a bailout. So he's gone for some versatility, probably expecting a bit of Druid, but hedging against if he's got it wrong, because it was only in one. I like this lineup too, and I am just a fan of this deck. Also a fan of the Primordial Dungeoneer. My favourite build has one, with only the one Wind Chill. He's gone full 0 Wind Chill double Dungeoneer, which is going to be interesting to see how that works out. The downside with playing no Wind Chill is you are relying on your minion to generate you Wind Chills, otherwise maybe your card draw gets a little bit sort of ruined, but nobody can quite decide on those two slots, I don't think.
Yeah, and the scary thing here, if I was SuperFake, there are so many ways this matchup can go wrong. That is one of them. The Bloom into Wildpaw is insane. Like, how does Warrior fight back? Like, and you can see it from SuperFake's response. And this is something I'm glad you're here for, Lorinda. You get to live cast SuperFake on camera, which is just perfect. But this is already an uphill climb. Then there's Snowfall Guardian, but also there's the element of this Shaman, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, can actually just push board decks off board easily, even without Snowfall, and then just overwhelm that way, right? Because they have enough. Well, the burn part of Burn Shaman can also easily be used as removal and tempo tools.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's actually what makes the deck, my favourite deck at the moment. A lot of people will be like, "Oh no, Lorinda's playing the dull deck that is really easy and boring." But there's so many things you have to factor in regarding how to use your removal. It's so tempting to just hold on to everything and just go for the combo. But quite often, like you say, just use that removal, as he's considering now. Do I want to coin Frostbite on this 2/3? Slow my opponent down a bit.
And honestly, the more I look at it, the more I like it, because then he can freeze face. SuperFake's one pirate away from drawing a weapon. So, for example, if Cannoneer or Freeboot is played and the weapon goes on top, like, that's a problem. If J4 just freezes face and kills off one minion, these two stags are, like, super safe on board, right?
Absolutely.
The cargo. That's what I was going to say. I nearly forgot. But yeah, look how good this would have been. Cannoneer plus weapon this turn. Whoa.
Yeah, it would have been a lot, wouldn't it? But the great thing with the Shaman here as well, even if it loses the board now, and if you just played it out with no other win condition, the Shaman does eventually lose the board unless it does get to play the Snowfalls. Even then, as long as you've done some damage, you just get to
and probably burn, right?
Burn them in the face, right? So the Pirates has got the better board set up, but it needs to. It's all minions, of course it is going to be like that.
Yeah, and even the follow-up now. This is just looking like so difficult for SuperFake to fight back. He does get a playable pirate now to drop down as well, but it's just the fact that we can see Sleepbreaker, now there's studies. He can, even at this point, he can just trade the Rust Rot if he wants to, right? Because who needs weapon destruction if you just freeze face every turn?
Yeah, I wonder if he'll just go for the multicaster to set up studies into McCorn next turn, because multicast is the biggest thing he has in hand. It's more tempting to go Sleepbreaker, freeze something, studies. That's probably more efficient, but it all depends how he feels getting something big on the board would work for him. And he's going to go for the more sensible looking option.
Yeah, and then he can just Sleepbreaker, freeze the 3/4, trade into the 2/1 with one and go face with the other. Leave the Cargo Guard, because who cares? If the Cargo Guard goes into the Sleepbreaker for a trade, great, easier to kill next turn.
Yeah, you do care a little bit because assuming you are going to lose the board, you kind of have limited damage, but he's so far ahead, I think your point is correct, yeah.
Another Wild Paw as well.
Because that armor does add up and it does get annoying, and he will lose board eventually, but even so.
You think?
I mean, in the very, very long run, not now, not for 3 or 4 turns, he probably wins the game before he loses board. But let's say both sides had 70 health, he would lose the board.
Right. It's so big. Another weapon equipped that, of course, does nothing.
But both sides don't have 70 health. Another Wild Paw, so tempting. Doesn't need more cards yet, so maybe he will set up the second Wild Paw. 2 5's a really annoying shape, though. Look at this.
It is. It would need like double trade, another trade, hit to the face to freeze, leaves a 3/4 up. But again, he's still so far ahead, even if he just plays Wild Paw. And I know spell damage is valuable in this deck for the burn side, but I wouldn't even hate the Thalnos, right? Just cycle it.
Sorry, got my first my first experience of SuperFake being upset.
Right.
And yeah, this is looking really good for Jay now.
Just doing what he can. He is going to get some cannons fire now, so that is something. If he can maybe kill off a stag, it helps. Okay. Well, the Thanos was pretty sick.
Yeah, quite a lot going on again. Got to try and protect that freeze if the hero ever gets unfrozen. As you can see, Jay's starting to lose the board. Not really, but you see where it's going over time because of the quest, right?
Yeah, I think A4 just one Serpent Shrine away, honestly, from really sealing the deal.
Yeah.
He's like one tempo or removal tool.
Time to get some cards. Also, he can just get Snowfall Guardian, which the warrior finds really, really hard to deal with because it kills them. That might sound weird, but normally the Snowfall is just a distraction while you kill them with something else. But against the warrior, the Snowfall itself is actually the problem.
Yeah, what do you think? Just Primordial and then Bolt? The 3/3?
This Landslide's looking tastier than Landslide normally does. Primordial Bolt also good.
Yeah, the problem is there's no overload and no spell damage available with Landslide, right? So I think the Landslide gets kept with Zapper and Overdraft next turn.
Yeah, he just clears everything next turn with the Zapper. Good point, and then he just wins on board.
Oh, wait. He didn't bolt. I guess the Cannon doesn't matter because he can't swing the weapon. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing SuperFake can do. Even if he plays Smite, which you wouldn't argue with him for, right? Just play something that can actively trade. Then Smite makes one trade, is frozen on board, and dies to any spell next turn. And there's still another stag in this Wild Paw Cavern that J4 has equipped right now. It's just endless. And when I said, right at the beginning of the game, the problem with this matchup is there's so many ways Shaman can just stop the warrior playing the game.
Yes.
We've seen one way, which is early Wild Paw into Wild Paw, which is huge. There's not even been a Snowfall Guardian played yet. You know, and there's still the Pirate chilling, whether J4 wants to use that for card draw or Snowfall fodder.
Yeah, and you're damned if you do, damned if you don't here. There's this temptation to just go face here and pray, but that never gets you anywhere. So yeah, he's making sure that it stays unfrozen. And
Oh, and there's Serpent Shrine. Yeah, the benefit of this, to be fair, is when Rakara's on board and the Juggernauts hit the board, things can happen, right? You're shooting cannons every turn, you're summoning minions every turn, you're gaining weapons that potentially have cleave or bulwark that can buy you time and so on. So there's things can happen, but SuperFake definitely needs a lot of help.
Yeah, because of this board clear that he set up last turn, he wins next turn like all the time.
Yeah.
Because Rikara can't kill all of this nonsense. There's, without being attacked with your face as well, the warrior's just so doomed here.
Yeah, with the weapons basically being nullified all game, there's just nothing SuperFake can do. SuperFake's had 2 Cannoneers relatively early in the game, which normally would be huge and arguably game-winning to go along with weapons. They've done, they're 3-3s this game. That's it. 3-mana 3 paths.
And that's down to what you said, what Jay also recognised, obviously, like, who cares about the cargo guard if you're going to win on board? And that's what he did. Made sure to keep the face frozen because there's so much synergy there. You can see there, if SuperFake had had maybe 2 turns of attacks with his face, activate some Cannoneers, all sorts of things might have gone wrong. Didn't happen, he just got it sorted, won nice and steadily, 1-0 to Jay.
Yeah, really big, nice, sort of clean victory there for J4, which means he has Priest and his Control Warrior left. I do think this is going to come down to Control Warrior. I think Shadow Priest is strong enough to grab wins, although I suppose on the flip side of that, it's got Pirate Warrior, which can be tricky because they have enough early minions to contest. And then there is the Demon Hunter, and Libram Paladin, so you know maybe I'm giving Priest a bit too much praise here of the Shadow variety anyway.
The Shadow Priest feels like it's very much draw dependent more than it used to. I think it used to be just really powerful, all the cards did things, but now if you don't get the right starts against the right decks, I do feel it just feels weaker. It's the same list that it's been for months pretty much, but it just feels that little bit weaker. I know you've played a lot of it in the olden days of last season.
Yeah, well, I think one of the big drawbacks in this series is SuperFake hasn't gone for Druid he hasn't gone for the Druid bucket, which means that Priest naturally loses a lot of game, because if you run into 100 Druids all the time on ladder, just play Priest and you'll win. It's fine. But anything else, yeah, there are good matchups and bad matchups, but really you want to just snipe those Druids. So we'll see how it pans out. J4 is going to jump over to his Control Warrior though, and interesting choices as well, running double Coerce for actual like direct spot removal, which I actually just don't really hate, because I do think it's one of the things that the deck's missing, and I believe I think it was in the interview with Frozen on America's last week, was the inclusion of Mutinous in Warrior. I think it's something that did feel like it was missing against some of the matchups, just to be able to try and deny key game-winning pieces from your opponent, whereas, you know, instead of fully relying on just Kaz treasures to really bail you out.
Yep. Keeping the Mutinous. Even here. Just trying to eat the Rikara, I assume. Or at least, you know, make it so that SuperFake has to be aware of that possibility.
Yeah.
Because if you eat the Rikara, things go pretty badly for the opponent. That's all of their value gone.
Yeah, and also with Pirate Warrior, sometimes it's really difficult to actually get the whole Rikara in the same turn it's activated down, because sometimes, or by that point in the game, you've probably got higher costed pirates in hand, which means you've got to either wait or run the risk of Mutinous.
Yeah, and I mean, we see it with Demon Hunter all the time. You just can't always wait. Sometimes you just have to put it in your hand and hope it's not there. And this may end up being, depending how the start goes, he's just going to hit it. Bam!
I kind of like this, honestly.
Yeah.
The Pirate Warrior, especially late game, plays so many just little minions. And also, once Rakara's been played, the ship is shooting cannons as well as summoning stuff and giving weapons. That the Bulwark potentially just doesn't get tons of value anyway. Also, as well, the SuperFake is running double Rust Drop Viper in his Pirate Warrior. So use the weapons while you can, right? That still saved him some damage and protected him a little bit.
And I think it's more damage than people tend to realise, because that 2-1 probably just never gets removed for the whole game if it's not removed there, because you're busy dealing with other things. It might hit face 4 times while you're picking on other stuff, unless you get a brawl or something later. But that's turn 5. That thing's just going to hit you 3 or 4 times. So I really like that's a lot of damage removed, even though it looks kind of weird. What? So that, to me, the pointing at the face there makes me wonder if he's going to Blade Storm and then re-equip the Outrider's Axe next turn. But he has sort of backed off it a bit now.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go. Yeah, he's just going to go face, go Outrider's Axe now, preload it. Reasonable again, running the risk of the Viper, but if you're scared of Viper all the time, are you just never going to play weapons? It just doesn't matter.
Yep, just got to hope everything works out.
Also, as well, I kind of like this even more because if Viper comes down, one, it's potentially off curve for SuperFake. It's not Pirate, and also it's a perfect Blade Storm next turn for J4 to kill them both.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking, sorry, at SuperFake's decision here. Keeping this coin would mean he got first Mutinous. He's really tempted to use it and just get something bigger on the board. But if he keeps the coin...
It's really scary, though, isn't it? Because although it can be super impactful, this deck from J4 doesn't run that many minions. The big hits are Mutinous and Kaz.
Right.
Then there's 2 Rust Drop Vipers and a Barov. And if you hit any of those, you're probably very disappointed because that hitting any of those does not make up for the fact that you could have hit a Mutinous or a Kaz.
Yeah, and he's just going for maximum attack. I think he's a bit easier to read than other players, right? Because of how he expresses himself. Like, what's the card my opponent kept? Why hasn't it been played? What's going on? But it could be so many things that you just can't.
I mean, honestly, it could just be a brawl, right? Like, I'd probably look at keeping a brawl in this matchup. Because, again, you can't rely on good card drawing Control Warrior, and that's why the deck isn't the best deck in the game, I think. Because sometimes you lose a game and you're on 16, 15 cards in your deck, right? And that's like one of the biggest problems. There's no way really for it to chew to Kaz either. So you have to just survive eventually until Kaz is there. So yeah, I do like this play here overall. Just J4 really valuing the card draw.
Do you prefer this to the Charge Warrior? I heard you talking to Derek that you don't like the Charge Warrior.
I hate the Charge
You do like this, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I like this way more because it's a much more straightforward plan and you don't run like 6 cards in your deck that do nothing, right?
I do agree. I mean, I'd argue they don't do nothing, but yeah, I do agree that this allows you to free up some slots for a little bit of extra remove or a little bit of extra
I'd say at least
in there.
4 of the cards do nothing then.
Yes.
The 2 to the fronts and the 2 faceless in this meta at least do very little.
Yeah, and it just allows you I know that the combo, and Derek described it really well, the combo isn't just an amazing 6-card combo you have to use. You can just win with 1 or 2 of the cards in it sometimes. But Kazakazan's a 1-card combo.
Yeah.
It doesn't always win like the other one does. I understand, I admit it, but it is just a 1-card win condition. So I
think I'd even prefer just playing Galvanga in this list just as a card. Right? Because you gain enough armor and just have it as a 9/9 charge. Like, that's just a good card.
Would, of course, mess with your Kazakazan. Well, I'm going to say that a lot of different ways today.
Yeah. Bear in mind, though, especially with the way J4's gone, tons of stuff mess with his Kaz, right? He has 2 Vipers, he has Barov, and a Mutinous.
Yes, that's fair. I think it's something that Frozen pointed out as well. Oh, that health total's getting ticked down. There's a Mr. Smite still in hand on the other side. Be a little bit careful, Jay. But like all control warriors or all good ones, just pushing his health total, not panicking. keeping the buckler back for when he needs it, all that good stuff.
Yeah, he has Buckler, Double Shield Slam, he has Coerce, he has Lord Barov, Blade Storm as well. He can clear any board he wants. I think the part where the game only really gets scary for J4 is when Captain Rukara's been played, because then you don't know if you're getting Gorehowl smited or if you're getting like tickled for 2 damage, right? Like you just don't know the outcome every turn, so you have to be prepared for it. And especially something that we saw a lot when we were practicing actually was the longer SuperFake can hold smite, the better, because that's an added extra constant threat once Captain Rukara's on board.
The shield shatter Raven off the top. SuperFake, by the way, setting up lethal on this turn, planned it a couple of turns ago because now Mutinous is a dead card for now for J4. But he's got much easier things to do now. He's picked up that shield shatter.
Yep, now's the time to Buckler. I think whipping in a hero power as well is probably going to be a good thing for J4 this turn, as he has been pressured quite a lot, like all the way down to 7 is pretty rough.
Yeah, he's just... Ooh, what? Hey, put that down.
What now?
Probably working out if, like, there's any other way to do this.
Like, he can get away with a Blade Storm and a trade and not use the shatter.
Yeah, he can, like, Blade Storm trade, but still Buckler.
Yeah. And then he still gets the hero power as well, so he does get 2 extra armor in the long run. With double shield shatter in hand.
I think that is better, actually.
Double shield slam in hand.
You go shatter, okay. I just feel like shatter like kills more things in general than Blade Storm. Especially in Barret Warrior, when so many of the pirates are so varied in health totals, right? It goes from like, what, 1 to 6 or 7, depending?
I think what happened there is the way he was hovering over his cards, munch, missed, is... He really wanted to make the Blade Storm play, but when it came to only having a few seconds left, he just defaulted to the one that obviously isn't terrible.
Yeah, he just made a good play.
Yeah, which is always how you should play if you're not quite sure where you stand. If you can't prove the other line is better, I think.
Yeah, this is nice as well. And just go heavy plate shield slam here.
I mean, he really wants to just play Shield Slam Mutinous, but he hasn't got enough armor to do it. It's a little bit irritating. So heavy plate Shield Slam fits in a hero power.
The good thing is, though, if he plays heavy plate and just Blade Storms this away, or Shield Slams it, whatever, I'd suggest Blade Storm, I think, then he almost certainly gets great Shield Slams next turn, right?
Oh, now he might Shield Slam to preserve armor instead of Blade Storm, but no. I say that because of Mr. Smite, not because of anything else.
Yeah. I was really surprised he traded that. I wonder what exactly he was looking for that was better than just gain 8.
Gotta get through me.
Perhaps he feels that he's very close to just... I don't know, actually. Interesting.
He'll still have decent shield slams now with hero power if he wants them. Gets heavy plate back anyway.
But SuperFake did manage to organize his game so that he did get Rukara down. There's going to be this ongoing, irritating stuff on the other side of the board for the whole game now. So J4 is going to have to try and actually press and win the game rather than not lose the game, which is the original start, right?
Yeah. So rough that as well, because he didn't put heavy plate last turn, he was only on 6 armor, which was never going to be enough to kill a Rukara that you had to have expected.
Right.
Whereas if he'd done the play, he would have had Mutinous Shield Slam this turn, which is actually more of a tempo play, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's plenty.
That's an absolute ton of damage there. And that's what I mean, right? The longer you can hold on to Smite, the better, because those turns just happen sometimes. The cannon's constantly shooting every turn, the weapons being equipped. Yeah, Rukara's an absolute beast. And I guess that's one of the reasons why the matchup looks so good for Pirate Warrior, right? We've seen the way that game played out. J4 didn't have a terrible hand. He had decent card draw, decent removal, yet he still just ended up on 7 health and then just died, right? Like, it's a really scary problem, especially when Smite is still lurking in the background there. So, good win there for SuperFake. Is going to even this series up. And I believe means he has this Paladin and Demon Hunter still left versus J4's Control Warrior and Shadow Priest. So a very much mixed bag of classes for these players right now. With SuperFake, I think Lorinda queuing up his Libram Paladin up against this Control Warrior of J4.
Libram Paladin. Ah, how I've not missed you.
It's not your favorite deck, is it?
It's not my favorite deck to watch in particular. I just feel... It always feels a little bit, even though it's got loads of interesting matchups and stuff going on, it always feels just a little bit, really? Libram Paladin? Decent matchup for the Control Warrior, though. Not an amazing matchup or anything, but you know, you tend to favour the Control Warrior. But the Paladin just keeps coming at you over and over again. You better use your resource as well as the Warrior, otherwise the Paladin will find a way to sneak the win.
Yeah, it's definitely one where the big AoEs are going to come in clutch, because often Warrior excels at dealing with singular minions. And yes, of course, Brawl is a card, but Brawls do feel limited when you play against Paladin, right? Because one, they have decent death rattle opportunities, but also just the fact that they run so many big minions that they often don't have to go wider than 2 minions for it to be a real problem. So trying to actually get good Brawls can be pretty tough, honestly.
Yeah, and it's something I've described with TJ a few times with Paladin, especially against control-y decks. It's so, when do you start using your removal? If you don't use it early enough, obviously you start taking too much damage. But every time you kill a board, the next board is bigger from the Paladin. It doesn't get nicer as it goes along. It gets harder to go along. It curves quite dramatically into some big things later on. And so you've really got to limit your removal early on if you think you can get away with it. And obviously, if you can't get away with it, you've got to adjust and just take a chance. And I think in these situations, the combo helps you because you actually have a way sort of to clear a board and just win the game. And finding time to play your Kazakhstan is just going to be irritating for the control deck.
Yeah, it is. I think this will be a tough one, but I do think it's one where J4 will need Kazakhstan to actually win the game. I don't think he's got enough to actually push Paladin out, especially with the likes of Cariel, the Liadrin. Of course, Mutinous always has something to say about these outcomes, right? If J4 just eats a Lady Liadrin, then that is such a huge dent in SuperFake's late game that it can change things. But until it happens, it's kind of hard to just say, well, that normally happens, because it simply just doesn't, right? The Mutinous doesn't, on average, eat a key piece from Paladin.
At least at this level of play. On ladder, it might. What we found with Frozen last week, playing all those Mutinuses in like mostly all of his decks, is it comes down to a lot of 50-50s. Of course, the person you're against is making sure there's at least one other minion in hand at all times if there's a Mutinous danger. And they can't really hold 2 or 3 minions because then they're just overplaying around it, right? You can't keep all your stuff in your hand if you're trying to beat somebody before they armor out of sight or get their Kazakhstan down, because you just let them win. So quite often comes down to a 50-50 just because that's the best way for both players to navigate the matchups.
Minefield looks pretty nice here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does. How do you like just taking 2? Because we've got Barov in hand for later, so Minefield Barov can be kept back.
True, but I always feel like you can always proc Barov. So why take the damage now? You know, like, why not just use it now? Get rid of this Divine Shield, get rid of this relatively high health minion. I can get a bit behind holding off, but I think for me, I'd play much more like just, it's there, remove it, get it gone. Because it's not like Minefield like clears loads of other minions in Paladin, right?
Oh, with Barov it can do, though. It can be a nice little combo. But it might go back to what I said at the start, which is you can't remove everything if you don't choose your moments to let something hit you. And he went that way. I wouldn't have been against the Minefield either. I'm not saying, hey, look at me, best control warrior player ever. Definitely don't Minefield there. I'm definitely not going with that just because he didn't. But Now he gets a chance to blow up some buffs as well.
Yeah, I think something that's really important versus Paladin is to break up their curve if you can. Like, you don't want them to play a 1-drop on 1 and then buff it, or play more minions on 2 and then have them stick on the board for them to buff, and then because it lets them use their cards, you know what I mean? Whereas even if they're not buffing strong minions or game-winning minions, the fact that they're like actively using their cards every turn is bad, because Paladin really falls over when their draw isn't smooth. Obviously, we can see a very good draw from SuperFake at the moment, with a Truthseeker coinable if SuperFake wants, along with that double Devout Pupil. So the hand is good. It's just, if you don't let Paladin smooth out their curve every turn, then they get in really big trouble, because they end up like hero power passing and stuff, which is massively bad for them.
Yeah, and I haven't checked the matchups yet because of various issues, but I believe today there's a good likelihood there was a lot of Paladin in the Americas region, and we're going to see that exemplified there, where we're going to have Paladin versus Paladin, and some of those games are going to be like, oh, I didn't draw my 2-drop, oops.
Yep.
That's going to be a thing that happens.
Is this Barov minefield now?
It feels like
if this isn't, I don't know what is, Lorinda. There's 10 damage on board.
Yeah.
And again, for those divine shields are huge, because otherwise you could even argue to just buckler and shield shatter, right? And just, if you really wanted to, let a 5/1 live.
Yeah, does it this way around to rip out the shields, willing to take some more damage, but no, he's not. he's a bit clear.
Yep, this is just doing it without Barov, which is fine as well, because Barov Rancor is a really powerful combo. As long as the Divine Shields aren't being pesky, you can actually gain so much more armor with that.
Yep. This is an awkward turn coming up for J4, because everything adds up to 7. Rancor Barov, 7. Bukhara, 7. Mutinous, guess what? 7.
Remember when I said, like, there can be 2 awkward Paladin minions on the ball, on the board where Brawl just sucks? Here we are.
It's only 6 damage. Make him put something else down. Remember the old days, Raven, when we used to cast Control Warrior all the time? The magic number was always 3, wasn't it? You wait for 3 minions, then you brawl. That was the caster, one of the many caster fallbacks when we didn't know what we were talking about. I'm going to talk about that now. 3, magic number, brawl.
Say 3 and you're done.
Yeah, just 3.
Yep.
Which is going to happen if SuperFake plays another minion here. Does have the opportunity to play 2 more, but that's a bit...
Yeah, I think just dropping Aldor Truthseeker is fine. Reduces down the Libram of Hopes, or all the Libram, should I say. He saves coin for Variant, which is going to be his refill. And he doesn't play Libram of Hope into this board, because then I feel like you're playing way more into Brawl if you drop a Libram of Hope versus if you just play Truthseeker. Because Truthseeker's it's a good minion, but it's mainly there for its effect, right?
Yes. I mean, I don't know if you still keep it in the opener, probably not these days, but there was definitely times in Libram where you just kept it in your opening hand for the effect. It's all purpose as well, isn't it? It just shuts down a lot of aggro decks if they're relying on things that are too small.
If the board's cleared, you coin out Varian, which then thins the deck to help you get to Carriol and Lady Liadrin and such. SuperFake is going to commit the Libram of Hope, though, and basically saying, yep, J4, you have to do something big.
Yeah, big commitment, because he might want the effect on that later, but he's got an 8/8. It gives him 1.5 good Brawl wins, I would say. Like, you don't mind the 4/6, 8/8 obviously is great.
Those are so big that this is on 7 mana for J4 and not 8, because he can't Brawl Coerce.
And now J4 has the, once again, not able to commit a Mutinous because his opponent said, okay, well, you commit Mutinous here, I am going to hit you for 1 million. Oh.
Job's done.
Big. Gets the walk of Azeroth as well.
That's quite a big deal against Paladin, because they often end up being pretty tall. So...
Oh, this has to be a slam. I know I said about Coin Varian, but this has to be just a slam Mutinous, right?
I thought so.
Okay.
But we can see the hand, and Warrior might not have a minion in hand, and then you played a really bad minion. I guess. It's great to see. I mean, SuperFake is under so much pressure. They all are, with only 3 weeks of this. And he just doesn't seem to... It doesn't affect how much he enjoys playing. It's great to see.
Yeah, SuperFake's constantly living in the moment. That's why.
It's great. And I imagine that if he's still working with Fled, which I assume he is, that's a pretty good influence on Fled as well.
Mutinous point is tricky, isn't it? Because although you could say, oh, well, J4 doesn't play many minions, so you'd wait. Because he doesn't play many minions, as soon as he draws one, it probably gets played, right?
That's a good point,
like,
yeah.
what are you waiting for? Like, if I guess there's cards that would stick around would be Barov, would be the Viper, for example. But outside of that, I think there are a few circumstances where J4 wouldn't play a Mutinous, where he wouldn't play Kaz if, obviously, its effect went off. So it's just pretty interesting to see if and when these Mutinous from both players, honestly, will come down.
Again, I think I'm interpreting this correctly, but I think SuperFake there was thinking the same as us. I think he was counting the number of minions on his fingers there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's this many minions in the deck. Okay, well, chance of him having one. I think he's going for that exact same reasoning you just went through, honestly. Very easy to say that when I don't have to actually answer to it. And SuperFake will be on Twitter later saying, no, he's counting how much sugar he wanted in his tea or something. But that's how it felt. Oh, maybe he was counting Librams.
Yeah, he's going to play Liadrin, and I kind of like this again, although we're speaking about Mutinous a lot. The whole, well... Oh, did he miss damage there? Oops.
Yeah.
The idea that, well, yes, he doesn't get max value from Liadrin, but if Liadrin's gobbled up, he gets no value from Liadrin, so he's gained just +1 Libram of Hope and the 2 Librams, right? So not too bad.
Choices again for Jay. He can do the clear. Or he can just drop Mutinous and take a beating while he's got the Bulwark up.
Yeah, still gets an armor up as well if he plays Mutinous, so still a little bit extra. Looks like he's going to go for it. It's going to be Mutinous high 5.
Munch!
Room.
Oh, sad fish. Obviously didn't watch enough Frozen. The player. Right, SuperFake's starting to get the upper hand, right? Look at that hand size, Raven. Like, he can afford to be cleared off twice with Brawls and Barovs and stuff.
Yeah, I think at least now he can just commit Carriol, because Carriol just helps his board anyway. Maybe he can just start off with Hand of a Doll on the horse and trade it in. If he can just trade the Mutinous with Carriol instead, he gets to actually hit for 5 this turn.
Oh, see, this is where, again, we've got sort of a little bit of cast division.
Counter fish.
Yeah. Eat your Kazakus is definitely a chance. Using the Barov's huge anyway.
Yeah, I think, honestly, anything but a Viper this game. And you could argue even a Viper because of the immovable object, right, from Carriol if he gets there. I think any bite is good. Obviously, you want Kaz, or you want their Mutinous before they play it. But in general, yeah, Barov's gone. It means you've seen a Brawl, you've seen a Barov now. You've seen a lot of AoE. They're going to run out of ways to actually cleanly kill weird-sized boards like this one.
And that is the other thing he's done well that we haven't commented on. Constantly just played around Bladestorm. It looks like it's very natural, and it may have been. I haven't been keeping too much of an eye on it, but he's never been in a position where Bladestorm does anything, really.
Right.
Oh, this is so difficult to deal with, this board. That's away.
That'll do.
Time to see SuperFake getting into the prey position.
Does have Bladestorm to follow up as well if he's terrified of the minion that's left.
Called it. Easiest call ever. Oh, and it wins
Is
again.
immortal.
Oh, he doesn't want it to be immortal.
Guess this is going to be a hero power here for J4. Don't want a Bladestorm, just a 3-3 when there's better options. Although weirdly enough, the fact that 3-3 lives, then the Bladestorm will always be kind of Bladestorm in the 3-3. Truthseeker, Libram of Hope, right? Again, oddly shaped boards. Now you've seen double brawl. You've seen a coerce. There's things. The actual removal for these boards is slowly slipping away here for J4.
Yeah, SuperFake doesn't need to stick a lot, does he? If an 8-8 sticks around for 2 turns at any point from now to the end of the game, he just wins.
I mean, like an 8-8 and a 4-6 with this 3-3 on board as well. Like, that's enough damage to threaten lethals, but also it's not loads of resources. As long as he never plays double Libram of Hope, I think that's fine.
Must move quickly.
I don't know if this 1-3 was needed. I guess, again, he's seen Brawl, so it just doesn't matter. Barov Rancor isn't a thing anymore because Barov's been eaten. I guess he almost could just ignore any AoE at this point, as long as he doesn't die to a Bladestorm.
And he constantly needs to say, you cannot play Kazakhstan, because that would change the game. So he needs to constantly put, not necessarily lethal on board, but enough on board that it's terrifying if you want to spend 8 mana doing anything other than killing minions.
Funnily enough, this is lethal on board without hero power, right?
Yes. Not now, but it was.
Yeah. Minefield doesn't do much. Buckler, helps him stay alive.
The 1-3, by the way, just ruins that Bladestorm. I'm not sure if you mentioned that. I was slightly distracted.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So again,
yeah, the 1-3, the more I look at it, especially with all the removal gone, just makes sense.
Very nice. And this 10 armor's not going to last long. Just getting munched through. Oh, snake.
But you've just hit the 8-6 there? Isn't it more of a problem if this Libram of Hope gets healed by Libram of Hope? Takes the same amount of damage. He pushes more damage because he swings into an 8 attack, not a 4 attack. And the Truthseeker can only go up to 6, which is killable with the next swing and hero power. Whereas the Libram minion is not killable with a swing and hero power, right?
Yeah, I think with so many buffs available, maybe he wasn't just worried about the heal. Maybe there's other things on his mind there, but yeah, that's fair. Dear. And I don't see a way out this time. There might be one, but I can't think what it would be.
Oh, the Divine Shield hurts as well. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Maybe he puts the Divine Shield elsewhere. Because this messes again with a... I think there's one Bladestorm left. It messes with stuff even more, right? SuperFake's just trying to be as annoying as possible.
Yeah, and he's done that all game really well. He's consistently just made everything just irritating. Look at it. How do you even try and deal with this? But it's been the same every single turn. Just
even
shapes.
Minefield with bopping each shield once. I guess the other shield doesn't matter. But and then 2 go on the Viper.
Okay.
And then you can Rancor for 6 armor. And then I'm stuck.
Yeah. Got to consider what he can get from cutting class. Probably nothing. Barov's gone. Brawls are gone. Have you got the magic button, Raven, to tell us what there is left? Is it available?
Not at this second, because it lies to me a lot.
I know it tells so many lies.
I almost don't want to look at it anymore because it just lies.
I just enjoy watching you break down when it lies to you, actually. It amuses me greatly. All right. Survives one more turn, at least, in principle. On 3, which he then has the problem next turn of removing all this.
But also,
yeah,
depending on what spells are in the deck. I'm going to press it. I'm not promising anything, guys, but I'm going to press it. Because that Hand of a Doll's +2, right? And then the Noble Mount's +1. That's 3 damage.
Yep, there's the 2, and there's the 1. Well called, Raven. That's going to be it.
And there's Carriol just to say hello in double form. That's going to be the game number 3 going to SuperFake, and that means he's only 1 game away taking this series. And I believe now it just means he has Demon Hunter left. And honestly, if I was ever in a position where I've only got 1 deck left to win a series, at the moment, I would like it to be Demon Hunter based on what we've seen over the past few weeks.
Yeah, I know Derek was saying that Druid is the best deck. I think a lot of people would probably agree with him on that. I think that Demon Hunter's the best deck, honestly. It might not be the absolute strongest at the highest power level and all that, but it's the most balanced. It doesn't have any massive glaring holes, or not many anyway. Everyone's got some glaring holes, but it seems to just cover all bases really nicely.
Yeah, it really does. I think it's just an overall, like you said, it's just a scary deck, isn't it? So we see J4 just kind of struggle to just deal with these boards. I will say, I think SuperFake, and again, it's people who, we've talked about Paladin a lot, but yes, it's fairly a straightforward deck. You want to play on curve, you want to pressure your opponents with big, bulky minions, but you can still play it badly and play it well, right? And I think SuperFake did a great job of making that removal turns about as awkward as possible for J4. So good job for him on that one. This is going to be his Fel Demon Hunter, though. It is pretty much the go-to standard list, though, with the Magtheridon being pretty key in the recent builds.
Yeah, and I still look at this list, despite what I just said, and obviously its glaring weakness is kind of the Druid itself, but you look at this list and you wonder how this collection of cards just ambles its way to victory over and over again. Like, none of the cards do anything.
Yeah, it's pretty strange, isn't it? Like, and then the more you look at it, you start to realize, well, Glide is just good. That can, instead of progressing me, more mess with my opponent. But then every time you see Jace played, you're like, oh yeah, this does like 15 plus damage. You know, like a lot of the time, like, oh, if I do that twice, I win. Coming up next, though, J4 is going to jump over to his Shadow Priest, and this is a dicey matchup, and really just plays out on a knife's edge. And I played mainly the Shadow Priest side of this matchup, where if the removal's good for the Demon Hunter, and the Demon Hunter does run a lot of removal, you're in trouble. But if you get one of those openings where it's like Trog, Void Touched, and then maybe, you know,
Raise Dead.
Either way, however you want to get hold of a Raise Dead, then you can just, like you can versus most decks, destroy.
Like this!
And there you go, there's 2 out of 3. Not bad.
My goodness. What do you open with? I'm never sure which way to go, because the Attendant's immediate damage, but the Trog is immediate just disgustingness.
I opened Trog on the play.
Yeah, I think I do too. Yeah, it shuts down their coin. They have to. Need a weapon or a Viper, or the Trog just tell them Trogging you. Relation Aura is kind of the only answer. Excuse me.
Yeah, I like Trog because, like, Void Touched, even though it's great and it's a great play on turn 1 in most circumstances, the Trog could just get duplicated, or, you know, at least stops your opponent doing stuff. And then the Void Attendant always adds damage to the board whenever it's played, as long as there are minions. Whereas the Trog on turn 5 isn't necessarily as strong as turn 1, whereas the Void Touch Attendant is strong every single turn of the game.
Right, yeah. And you're going to get the extra damage out the Trog.
Yep, top of 1 drop. Good. Bit of a bad draw, honestly, from Jay. The Hexen is really strong, but just not in this matchup where SuperFake isn't playing minions that he even remotely cares about.
It can be good later on when Kurtrus comes down, so you just trade their 2 minions into each other. It's not great. It's just a buy yourself a turn mechanism, really.
Yeah, it can do things, but for me, if J4, like, it's so likely that J4 just plays this on curve as a 1-4.
Yeah.
Because you can't, in Shadow Priest, you can't just hold on to cards for any kind of late game, because you don't even want there to be a late game, right? Yeah. J4 won't want turn 6 to even happen in this game.
Tough for SuperFake. Okay. Taking down the main sources of damage, and even though it's tough, it's going to be tough for J4 because he has no backup unless he gets something off the top, which most of the deck is good off the top. That's very good. Slam, off you go.
Oh, it's still painful though. Like, Fell Barrage is just absolutely fine here.
Yep.
It's already looking grim, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, in the position now where even a Viper and stuff for SuperFake aren't that bad because you just play them on the board. As the Arcanist, so a good chance of a big heal coming off the top as well for SuperFake.
This is
with a fell screen.
Awfully close to a very reasonable concede by J4. I've been in this situation a lot as Shadow Priest, and you're already so far behind that you just think, like, my draws have to be nigh on perfect at this point onwards to even have a chance of winning the game.
Yeah, I'd actually word that backwards, but the same sentiment. Your opponent's draw has to be awful, because Demon Hunter can just miss on removal sometimes. Just
if SuperFake, if I'm J4 right now, if SuperFake plays that Need for Greed, I'd concede.
I would on ladder. I think in GM you have to make them show that they didn't have the world's worst draw. But I do agree in principle. It's not a big argument, Raven. Just a talking point. You know, you get to play 3 or 4 matches a week in GM on average.
Yeah.
You might as well make them show you the card.
Yeah, I'd never be bothered if someone didn't concede at all. It's just like, that's how I would feel about this point in the matchup from the Shadow Priest point of view, is that J4 has to do pretty ridiculous things right now.
I want to point something out here. So SuperFake drew cards there and didn't play Quest, because why would you? So if you're going to draw cards there and keep open the mana in case you draw something worth playing off the 1 mana, why keep the Quest at all?
Yeah, the Quest keep was very strange, actually. I think you can happily throw the Quest away in this matchup. Or you can just... He could have thought if there was any other 1-drop that was played, maybe he plays Quest. But because it was exactly Trog, he got forced into doing the hero power clip.
I think that's it, yeah. I do think that Quest is a keep in this. I think you throw it against Hunter, though. Because Hunter comes at you just that little tiny bit. You need the mass removal, the immolation ores a little bit more desperately. And
no weapon the Quest now, though. Then he has Kurtrus. There is Hexen still there, so we might see the Lorinda special. But still, it just feels like it just doesn't matter, right? There's Arcanist Fell Scream. That 1 card probably wins you the matchup 9 times out of 10. Like, if you play that 3 minions, your opponent kills them and heals for 9, you're so far behind. Like, so, it's so difficult.
With that in mind, and with the fact that, you know, Jay's got to hope there's no Kurtrus, for instance, you just Void Shard hero power here to keep nothing on the board.
Yeah,
I smite for turn 8.
I think that's really good, and I think you wait. I think you like Void Shard hero power, then Thrive Void Shard number 2, then Smite hero power or something, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the plan he has to go for. It might work as well. We can see Kurtrus, of course. I guess he can do this in whatever order, because he'll be skipping a hero power no matter what.
Yeah, that's fair. I think he's just trying to find a way where he doesn't have to do that. I don't think there is one, but again, just paying.
I do think he should stay off board at this point.
Yeah.
the problem he'll have, it's not the biggest problem in the world, but SuperFake can play Kurtrus this turn, gain armor, and feel safe. Then he can just use Arcanist and Fell Scream on his own minions to heal
of course,
up. And then that's where you start to think, oh god, not like this. But to be fair to J4, he gave himself a very solid chance here. And it would have to be Kurtrus into heal.
There's no Jack, so there's not been many minions.
I've got plenty of mojo to pour out.
Oh, Raven, you're getting nervous. You'll concede. Still a lot of damage to do, but...
Eldraki Warblades does end this. I think
that is an insta concede.
I think Expendables is just easily playable right now.
Yeah, and that sets up next turn for the heal.
Yeah.
Because he only needs to just not die, right? If Expendables here, he have 3 Expendables left, then he can expend them next turn to gain health, and then that's the end. I think he's just mathsing that out to make sure he can't die next turn.
To be fair, he could play... I guess there's no reason not to. Yeah, because he'll always end up with 3 minions. Yeah, he just does Expendables and trade, I think, this turn.
And he gets his Kurtrus boy back. I never know what created minions are called. I'm terrible.
He gets his What? What are you on about? Dead.
Oh, it's dead. Yeah, you don't give back dead things. Good point.
Yeah, only if it's alive. You remove the mind control.
Yeah, I was just having an absolute moment, Raven.
Hey, it's all right, mate. Don't worry. You're allowed.
At my age, you'll understand.
You're covering. It's fine. You're allowed to say whatever you want.
Backside, I think, right now. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So this again, the problem here is like most of the time, it's even if J4 is scared of the Fell Scream, which I just don't think he can be at this point. I think you just have to pretend it doesn't exist. If your hero powers 1 minion, it won't matter because the Arcanist is the 3rd minion, right?
Yeah, SuperFake is commentating better than we can. Look at it. Just, I've won this match. La 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 la. Look at me win. I'm winning.
I do think like J4's done a very good job at staying competitive in this game.
Yes.
He can still thrive for another Void Shard this turn and hero power, and then plays Smite at the end. As in at the end, I mean next turn. He can like, he can still push another 8.
Yeah, he knows the score. He knows that it's almost certain that SuperFake's got him here, but just trying to set up it for the world where there is no heal. And now he's playing the Smite first because it no longer matters. If SuperFake has the Fell Scream now to kill the Smite and heal up, doesn't matter because he can do it on his own minions. So that's why he's done it this way this time. Because that's the only card, you know, that he was playing around before. And now there's no point playing around it because if he's got it, you lose anyway. So that makes logical sense, even though it looks really weird when you can see the hand.
It's a problem though, like SuperFake really wanted an Eldraki Warblades this game. This game would have been over 5 minutes ago if he'd had Eldraki.
Yeah, Eldraki just ends it, like you say. Eldraki? What's wrong with my words? Don't focus too much on getting your order right. Focus on making sure you play Arcanist and Fell Scream.
Yeah, play Arcanist, Fell Scream. That's priority number 1.
Yeah.
Who cares about this? Damage doesn't matter in the sense that without Eldraki Warblades, its damage is not meaningless. 8 damage is 8 damage, but it's that hyper important to just not die. Oh, Man Crick, Thrive, go.
Whoa.
Wriggling Horror, cards. It's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sort of explains why SuperFake was in a hurry to get the damage in and be accurate last turn, right? Even though I was saying just make sure you heal, it just keeps coming at you. SuperFake will heal for 3 with the Jace if he wants that play. Not a lot. Are you excited, Raven? Because this is ridiculous.
I'm just impressed more than anything. J4 really fighting for these points.
Yeah, absolutely. You've played 3 more games on ladder at this point, and I must have I've probably joined you. Yeah.
This is just Fury. Or is it just God mode and you just Chaos Strike for exactly Aldraki Warblades?
13 cards left, 2 Warblades. You could glide for them. You could Chaos Strike and then glide for them? Or Fury and then glide for them?
Glide.
Shadows grow long.
Not enough.
There is no measure to my fury.
There you go, Chase.
I assume he was calculating all that while we were talking talky stuff.
There is no measure to my fury. Give them fell.
Yeah, he worked it out. Yeah.
Good enough to survive. Both players now so low hero power, and Gordon will kill off the Jace to reduce down this what would effectively just be lethal on board.
Yeah.
Void Shard to the face. Also, he can Void Shard and draw. He's still got double Raise Dead, right? He's not played any Raise Dead this game.
No, no Raise Dead. Also, yeah, I think he's just going to ignore the 7-3 and point it all face. And
He
hope.
can't. No, he has to kill the 7-3. He's dead on board. Because hero power attack hero power.
Yeah.
So he has to ping and Gordon the 7-3. That has to happen no matter what.
Yep, sorry.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay, how much damage is this? 2, 3, 4, 8 damage. And you get so Chaos Strike start, I think. I'm gonna press this button again. I'm scared about what it's gonna
Magic
show
button.
me. I'm gonna miss it.
What was he going to do? It says things.
So I do feel like it is just start with Chaos Strike, then review. Or if he plays Fury, Chaos Strike. Yeah, wait. Chaos Strike first, Fury, then Glide, and he has enough mana to play Aldraki, right?
Chaos Strike, Fury, Glide. 1, 2, 3, 7 leaves 3. Yes, correct.
So he could still get Aldraki off this, which would help. He doesn't. He can Fury, and then he can Glide.
But now he's found a safer route.
That much safe.
Think? Is it safer, actually?
Killed 1 minion and healed for 2. Do not be able to play Aldraki. The reduction's down. Oh, okay, he would have been able to play Aldraki. Apologies. There's Chaos Leech. And that just might be the end of the game here, Lorinda. J4. Super impressive, but... Oh.
Yep, finally.
Spectral. I mean, surely we have to see an Aldraki with Spectral Sight outcast next turn. Like,
SuperFake's like, why?
SuperFake can't believe it. And to be fair, I'm with you. I'm with you. This was super impressive from J4. Like, the way he's managed to hang on and actually threaten
there you
SuperFake multiple turns in a row when the draw was pretty good for SuperFake and just okay for J4. There's Aldraki, though.
He's there. Does it with a slightly more stylish way, but he gets there, he celebrates. And that went from sing when you're winning to, oh my goodness, better be quiet for a couple of turns and work this out. That was a weird way to win, but he did take it home. And SuperFake is going to be playing on Saturday once again.
Yeah, congratulations to SuperFake there, making it to yet another top 8. Obviously, second place last week, now a minimum of top 8. A great addition to Grandmasters right now for this season, right? Like, just performing super well, doing it with a bit of flair as well, which is never going to be complained about from me. But again, just another shout out to J4, like, really solid Shaman play earlier on. And then this Shadow Priest, he got so much closer than I ever thought he should, but he made it work. He kept pushing, kept the pressure on. And I think you are right. I think he really sort of almost like shook SuperFake at one point in that game, because it was like, I should have won this 3 turns ago and I'm nearly dead. What's going on? I do think he was a little bit worried, but SuperFake kept his cool, managed to dig to the cards he needed to just about win the game. So, good job for SuperFake. We'll see him in the top 8. And Lorinda, that means we are halfway through our day.
Yep, halfway through the day in Europe, halfway through the whole of Grandmasters, and no real pattern forming in what on earth is going on right now. Just some decks are winning and some decks are losing, and some buckets are winning and some buckets are losing, and no one really knows yet. Have a clearer picture at the end of the day, of course.
Yeah, I was very interested last week, at least in EU. We did see basically the mixture of 2 out of 4 players had the same lineup in top 4, and then SuperFake and obviously mirrored in Americas with Fled, making it far with that lineup. It was pretty interesting just to see in this meta that still feels, with the help of the changing formats, kind of all over the show, to see what lineups actually do well and why, basically.
Yeah, Letter getting a bit some needed points. SuperFake must be getting very close to confirmed top 8, right? It just must be.
I think so, yeah. So he's on what now, a minimum of 6 points so far, and he can still gain more obviously as the weekend continues. So I think really anything above 5, you're looking very, very comfortable, right? As long as something crazy doesn't happen and you don't completely whiff your weeks. But considering this is now, as you said, we're already getting into week 2. SuperFake, second place last week. He has now gained a minimum of 2 points this week. It's looking pretty solid for him, but we are going to go to a break as usual as we get halfway through this day to set up some more matches we have a little bit later on. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Hello and welcome everyone to a brand new competitive year, a new season of Grandmasters, and most importantly, a new competitive format. Making its debut in week 2 of our first season of Hearthstone Grandmasters this year will be the brand new format called Trio, and fortunately for you, your boy Sottle is here to talk you through exactly how it works. Trio starts with all players in the tournament being offered the same groups of 3 different classes. For example, Druid, Paladin, and Mage. There can be any number of these groups, but crucially, all players receive the same options. Players then select one group of classes blindly without knowing what anyone else in the tournament has selected, but crucially knowing that all players have selected from the same options they did. Importantly, these class buckets do not contain any cards that you must play or even a suggestion of an archetype. Each player has complete freedom to build whatever they like within the classes they have chosen. Once all players have chosen and submitted their lineup, then the actual match format is just good old-fashioned best of 5 conquest, only in this case with no ban, because each player only has a 3-deck lineup. For those of you unfamiliar with conquest, that just means that each player is free to queue any deck they like for the duration of the series, but after each deck wins, it is then no longer eligible for selection. The first player to win with all 3 of their decks is declared victorious and wins the series. So what's the big idea here? Well, we like Conquest as a format. It generally works, it creates interesting strategies and risk-reward calculations which are generally pretty fun to watch. However, there is a risk that, particularly deep into a certain metagame, you create an amount of homogeneity and repetition as these alleged optimal order strategies evolve and players start to follow those strategies. With Trio, you have a lot more agency to force players out of their comfort zone. For example, if a particular class is underrepresented, let's say Warlock, you can force every player to play Warlock by just including Warlock in every single one of the class groupings that are available. Conversely, if a class is overrepresented, let's just say, I don't know, Priest, for example, you could force every player in the tournament not to play Priest by not including Priest in any of the class groupings that are available. You could even do things like pair classically aggro classes alongside classically control classes, which would force players to demonstrate a range of skills. There really are myriad options that you can present to players to make them think outside of the box. And then the layers really start to appear. If you notice that every available set of classes has a Warlock in it, do you build a full anti-Warlock strategy, safe in the knowledge that every opponent you face is 100% guaranteed to have Warlock in their lineup, and you can just beat up on that Warlock and prevent it from getting its required conquest win? Do you make your own Warlock something annoying and off-meta to prevent your opponents from being able to do the same thing to you? But there will be plenty of time for deeper strategy breakdowns during our debut broadcast, which you should absolutely watch, by the way, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. In short, Trio format allows a tournament organizer to present a unique, tricky, crunchy puzzle to players to try and solve for each individual tournament or each week of play that they have to face, really putting their game knowledge and their deck building to the test. So that is all you need to know. What is your first impression of the Trio format? What groupings do you think the Hearthstone Esports team are going to throw at our players for our trial week in Grandmasters? Will this format last longer than Specialist? Give me the answer to all those questions, and any questions you might have, put them down below in the comment section, and make sure to hit the subscribe button on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube so that you do not miss a single event in what is sure to be an absolutely packed year of Hearthstone Esports content. Thanks everyone, and take care.
We are back here in the European Grandmasters, and this time, just to keep things fresh, we're bringing in the voice of Gia for this match at least. Gia, you've had a relatively large break now between now and APAC. How's it going, and how was APAC this morning, or this evening, or wherever we are right now?
It is technically morning for me, but the sun is definitely still down. So yeah, I am doing great. Apparently, I'm a voiceover artist now. It's kind of weird just seeing my still photo here, but I am absolutely not willing to show my face at this hour, unprepared. APAC was great. We had a pretty good mix of decks coming, and I am also very excited to see the contrast here in Europe, because the bucket that was most brought here in Europe was actually one that had 0 appearances in APAC, and we see XBlyzes rocking those 3 decks right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting overall. XBlyzes does get hold of his Brute Demon Hunter, and I believe he's going to be starting with that deck as well, which is just typical. Just playing the deck he likes the most. But then he does have that, the Pirate Warrior and the Libram Paladin, which are very, as we were talking about before we went live, like not XBlyzes style decks. But I am interested in going in check out ZloyGruzin's lineup as well and seeing how he can do, because I mean, you saw a lot more of this, I think, in APAC, as you said, but the Control Priest, the Mizaki Mage, and the Weapon Rogue, even though it feels like every deck has double Viper in it, this overall approach and lineup does feel pretty strong right now.
It does. I think the Priest has quite a higher power level than a lot of people were expecting. The regular Miracle Priest falling off a little bit. It seems that a lot of its good matchups have either disappeared from the meta, or people are teching against the Priest a bit more heavily. But the Kazakhstan version has some really good targets to hit. It's got so much anti-aggro potential against Quest Warrior. It's not super favored, I would say, because it can still get burst down by Smite and the like, but the consistency of getting Kazakhstan down on 8 or 7 for the Priest is very reliable. XBlyzes, however, I feel like even though I'm not a Europe caster, I think it's fair to say he probably picked this bucket because it's the only one with Demon Hunter in it, so he could just play this deck. Because every time I tune into Europe, XBlyzes is just brooting people, and it works.
It really does, yeah. And what's crazy is obviously Brute Demon Hunter has some pretty impressive looking turns, but the rate in which XBlyzes I'm pretty sure he could just play this deck optimally without even looking, right, or even thinking, because we know XBlyzes plays pretty fast. But just especially the Brute turns when, you're making sure the quest gets activated, you work out how many cards you can draw, how big your hand itself is to not make it too large, where your reductions go. All these things he just does like on autopilot. It's so impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing it go. But it is going to be lined up against this Priest you were talking about, and one we saw a lot in APAC. First time we're going to see it in Europe. And I do just wonder how the removal from the Priest, how it lines up, because there are some great tools like Hysteria, for example, to help with early-ish brute boards, but then the sort of Kazakhstan versus the Lion's Frenzy, because XBlyzes, I think last week it was, won multiple games off the back of just hitting people hard with Lion's Frenzy twice. Yep. So I'm very interested just to see where this goes, because you could say that Priest beats the Brutes, but does it beat the other half of the Demon Hunter deck?
I'm even concerned whether it beats the Brutes, honestly, because you did bring up a very good point with Hysteria. If there are 2 Brutes, they're almost always going to be the same size, which means a Hysteria will clear them. But when we get to odd numbers of Brutes, like 1 copy or 3, then the Hysteria suddenly doesn't get the job done quite so cleanly. There's no Zyrella in the list either. Against All Odds is not featured in the list from Gruzin, which is a noticeable exclusion compared to some of the Priests we were seeing in APAC, like Casie, for example, and that's a card that could deal with brute boards a bit more consistently. He does have the 2 Condemns in there, which may be paired with another Drake together can get through a brute, but if XBlyzes gets enough buffs on them, maybe it's not quite so feasible either. But let's say Gruzin does do as you say and manages to get through the first wave of brutes. You're absolutely right in bringing up a concern about the Lion's Frenzy, because there's just no way for the Priest to delete the weapon or create a taunt naturally in the deck. They would have to play Kazakhstan and then set up for a taunt minion or a buff effect from that afterwards, which might be a little bit too slow.
Maybe even what, extreme cold, super cold, like whatever the card, whatever Derek wants to name it at any given point. But yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky here, I think, for both players who are both playing from their void at this point. So I do appreciate it. Nice symmetry here on the old cameras.
Yep. I was told that Blaze had some lighting last week.
He had lighting once and never again.
Okay.
Which we went back to the void after one day, I think. That was his 1 day a year out, I imagine. He ventures out for supplies and then he's like, nope, back to my void now.
All right, Gruzin with some pretty interesting options there. The Soul Mirror and the Hysteria did offer some solutions to a potential Brute board, but Gruzin, I think, also noting that he already has a Hysteria, and it's unlikely that 4 Brutes will be coming out in the near future, right? Generally, 1 Hysteria is enough to deal with that wave, and then you have to worry about Lion's Frenzy, and I think the studies is more towards that line of thinking, right? Getting his own threats online, or just banking this discount for an eventual Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and this is something weirdly we didn't mention, but definitely should have, or at least I didn't anyway, is that we talk about the ability Priest has to deal with boards and how likely it is that they can at least piece together something that works because the amount of sheer removal in the deck. Well, there's also just Glide, as always, that can just ruin the plan, right? It can just reduce these generally large hand size Priests down to nothing, or at least few cards, and really cause some problems. Maybe that's the way XBlyzes, the way Brute Demon Hunter consistently wins, is to just get the Glide off and then kill them in that gap between them only having a couple of cards to play with.
Could be so. And we see Gruzin choosing to commit a dragon to keep that hand size a little bit more narrow. XBlyzes does have Glide, but not an outcast position, just going for it to progress his own quest. I don't think he's too bothered about disrupting Gruzin. That's just a bonus at this point. With the quest proc, the Brute is 1 mana off being playable. A bit unfortunate, but maybe has a chance of hitting the board the next turn, but in the meantime, Gruzin is just continuing his curve here. The Nether Drake would have actually damaged his own 4/4. That's why he goes for the Hot Head instead. Although I suppose if Gruzin had an option on the battle cry, he would value the higher attack because it feels like he's just on the offensive here.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? And I do wonder how much even time for practice Gruzin would have had, because this Priest deck isn't really the most common Priest deck in the world, going up against Brute Demon Hunter, which you also don't see that much, with only XBlyzes bringing it, I believe, in the whole of Grandmasters. So it's a real tricky one, to see if you've worked out a good approach for it. But all the while I've been talking, XBlyzes is just drawing 1 million cards as usual. Does have that philosophy as well with the Brute, so I'm guessing this could well be his first push.
Right, mana doesn't quite work out to play multiple Brutes, but honestly, I think XBlyzes was just aiming to play 1 Brute at a time if possible to be stronger against Hysteria. As it happens, Gruzin still has a clear even without Hysteria, but he has to trade his minion in and commit a Holy Smite. The 7 health breakpoint on the Brute, just a little bit awkward. Actually, wait, the Spell Burst gains attack on the minion, so you could actually just smite and trade if you wanted.
Right. They'll do this just to keep a minion on board, right? He can still do it this way.
Yep.
Still nice, keeps 1 threat on board. He does know, or at least is expecting, the Kurtrus come down this turn from XBlyzes.
My quest, my revenge.
Yeah, very clean. And that means that Gruzin already has to have Lion's Frenzy on his mind. Now, it's very unlikely that XBlyzes actually gets the Frenzy up to 30 attack and destroys Gruzin all in 1 fell swoop. So Gruzin has to sort of pile up healing spells in his hand after the first charge of the Lion's Frenzy goes through. You kind of want to have that response of, okay, flash heal, can you get the second charge to kill me?
Right. Look how fast this game has really picked up pace-wise. Gruzin's just got Casie, but he's already 1.5 turns, I guess, away from playing it. XBlyzes has already activated his quest, just rip Lion's Frenzy for 1, and you say he probably isn't going to 30, but I've seen XBlyzes do very silly things
Yeah, that
Also, there's
glide
Cas
is
gone.
brutal, shuffling the Cas back. And also, actually, the Call of the Grave for Gruzin, which was potentially going to get him a Light Shower Elemental or something of the sort. But I don't know if he was cheering or not, because it's a decent hand to get back, right? A bunch of healing.
Yeah, it's sorry, I'm just distracted by the fact that it was Crimson Sigil Runner on either side of Blyze's hand. So he's just gone double outcast with those. He got the Sentinel as well, so he's going to keep drawing cards as long as they are cheap enough. Oh, it's ridiculous. Now he has double Spirit Jailer to get the shards in, or the fragments in, which will then increase the draw even more. It's so stupid.
The only thing that's stopping him is board space, and the brooms help with that. Man, am I gonna eat my words? Can he deal 30? I don't think so still, but it's
He's still got a lot more, right? Like,
yeah, he's got soul fragments.
Yeah. I think he just ran out of time. I think there's a chance that if he just had more time, he could have easily dealt 30.
Whoa.
Look how many fragments he's got. He's probably got 8 fragments in the deck. Is this just lethal?
I don't know. I feel like I saw the rope burning out animation, and it would be a world's first ever for Blyze to run out of time in anything, right?
He's drawing his whole deck.
The suspense is killing me. How come the weapon
20,
attack isn't
28?
ticking up? It looked like 28, yeah. Oh my goodness. It's just because of the fatigue. He would have had lethal if there were more cards in his deck, but there were not. But it's effectively enough, because I'm going to go ahead and say that Gruzin cannot deal with this board and heal out of range.
Yeah. Especially because there's a Soul Share left, right? There's a minion plus Soul Share. So Blyze can actually get drawable cards, right? He's not hit the point where it's too much of a problem.
Crazy.
Nothing. He has 4 mana left. All this on turn 7. Blyze just drew his deck by turn 7 and dealt 28 and built a board.
It's a thing of beauty to behold. Although I guess if we're being super strict about it, he could have found a window to play that Soul Shear, right, on a minion before drawing, maybe with the last couple cards, which would actually have given him lethal on the spot. The extra 2 cards would have been the 30-0 and easily the highlight of the year. But it's all right. Good enough gets there. And this is honestly even well beyond good enough. There are very few players of Hearthstone on the planet that would be capable of getting this 28 damage through.
Yeah, and with now a fair amount of experience casting Blyze, this is why I wasn't going to say he couldn't do it, because I've seen Blyze too many times do very silly things and win games of Hearthstone. So a great win from Blyze, and honestly, this Brute Demon Hunter deck is just becoming like iconic to just match up against Blyze's name, because he just... Obviously, that game was very explosive, and yes, he could have actually done the 30 damage lethal on the one turn, but just in general, turn-by-turn gameplay, it's just flawless from Blyze, especially with Brute Demon Hunter, and there's no real way to pick apart his play overall. It's just so impressive.
It truly is. I feel that Blyze and Demon Hunter is starting to become, well, Brute in particular, is just as iconic as the likes of Zedalot and Priest and APX Void with Mage, except it's not a class. It's one specific deck that literally no one else in Grandmasters is willing to bring. Whether or not they think it's because it's not good enough or they're not confident on it still remains to be seen. But even taking aside the fact that Blyze is obviously very seasoned with the deck, there is something to be said for a deck that does have a weapon as a main win condition, but doesn't need a turn to set it up, right? It doesn't give you the window to Viper it if you just play the Frenzy and buff it up to 28 the same turn.
Yeah, easy. Like, don't get Vipered, just kill him the turn you play the weapon. No problem at all. So that, I'll be honest, feels like it's going to be the highlight of this series, at least from Blyze, because he's played the Demon Hunter. Now Blyze has to do something we don't see him often do, which is play a regular level human style decks, the likes of Pirate Warrior and Libram Paladin. A little bit more straightforward, less opportunity to do overly flashy things. But Blyze, you know, maybe unlike those iconic players you mentioned, aren't really one-tricks, isn't really a one-trick, right? Like, he is just an extremely good Hearthstone player who's got multiple tournaments backing him up, and I'm pretty sure he can manage Pirate Warrior and Libram Paladin. So a lot of this pressure is going to be on ZloyGruzin's lineup and him himself to be able to dig something out here, because I think just the way the matchups go, the Rogue might struggle just a little bit here, along with maybe even the Mage, you know, without one of those just solid Mizaki Mage draws.
No, I agree. I think that the Quest Warrior for Blyze is pretty well positioned against Gruzin's remaining decks outside of maybe the Kazakhstan Priest. The Mage for Gruzin, I feel, has to line up against the Paladin to have a good shot of getting through here. But even then, that Weapon Rogue is still sort of a problematic point. I could see it getting there against Libram Paladin if the Libram Paladin hasn't put up the solid walls of taunts that they can get to the mid through late game. And even then, Rogue still has a panic switch in the Shadow Crafter's scabs, but it is definitely a close one. So if we're talking problematic decks for each player, I think Blyze on the Paladin will maybe have the hardest time, whereas for Gruzin, the Weapon Rogue could struggle.
Right.
So we do have both players on the deck that I feel is easier for both of them to get a win with. And Mizaki Mage, even though it is very weak to burst, as we've just seen in APAC in the Face Hunter matchup, it at least has a decent amount of removal for the early minions that Quest Pirate Hunter Warrior, tends to put forward.
What, Quest Pirate Hunter Warrior? Isn't that the new class coming later this year, I'm sure. But yeah, I do agree. And I think like the difference or the problem that this mage deck can run into against aggro is a lot of your decks cards you can use as removal, but some of them are pretty inefficient, and also if you're doing that, you aren't doing the flow turns or the heavy card draw turns, and maybe that in itself slows you down too much. So I do think it's a matchup where Mage will want to remove, you know, the initial pirates to stop the big push, but also you might have to, as the Mage or as ZloyGruzin, might have to just ride the line a little bit, take tons of damage to be able to just cycle enough to then just win the game in one turn, like the Mage is known to do.
He does have to tread that delicate balance of keeping enough removal, but also keeping enough of his win condition. Multicaster, for example, one of the key card draw engines for Mizaki Mage, outside of Cram Session, of course, which is ideal to play after Mizaki, but Gruzin deems it too slow for this matchup in particular. Keeps the Brain Freeze instead, which I think is very good respect, not only for the 2 drops from Blyze, but 2 of the 3 drops in particular, the Defias Cannoneer and Ratchet Privateer, both vulnerable to Brain Freeze. And the Cannoneer in particular is a must-remove target.
Yeah. Blyze getting off to a good start here, and ZloyGruzin, of course, having Incantus Flow in his opening hand, because this is EU.
Yep, I've realized. To be fair, it was drawn in APAC too, but just never had the time to be played.
Ah, see, there you go, that's the problem. Oh wow, this is big though. You saw ZloyGruzin there, just super happy about the 3-drop being a 3 health minion, because Incantus Flow plus Brain Freeze with the help of the reduction from Siphon was absolutely huge, and Blyze insta responds. Well, do you have another Brain Freeze, good sir?
He does not, but Ruined Orb Ping will get the job done quite handily as well. Alternatively, we could see a draw with the Arcane Intellect first. Okay, second Siphon mana. Can he get greedier with the Siphon?
Yeah, I was even looking at like what it means to Intellect coin ping Siphon, but again, like the coin very powerful in itself, so probably a little bit overkill.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many ways to approach this turn. I was looking at Start AI, and then you can decide whether you need to Siphon at all, whether you want to coin Ping and Ruined Orb. But Gruzin just insta-orbed to see what he would discover first. Maybe he was looking for a spell that I'm not thinking of at the moment. And in terms of Siphon usage, I think it's fine to hold it back until he has a few more cards in hand, because he'll never be with a lack of targets versus Pirate Warrior.
Deep Breath, pretty nice pickup, honestly. It's one of the new cards from the mini set that really does find a home in a lot of the discovered options for this mage, right? Because your hand is so often heavy on spells, the clear is often pretty useful.
ZloyGruzin gonna prioritize the card draw instead, maybe because he already had, at the very least, a Siphon Mana ping angle, which doesn't remove the Cargo Guard, but the 3 attack honestly isn't that much pressure for Gruzin. He is just gonna go ahead and flurry this board though, and already it's looking like a Mozaki setup is in the works, because if he wants to, as early as turn 6, he can go Mozaki, Biscuit, Coin, Spring Water, and then in most worlds keep going with that additional 4 mana.
Yeah, I was honestly even surprised that he actually committed the flurry that turn. I thought he was just going to take the hit. But now Blyze has put forward a pretty high pressure board, one that even a Fire Sale doesn't strictly deal with the help of the South Sea Captain.
Deep Breath still gets a lot of work done though. Pretty expensive options here. Phoenix just too slow, but the only one that he'll realistically have time to play. So we could see Deep Breath on the 2 minions on the left, I suppose, because you want to deal with the captain, but it's not actually removing the majority of the damage. And the Cargo Guard for armor, I guess breakpoints don't really matter against Mozaki Mage, but sometimes they do.
I was really surprised by that trade. I was really looking at just Deep Breath and the Phoenix.
Yeah.
You can still do that with Coin, but... Ah, okay. So he's just going to buff next turn then?
Yeah, I feel like he just never plays the Phoenix, right? I think this is enough to go in with Mozaki by itself.
Okay, that's fair.
Although, depending on how much he wants to play with the possibility of a Smite being in hand or a high attack weapon being generated by Captain Rikara, he could wait longer, but I just don't think it's worth it. He has Mozaki, he has Spring Water again, and another Siphon Mana. So he can even fit in another flow if he wanted to. Probably not worth it, because what he needs more than anything is Cram Session.
Oh! Did he draw double? Multicaster,
Oh, no!
Blyze with the thumbs up. He's like, yep, I'll take that, thank you.
That's insane!
There's Shiver. There's Shiver and a Pirate in hand, which is a huge deal. Blyze will get a weapon as well, so freeboot a Shiver will clear Mozaki if Zloy doesn't do anything this turn or doesn't win the game this turn, which he simply can't.
Dude, that's unbelievable.
That is simply unlucky.
Literally a 2 in 15 into a 1 in 14. That's just... Those are the only minions in the deck! And
Yeah.
it's just a disaster.
Look at the refill from Blyze. He has Scamp to draw. Again, as I mentioned, Shiver plus Freebooter just plus the weapon, of course, just deals with anything he could need to here in whichever order he wants to go. Draw another card with the weapon.
Sorry, I'm just speechless.
Blyze just doesn't lose.
Yeah, as I am learning.
Yeah. Too good.
Pretty sure 1 or 2 times I've filled in for a Europe cast last year as well. I think it was a Blyze match and he also just won.
Yeah,
So in my eyes, Blyze has a 100% win rate.
It's ridiculous. He really, he's so good. You know, when he's feeling it and when he's kind of active, he's really, really strong. And again, like, yes, let's be honest, Blyze should have lost that game.
Yes.
But you can't, if things happen, right? I still think Blyze put on pressure where he could. Blyze did nothing wrong. It's not like Blyze messed up and then got away with it, right? ZloyGruzin just got unlucky that he hit double multicaster from the Spring Water. But again, that is one of the drawbacks of going in with Spring Water and not Cram Session, right? It's one of the problems you've got, one of the risks you take, however unlikely. So yeah, that was a really unlucky game there for ZloyGruzin. I completely understand his frustration, but he's not out yet. He does have Libram Paladin to now beat up on, and personally, I know people have different opinions on Libram or Pirate Warrior, but I do feel Libram is overall the weakest deck out of Blyze's lineup.
I would agree. I think the one thing keeping this archetype afloat is Lightforged Cariel. It's just so powerful to have an effect that shuts down a lot of the combo decks in this meta. Mozaki generally, if they're under enough pressure, cannot 30-0 a Libram Paladin that has the immovable object equipped, and that's a deck that cannot afford to run Viper in there because we already saw 3 minions is too many for the deck that wants to run Spring Water. And yeah, there's quite a few decks that even if they do have the Viper, having to spend that 3 mana additional on top of their combo turn to get the full kill can be quite a tall ask. And combined with the fact that Paladin can punish like a partially done combo with healing. They are running Libram of Hope, for example, and they have the capability of running top-end minions like Mutinous for disruption, means that they actually do have some punch in the late game still, on top of what is relatively consistent of an early minion curve.
Yeah, I do like his ZloyGruzin is queuing what I think is going to be his hardest deck overall to get a win with, which is going to be this Weapon Rogue. There is some game, though, Weapon Rogue draws its deck very, very quickly, which means that one Rust Drop Viper is very likely to be available to remove any potential immovable object for him there. The double Cloak plus Scabs is always an absolute nightmare to play against. But I do think that the setups have to be very specific from the Rogue to make it an easy win, right? Like there has to be either the Scabs into the big weapon swings with big damage, or the Viper has to be there nice and ready for when Cariel comes down, just to get the weapon out of the way. Because if that movable object starts soaking up any weapon hits at all, you're suddenly so much further behind than you should be as the Rogue.
All right, then. Opening hand for both players is a full toss. No surprises there. Gruzin looking for not that weapon, the other one. And Xblyze found pretty much what he was looking for. 1 drop, Truth Seeker, both Cariels. Yep. Looking good.
Out of 5, as you're, the master of mulligans, what would you rate Xblyze's Paladin mulligan here?
I mean, the result after he got the hand back?
Yeah.
You mean? Like a 4 right now. He still needs, ideally, a 2-drop or a 3-drop into another 3-drop to make the curve perfect, because with this sort of opening, you would want to go coin 3 into 3 and then Cariel, then Truth Seeker. But, the deck has a lot of redundancy with the early curve. Even if he just hits a 2-cost buff spell, it's good enough as well.
I think he did.
Yeah, okay, now it's a 5 out of 5.
There we go.
He done did it.
He could get the ever elusive 6 out of 5 if he rips Viper next, especially with that draw from ZloyGruzin. If he gets Viper now just early enough to answer on demand.
I will also rate Gruzin's mulligan a 5 out of 5 because he found the Shrank, and that's all that matters.
Yep. Really. He found the 1 card.
Well, okay.
In all seriousness as well, he does have good backup, right? He has a poison at least, he has cut in class to be able to draw, and then he has passage, which is normally what I found you do want after getting hold of the Shank, to then just really sift through the deck and try and find more poison or more card draw.
Although the Cariel is a bit of a problem for Gruzin here, the Divine Shield makes it so that 1 swing cannot deal with it, and the Wicked Stab is still a turn off from being upgraded to 4 attack. And this is a sort of, 4 damage. This is a minion that does warrant removal because it makes Libram of Hope cheaper every time it gets attack, and Libram of Hope is the card that Weapon Rogue wants to see the least, so I agree with Gruzin going for the removal here, using the stab to get rid of the shield instead. And of course, Xblyze picks up a way to fill out his curve because it wasn't there before the Stonehearth Vindicator was the top deck.
Yeah, ZloyGruzin though saying, okay, you've had your good draws, you're putting on the pressure, that's fine, but he already has Cloak of Shadows, and I mentioned earlier, how quickly this Rogue deck draws through is insane, as long as it doesn't completely whiff, right? Swindle now, double Secret Passage in ZloyGruzin's hand means he can just draw for days, and that means he is going to get to Viper to negate this Cariel. But also it means he's just getting to all of this damage, and he has the Cloak, and there's nothing Paladin can do against Cloak of Shadows. There's no way to try and cheat out a win and deal the damage through the stealth.
Yeah, only the Carriel itself, Lightforge Carriel dealing 2 if you somehow manage to get them to 2 health. But I don't think that Gruzin will be so careless there. We see him cheering, honestly, at seeing that the turn was just a 4-6. He's like, okay, I don't care about that.
This wasn't exactly one annoying snake, therefore I am happy.
It does sort of threaten the possibility of Libram of Hope to come down the turn right after. 4 mana worth of Libram reduction already banked for Blyze.
And also as well, like, this is good from ZloyGruzin overall, but he has started to use a lot of his reach in the deck, right? Like, it's at 2 Wicked Stabs and the Extortion doesn't really matter. But 2 Wicked Stabs gone. Yes, he has the weapon, which is by far the majority of his damage. But if now that weapon is killed, there's a very high chance that ZloyGruzin just doesn't have the damage to end the game if the weapon is removed, because then there's the 2 Wicked Stabs already gone. He'd have to rely on like the Garrotes, maybe building up another weapon slowly.
That's very true, although I think that Gruzin is absolutely warranted in going for the line he's gone for. You just cannot play as though Viper is going to happen to you. But okay, Hope off the top is quite literally that for Blyze. Otherwise, he was looking very, very dead. But Gruzin definitely not even phased by that because he has Cloak and he now has Scabs to follow up on the very next turn. His passage the turn before was an interesting point where he was wondering whether it was worth deleting a Garrote from the deck to just make the deck more distilled into finding Scabs sooner, but he holds off on it instead just in case he needs that reach like you were talking about to go alongside Guild Trader, and I think that is correct.
Oh, this is so huge though, right? Because Gruzin's like doing everything right here. He's setting up, he's done the Cloak, he's peeled the shield just in case. He's got to the Viper, which he's going to shuffle away. But again, he has 4 cards left in the deck. He can get to them if he wants them. Blyze has Carriel, but also must just simply know that playing Carriel, he will get Vipered, right? Like, if Gruzin wants him to be Vipered. It's just, you have to expect it. So I wonder whether Carriel is even the correct play right now.
I mean, he did just see Gruzin trade the Viper back. It's like, this is the surest he's gonna be that it's not in hand at the moment. Granted, like, Gruzin can draw through to it with a swing of the weapon and a further draw spell, but he couldn't at least play Viper and Scabs in the same turn.
That's true.
Scabs, of course, going to be the pick here, though, to remove the taunts. And even though the weapon only deals half damage here, not a big deal for Gruzin. I think he still pushes through.
Yeah, he still has the Paralytic Poison in hand as well, right? To give him more charges in an absolute disaster scenario.
It deals 4, whether or not you have the Paralytic because of the interaction with immovable object here. So he doesn't have to use it if he doesn't want to, but you might as well, right? Because you're going to push your button and save mana.
How many cards is he drawing here?
I think just the 1.
Just 1? Okay. Because one small thing he needs to bear in mind is the tiniest chance of fatigue damage making an impact, right? Just because of how defensive Paladin can be with heals and taunts and so on and so on.
Alright, so this weapon is at 8 attack. We're looking at Viper plus Guild Trader plus Sinister Garrote. That's all doable with the hero power from Scabs. And how much damage is that? I'm just assuming that the 4-2s go in the taunt. 10 from the Sinisters, 14 including the Garrote, and the weapon swing phase is actually only 22 that I'm counting here. He's a little bit short of lethal.
I was going to say he will trade the weapon in, right? Because he's immune, and then keep the 4-2s on board.
Yeah, especially since he's seen the Carriel itself. It's not like Demon Hunter where having minions on board somehow gives your opponent more ways to heal. I'm wondering whether he is going to value unstealthing them over keeping them untargetable, although at this point you're maybe scared of Samuro as well, so he's just cashing in the damage.
Or he just wants to spend the mana on Guild Trader. and get the damage in, yeah.
Xblyzes' maximum healing in a turn is 8, right? Just from another Libram of Hope.
Yep, should be.
Yeah, and given that that would take up the majority of his turn, and there's still bleeds coming off the top, plus another Garrote that he can play and immediately passage into the remaining bleeds, it just doesn't matter whether Gruzin front-loaded the damage or held onto it for next turn. He set up the 100% outcome, and he finally gets himself a win on the board, unless Xblyzes is seeing some out that we're missing.
I don't think so, right? There are too many things he has to do to be able to survive. So Gruzin does take the win, and that is the drawback of Libram Paladin, or at least the way people are choosing to build it, where the deck just has no reach whatsoever, right? If they're off board, there's no way for the deck to like make up that kind of damage, or there's no smite, for example, that Xblyzes could have drawn and then hero powered on and then gone for lethal, right? It just doesn't exist. And I do wonder, the more I watch Libram Paladin, whether like smite could ever make it, because you play enough buffs to maybe just steal games that you shouldn't, being able to just push the charge damage out somewhere. But anyway, Gruzin does take the win and starts to fight back. But now we have might have to slow this one down, Gia, as we have the Priest from Gruzin going up against the Paladin from Xblyzes.
And that's a pretty interesting one, because when we were playing this Kazakhstan Priest and testing, well, for one, it was a slightly different list with no condemns, but with against all odds instead. But overall, the function of the deck is to just be as defensive as possible in the early game. There are very few decks that can stick a board against the Priest, because they are so able to consistently get Light Maw Nether Drake. They have single target removal with Holy Smite, and they have a bunch of healing as well. And then, as soon as they're able to get sort of a clean, safe turn to get down Kazakhstan, they go for that and then just play to the treasure outs. Finding that safe turn against Paladin, I feel, is going to be the most important question here, because Paladin does just curve out all the way up to 8 mana very consistently, and if they hit Lady Liadrin, they don't run out of ways to keep building board, building board. So I wonder if Gruzin will have the time to play Kazakhstan, and if he gets a bit too patient with it, maybe there's a window for Xblyzes to even mutinous it away.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could really go wrong, right? Even just the fact that a lot of the removal from Priest, even though it runs Shard of the Naru, a lot of the removal just hates Divine Shield, right? Like, you just don't want to deal with that in any way. So there's like the early aggro curve from Xblyzes that could work, or as you said, Mutinous coming out, or just sheer amount of value. Because especially with Locust gone from the Cas pool now, it's less likely that you'll get the cards that just win you the game, mainly Embers, right? The card you could just say, if I get 2 of these and I draw them, I should just win. A lot of it is, it requires a little bit more work now that Locust is gone. So it'll be very interesting to see how this one pans out, because it's not a matchup, you see all the time, right? It's not super common on ladder, not something we've seen a lot in tournaments, but we've seen how Xblyzes, I'm guessing the ooh was for the Mutinous game.
Yeah, I'm gonna rate this mulligan a 4 out of 4.
I get it.
I mean,
is that Mutinous stat line? Is that why?
7 times out of 7, I would rate it a 4 out of 4. Now it's perfect. Xblyzes clearly has his eyes on the prize here. He knows the win condition, or at least the most efficient way to deal with Kazakhstan is to not deal with the treasures, right? You just don't let it be played, and suddenly the Priest has no direct avenues to victory anymore. I say direct because there's still 2 Draconic Studies, 2 Call of the Grave, and of course Palm Reading and Renew that could maybe generate Gruzin alternate value. And right off the bat, he has access to some of these value generating cards, and I think, yeah, I like the Studies pick more because it has some great synergy with the Horn of Rathian that he has in hand already, which is guaranteed to draw a dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately for Xblyzes as well, and then Gruzin seems very happy at this, so there's the reduction too. Xblyzes has one of those Paladin draws that beats itself, right? Like double Libram of Hope, some buffs, another, an 8-drop, now Barov. Xblyzes has nothing to do this game, and giving Gruzin time is very scary indeed, especially with these insights that are coming down now.
Already a 50-50 to just get Kazakhstan for 6, and if it costs 6, it comes down before Mutinous. Oh, he misses.
Close.
That's a very big deal because if he's not able to insight Kazakhstan, right, then Blyze will have at worst a 1-3 of being able to chomp it. And even though the early hand from Blyze is literally the entire top end of his deck, I'm reading it from the bottom up here. Libram of Hope ×2, Varian, Mutinous. Those are literally the last cards in his deck. It's all in his hand right now, and Lady Liadrin has joined the fray as well. It doesn't matter if Gruzin is not able to get Mutinous because he puts forward so little pressure. Is it Brightwing time? Okay.
Well, the benefit here is this still gives him protection from with Mutinous,
True.
right? Because it's just 1 minion for 1 minion, so not the end of the world. And gives him some way to actually trade on board if Blyze finally draws a decent playable minion, which he does with the Aldor Truthseeker. So that's Blyze's first real push onto the board.
Crucial to note that the studies discount has been expended for Gruzin, so that's potential Kazakhstan 1 turn later. Although whether or not the discount had been preserved, Blyze would have access to playing a Mutinous before a Kazakhstan could ever potentially hit the board. Horn here can tutor the Kazakhstan 100% here, but I mean, if he has any sort of read on the kept card from Blyze, Mutinous has to be on the mind. Maybe he just doesn't want to have it in hand until he sees the Mutinous. But okay, here it is now.
Blyze now, like, must have a good feeling that it's in hand, right? One minion's been pulled from Insight. Another dragon's obviously been pulled from Horn of Rathian. Like, I think he just knows it's in hand, right? So he's going to coin out. Oh.
Nope. We were baited. I thought it was going to be Insta Mutinous too, but he goes Libram of Hope.
Yeah, is this because Blyze knows there's one more turn before it can get played anyway? So why not give your opponent the option to play more minions?
Yeah, I think it's fine. The window is still open for Blyze here, but there's no way Gruzin ever takes the bait, right? This can be just a soul mirror, honestly. It could be shard, it could be complete pass, but playing minions is just the scariest thing to do here because it makes his odds of Kazakhstan being eaten just that much closer. Now, this does start to present a problem, though. Blyze has timed this very well in such a way that if Gruzin wants to do 0 minion development here and Blyze continues to just play a board here, like the Mutinous, even if it fails to chomp Kazakhstan, is going to be a pretty threatening minion with the stats it gains. It puts Gruzin in a position where he might not be able to cast the very next turn because he'll have to deal with a board. Oh, but it's still not the Mutinous.
Well, I kind of like this because this is the other way around now, right? Blyze is saying, okay, you didn't do anything, you didn't clear my board. Now I'm just going to put so much damage on the board that if you play Kaz, you might just die anyway.
True.
Because right now, this turn from Gruzin would be effectively Kaz pass, right? Because the Brightwing gets to attack but hits the Divine Shield. So it's just Kaz pass, which means there's 17 damage out of 20 needed to just kill him anyway. I really like this from Blyze.
Super clever. Asking Gruzin whether or not he has the removal, and the Hysteria is, I believe, not a guaranteed kill on the 10-10, depending on how the Divine Shields work. Okay. Worked out this time. Maybe it was guaranteed. I couldn't work out all of the different iterations in my head, but that's obviously huge for Gruzin one way or another, right? That's just another board that is taken out of the equation. It's potentially time to get the Kazakhstan down, and even though Blyze is able to put forward another 8-8, I think it's time for Gruzin.
Yeah. The big problem as well is something that he has to be aware of is even if he plays the Kaz, he's going to go down to 10. He's likely to only draw 1 treasure, right? Priest doesn't normally blast through its card draw. So it means that he still needs a way to play out at least another turn or so without 100% relying on getting the correct treasure for the correct situation. So say he picks up a wand, there you go on the far right. If he goes for it, well, he can't just say, I will draw 1 next turn. He has to have some kind of plan.
Yeah, and that's where the Soul Mirror that he's kind of saved this whole time comes in very clutch. It can even be played alongside the Nether Drake, I believe, because he still has Palm Reading and Condemn as the Shadow and Holy Spell, respectively, which is a lot of AoE available to him, outside of just Condemn itself. This third pick, though, off the treasures, is very interesting because Book of the Dead is Reach, but Boombox is his probably only board development that he'd have access to. Army Knife I completely agree with, though, for a bit more healing. And here, probably Embers? Close, though.
Yeah. I think it went Bubba.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's just way more flexible, right? Because Embers is a way to close a game, but I think Gruzin here is paying attention in respect to the fact that Blyze still has many waves of boards he can put forward, and Bubba is a bit more consistent way of removing boards compared to the Embers.
Yep, and I really like this clear here with the Varian Blyze. Clearly set out a plan, remove the option of Gnomish Army Knife really being a threat by killing off the Kaz. Shadow Word Death?
Yeah, the Ruin is huge.
Ruin, sorry, yeah.
You could also take Shard and delete some Librams of Wisdom, because he would still be able to play Shard and Soul Mirror this turn with the Palm Reading discounts, but I think that Ruin is just too good to give up here, right? He can even fit in the Horn of Rathian to tutor out a Bubba. I think that's the only minion that was offered, or that he took. Yep.
Yep, looks like it.
Just very clean, right? He's never within range of dying with just a 2/2 on board.
Although with the Horn of Rathian, it does mean Blyze could go for a Mutinous, right, as well, just to try and... It's not likely you're going to pick a bad minion from the treasures. He does end up eating the Lightmaw, which is fine for Gruzin, as you can see there. You don't need me to tell you. You can see his response. But still, another huge board.
I feel like y'all in Europe are just spoiled with the amount of expressive players you have. Gruzin has been such a pleasure to watch, just because of how emotive he is, especially during the multicaster turn. Maybe that's a bit mean of me to say, but you guys also have SuperFake.
Say it, it's fine. Yeah, we have SuperFake, Gruzin, even Blyze does react. We have Gabby. We have so many great players just to simply watch. We have Felkane. It's great.
True. One of the most iconic moments I remember from European casting is just watching you and Sottle figure out what Felkane's card from the mulligan he got back was before even seeing it, just based on facial expression. I think Sottle said that's a skull on the left, and it absolutely was.
Right.
But this turn, looking like Nether Drake into Soul Mirror, potentially. There was also an angle where he could have gone Soul Mirror into Gnomish Army Knife. He would have maintained a 5/6, right? But he goes for it this way instead. Fair enough. It means you get to save Soul Mirror, which is a very big deal. That card is just kind of his ace in the hole at the moment.
Why, it's just insta saying, okay, another one. Here's another board. Deal with this one.
It's really just back-to-back, and it's never ending because the Lady Liadrin is coming as well, which will restore the Librams of Hope.
The wand, though. Is this a wand turn?
I mean, it's good in the fact that it lets Gruzin preemptively develop Bubba. Like, this is the first window in the entire game where he can play a board not reactive but proactive.
Yeah.
There's also the potential to use Sarah and just dream here if he wants. But I feel like the Bubba is just superior in that you have way more minions to deal with, and you can sort of meter out your targets. That being said, he has seen neither Lightforged Cariel nor Samuro, so maybe he doesn't want to have all those hounds be vulnerable just yet.
Really tricky, isn't it? I guess one upside is, though, knowing what's already been played and knowing that obviously Cariel, as the hero Cariel, is not live. Like, how big can the Samuro possibly be? So if it's just clearing up the dogs, is that fine? Are you happy with your opponent spending 4 mana on that? Like, maybe he would be.
Definitely close. In the end, he goes for Bubba clear on the Cariel. which does allow him to clear everything but the 2-2, which he has been doing quite consistently here. One, because the 2-2 isn't a big threat, but he also doesn't want to give Blyze the consistent sort of regeneration of value with the minion that has the Libram of Wisdom attached to it, constantly dying and buffing Lady Liadrin every time you play Libram of Wisdom. Pretty funny to note, if he had gone Soul Mirror, then the Cariel attacking would have actually discounted his Condemn as a holy spell.
Yeah, I did look at that earlier. The stealth non-attack is interesting because obviously there is the wand for Gruzin, which means he can wipe this board whenever he wants and then push. It's not setting up lethal, but it's also not bad either. Blyze going to commit a lot again, but Blyze still has more stuff where that came from, especially if you can just get to the Cariel.
But the wand here, with all the Librams of Wisdom committed and allowing the 8-8 to go face for 16, is exactly what Gruzin was setting up for, right? Yeah. Blyze, of course, has no knowledge of what treasure this could be. He had to play to the out of just wand not being there, but he'll know that he is really too far behind at this point. Gruzin leaving the stealth, I think, was actually a stroke of genius, knowing that with Divine Shield, it wasn't even dead to Barov plus Broom.
Right. Yeah, it was really good, actually. The more I thought about it after he left the stealth and passed the turn, the more I liked it. It gave him so many more options going forward. And also, Blyze played Liadrin and got no Libram of Hopes back, right? Yeah. So that's a huge disaster that, frankly, he might not be able to recover from right now.
Agreed. He does have the answer for the Bubba now that it's unstealthed by playing Barov Broom, but that doesn't feel good whatsoever. Going to trade, looking for Lightforged Cariel, maybe? Doesn't find it. And it means now that finally Gruzin will have the liberty to play his own board of either Bubba or the Ysera. And he's just under no threat of Blyze clearing.
Yeah, I like this though, right? He can just use the Broom and the 1-1 instead and keep the Barov big. So it's at least something on board. True. This is about as good as it's going to get in this situation for Blyze, who's frankly running out of threats. And the problem is, he's running out of minion threats, which lessens the power of Cariel so much.
Wait, this is so funny. He can Ancient Reflections Barov, and when they all blow up, they blow up each other. That's like, okay. Probably not the play, because he can't actually proc a Death Rattle on any of the Barovs. But the problem is, if he goes Ysera Dream, then you've just put a Barov back in Blyze's hand, and it can come down and reduce Ysera's health as well. And the Bubba is 1 hound short of actually being able to kill the Barov.
He could just condemn Bubba, right?
True.
Right, that seems fine. He just ends the turn with an 8-8 on board. Seems reasonable. He is out of Gnomish Army Knives now, though, so there's no chance of that Wind Fury being played out of nowhere.
8-7, to be fair. In the end, it looks like he is going for just Ysera without the Dream. Fair enough. Like you said, the reach for Paladin is so limited without Smite, without Battlegrounds Battlemaster. The most they can add is buff spells and damage from Cariel and the weapon.
Maybe Cariel bottom card.
Feels like it.
Yeah, feels like a Cariel bottom card kind of game.
I mean, that feels like karma in the world after refreshing Springwater into double multicaster. And that's a book, and that is lethal.
Yep. ZloyGruzin takes game number 4 with this Priest, getting the work done. Definitely under a lot of pressure, but with the help of some solid treasures from Kaz, making it work and pushing Blyze all the way to game number 5. And that means it's going to be Mage versus Paladin. And suddenly, Gia, it feels like ZloyGruzin is in a very good position, as Mage, historically one of the classes that can really just put a hold on Paladin as and when it desires, right? With the freeze effects, and with the Paladin, again, not having that reach, means you can very accurately calculate how much damage you're going to take in the following turns.
I'm not gonna lie, I am just kind of rooting for Paladin to lose because I want Apex meta read to be the superior one for once. Literally no one brought the Paladin bucket, even though it's also the Demon Hunter bucket, because I'm gonna guess nobody just felt like they could get a win with Paladin in this meta. And certainly somebody has to win with it in Europe because most people brought it, and there's going to be mirrors at some point, but I'm just not a believer in the deck at the moment because it just does feel like it falls prey to a lot of the combo decks in the meta. Yes, the Mutinous slotted in there can help some of those bad matchups, but if it's not Mutinous for Mozaki, it's just really difficult for Paladin to put together enough pressure before Mage can find lethal.
It really is. I think one of the big problems is that there are so many decks that excel at pushing boards or pushing minions off board. And once Paladin's off board, yes, you can build another board and then build another board, but any delay is a huge problem because you've got no reach, you've got no way to actually finish games outside of winning on board. And I don't know, I feel like most of the meta now either ignores board on purpose or has tools to slow, delay, or just stop it completely, as we've seen from a lot of ZloyGruzin's lineup. So I do agree, Paladin, it's going to be a bit of a climb here for Blyze to get a win with, but ZloyGruzin has already they spring water into double multicaster this series, so things can go wrong. I just want to point out.
I will tell you that exact thing can no longer go wrong with this hand because one multicaster is in hand, but technically he could spring water into Mozaki, other multicaster. However, let's focus on the bright side, which is the fact that he is truly showing that EU hits different with the flows. I don't know how you do it, Raven.
Yeah, it's just a natural talent at this point, I think. Me and Sol have been doing it for so long that we don't even think about it anymore. It's easy. Even the new GMs get the treatment.
Commits the Ignite there, even though it could have just been ping because he wants the Spell School loaded up for the multicaster because the curve just kind of plays itself for now for Gruzin, right? It's AI into, sorry, it's coin flow into multicaster or AI, depending on whether or not he wants to commit the flurry to get all the Spell Schools done. But bit of a resigned expression from Blyze there. He knows what's coming. He's done a fair share of flowing himself.
Yeah, although to be fair, Blyze's curve is looking just as good, right? He's, not the most powerful strict opening, but he's got now Carrier, which requires some level of response, and he's going to get a level of response here from Gruzin. But then he has Truthseeker, Libram, Carrier, depending on what order he wants to play those in. And now Varian, right? Like, yes, this still might not be strong enough, but if this Paladin ever beats Mage, I think this hand looks like how, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. This curve is the perfect one, honestly. It just does not get better. And the fact that these 1-3s and 1-1 have stuck around makes the flurry for Gruzin not guaranteed to actually freeze the heavy hitters once they start coming onto the board, turn after turn, one after another. So for Gruzin here, this is the turn to sort of set up and accrue resources. The for him is that he will be aware of how much Blyze is available at any given point. It's generally whatever you see unfrozen on board, plus up to 4, I will say, maybe 6 damage if you're very lucky with a triple buff spell type of hand.
Oh, hang on, G. You're going very robot-y for me. Sorry for interrupting. But you just might want to restart, that's all, just so we can hear the words of wisdom. Though so far, Blyze is just going to play that Libram of Hope #1, and he's putting all the pressure in the world on here. Gruzin does have the Mozaki and a ton of spells and a ton of mana, and it just simply looks like he's going for it as he's decided, yeah, he doesn't have enough stall. He wants to really get this done right now. Does have Siphon to reduce some of this down with that spell damage as well, but is this going to be enough?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if I don't sound robot-y anymore.
You sound fine. You sound fine.
Okay,
Go
cool.
for it.
Well, the flurry is a very big deal still because just to stall off enough damage, like there's a world where this is not lethal, but maybe the Mozaki even just sticks on board because at the moment Blyze doesn't have Barov, he doesn't have Broom even. Bit of a interesting order with the flurry, but okay, based on that clap, it feels like Gruzin just found the lethal anyway.
And also just one turn away from Carriol, which, not saying would have won Blyze the game, but would have definitely made it harder for Gruzin here. And there's the fist pump. And you only do that if you've already seen the lethal finish. That is going to be game. That is going to be the series. Blyze takes the loss, Gruzin takes the win and moves on. And what a series. And I just want to point it out there that Lorinda's come with some stats for us that Paladin seemingly does suck because a lot of the players who brought the Paladin lineup have struggled throughout this week so far a lot. And now, of course, Blyze is going to be done for the week here as ZloyGruzin moves on. So pretty impressive overall. And you do have to chalk it up to the Paladin, right? Gee, I know it's pretty obvious to say because we saw it lose 3 times, but Pirate Warrior is definitely good enough. Brute Demon Hunter, when Blyze is playing it, is 100% good enough. It was just that Paladin that just did not look good enough.
Yeah, it's just not a Blyze deck, you know. I don't know what it was doing in the lineup. Because we do also have a positive stat for Blyze in that he is currently 7-1 with Brute Demon Hunter this season alone, I feel, which is crazy. There's just not even been that many games this season. But to Gruzin in particular, just such a clean series. I feel he did everything right at every possible juncture there. Particularly the Gnomish Army Knife and leave his minion stealth play. That one is going to stick with me. It's just very, very clever stuff. And honestly, he should have gotten a win with this mage earlier and just got scammed by his spring water. Yeah,
which honestly, obviously it was unfortunate for him at the time. It was funny though. Let's just not joke about that. It was hilarious. But yeah, it does mean that ZloyGruzin does move on to top 8, and also means we've only got one more match left of today in Europe. But I believe that's going to be you done, Gia. Thanks a lot, of course, for jumping in and covering for Sol. I appreciate it.
Yeah, always happy to be here. Good night, and good luck with the last series.
Thank you. And then, yeah, we did see, of course, Fury Hunter take Group C and then ZloyGruzin then move on. So they're both going to be in the top 8 tomorrow. But as usual, we're going to go to a quick break while we set up match number 4. It's going to be Casie versus Seiko to finish up the day in Europe. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters over here in Europe. It is our final match of the day before America starts in the near future with this. I went the wrong way. This gentleman here, Mr. Lorinda, going to be joining TJ a little bit later on. But for now, you very graciously join me once again to finish off the day here. And it is going to be Casie versus Seiko, Lorinda.
Yep, match for the ages. These two players have been around forever, basically. I think Casie has had the more success. I think a few years ago we thought maybe Seiko was going to win everything, but never quite did win everything. Sort of got distracted by other things, and still an incredibly good player. But there was a time when he could just qualify for things at will, seemingly. Like in about a day, just get a top 25 if he needed it, that sort of thing. But not quite the powerhouse he once was, but still pretty terrifying if he's the person in the way of your world championship dreams, which is what he is today for Casie.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, I apologize to Seiko, who, will speak to me. He does message me now and again with some information, but I'm pretty sure it's never been long periods of time where he's only been doing Hearthstone. He's definitely had other things on the go as well. But yeah, Casie, a player who one of the more vocal players we have in the European Grandmasters. Whether agree or disagree with some of Casey's points, I do like hearing his points at least. But yeah, another player who's been almost there so many times, and again has that potential, but I think sometimes the frustration might kick in a little bit. We've seen that historically in Grandmasters, where yes, he's had times where he's been unlucky, but I feel like it's affected him more than other people sometimes, right? And it's just the frustration has built up in moments.
Yeah, and Casie did have that amazing run that got him into Grandmasters in 2018, where he just reached top 16. I can't remember now, it's a long time ago, 8 times out of 15 or something. Like, that's just a ridiculous hit rate, and didn't necessarily have the best results in those top 16s, top 8s, but he had just relentless winning forms. But he has this deck, Raven, the deck that we're all pooping on today. It's the Paladin. And by today, I mean the last 2 years.
And I mean, and you can probably reiterate a bit more. I only glanced at your message from me earlier during the series, but Paladin's just not been, or the Paladin lineup, because of Paladin, I guess, has just not been doing well so far this week, right? Including APAC and now up to Europe.
Yeah, only a little stat, but so I went through the group winners from yesterday and which buckets they used, and the Paladin bucket was in 12 lineups, and it reached 1 2-0 record. There's a whole lot of Paladin on 1-on-1 in Americas later today. It's just going to be Paladin versus Paladin all day. But it's just not been getting it done. I think I looked up the stat, and Gia's right. APAC got it right. Nobody brought this lineup. It is a small sample. We're reading a lot into a small sample, but it does look like, if I had to sort of, again, reading into some very small numbers with small sample size, it looks like anyone who brought one of the 2 mage buckets got it right, and anyone who brought a Paladin bucket got it wrong.
I'll be honest, not that my opinion means much in this sense, but I think when I was looking at what I would have taken, because that was the first thing I thought when the buckets came out, I was like, what would I pick? I think I would have gone for Rogue Mage Priest, honestly, and tried to do something a little bit different there, and I do feel like, from what I've seen of Rogue Mage Priest, it's looked fairly solid with the way the meta's shaken out. But here, we will look at Seiko's Kaz Token Druid deck, and again, this is the thing with Seiko, might be a reason why he's been so successful, might also been a reason why he's not been ultimately, like no world championship.
Ultimate
is he likes to do his own thing. Sometimes it's genius, and sometimes it can still be genius, but not right for the moment. And they're the big card that I've chosen not to highlight for some reason. Frostwolf Kennels in his Druid, and again, it might sound like a completely random choice, but Druid suffers versus aggro. And we specifically saw earlier how powerful one of those sort of minion generation ongoing cards was in Shaman. Obviously, it's a much stronger one with Cavern, but just having that as an option to just throw out some 2/2 stealth minions on board, especially when you're playing a token version of the Druid anyway, so it can benefit from Arbor Up and so on, that can be either used as an anti-aggro tool or as uninteractable minions to benefit from Arbor Up. So it's just a nice little tech choice that I come to expect from Seiko. And there are some more in some of his other decks as well. But it's just something I kept an eye out for, and we do see in that Frostwolf Kennels.
And also, when that deck list comes up, I'm supposed to do my Sottle impression now and say, look at all those one-ofs. And the only person who Sottle ever lets off all the one-ofs is Seiko. Over historically, he tends to say, look at all the one-offs, but it's Seiko, so let's have a look. Anybody else, Sottle will be straight in there. No, not having this deck. Take it away and put it in the trash.
Yeah, though nothing amazing for the opening for Seiko. Moonlit always nice, of course. There's Overgrowth, but again, in this matchup and with this deck, you're not 100% reliant on pure ramp, right? You want ramp, don't get me wrong. You're playing Druid, of course you want it. But the fact that on turn 5 you can play Glowfly and maybe basically win off the back of that is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and just to have a look at the lineups very, very quickly, these two decks, for all the dumping we've done on Paladin, are the two decks that should both get wins in this matchup. So neither of them will be particularly... They'll be bothered, obviously. You want to win every game of Hearthstone. You've still got to play the games. If you start losing, you're behind. But both these decks, the Paladin for Casie and the Druid for Seiko, are not the crux of this matchup. It's the other two decks. It's probably where this gets decided. So whoever loses this one, their deck is still very powerful against the remaining decks from the opposition. That being said, Casie taking it down with the Paladin would be a beautiful start for him if he can get one against the head against the Druid.
Yeah, really? Because I just see how Seiko does this. Doesn't have the card draw to really beef up this Glowfly. Obviously, the buff on the Trog is an absolute nightmare. As basically -1 Glowfly right now is rough. Can't ramp. This is really, really bad for Seiko. But if he can just land a Glowfly and only have it face like 2 Trogs, there is a chance of recovery. In a perfect world, he just draws Luna and it's no problem, right? He just loses the Trog and then starts to pop off. But this is rough. This is the opening. This is probably how Paladin's winning a lot of games, right? Off the back of early minion Trogs buffs go.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always amuses me, and rogue players do it as well, because they have the opposite problem. You jam your Druid deck, which everybody faces all the time, all day long, and loses to 8 drops all day long, and you draw an expensive card and you roll your eyes. You put those cards in your deck. It's what your deck does. Don't cry when you draw them.
Seiko does have double Luna and one Feral Rage in the list as well. So probably feeling pretty rough that he's not got hold of any of those cards that would have been useful. Feral Rage, of course, would have made a Trog, but it wouldn't have been a 5-3 Trog, right? It would be a 1-2, which is a little bit more able to handle than the current one he's got to deal with right now.
Yeah, it's why the Trogs in Hunter and in Paladin in particular are so devastating, because they're just always there to put a buff on, whereas in the Priest and... they're in something else as well, but my brain's just decided to fail. They don't have so many buffs to absorb, so they're not quite as strong. In the aggro Druid, I guess, as well. And you mentioned it earlier, your curve in Paladin is so important because of where those buffs lie on sort of 2 and 3 mana, and the Trogs just provide somewhere to make sure you're curving.
Double trade Glowfly again? Is that where we're at right now for Seiko? I think so.
Yeah.
Unfun, but it's either that or die, so...
Yeah, and Casie at the moment...
still challenging the board, right?
Yeah, Casey's got not the best of turns. Oh, never mind, it's all lovely. He's fine. I haven't cast Casie in so long, I've forgotten. I know he doesn't like us bringing it up, I've forgotten just how you have to be on the ball so much when Casey's playing.
Yeah. And this is so rough for Seiko, and we've all, if anyone's played Druid and they've run into a Trog deck, we've all been there, we've all been in this situation. But the frustration is there where you're like, if I just drew a Luna this game, like, it looks so different, and honestly, Seiko probably wins.
Yep, absolutely.
Based on how his hand has been, of course. Oh, Guff helps, actually. Some armor, you can kill off the 4/6. Draws a card, gains mana, like, these are the things that needs to happen. Scale, okay, that can answer a Trog.
Yep, now get to next turn, which he should.
Don't die. Because Casey's follow-up, yes, he has a Libram of Hope and Carryall, but good.
strength comes from within.
It just hits the board before it's in his hand.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it you caught that you weren't casting, but that last matchup, if you watch Blyze play Brute, you
I
also
know.
have this problem.
He just doesn't lose. He's 7-1 with that Brute already this season alone.
I just enjoyed the fact that he was like, yeah, you can't really 30 someone, and then Blyze technically did 30 someone if he just had a tiny bit more time.
Yeah, really interesting to me actually that nobody else really plays that deck, and Blyze absolutely murders people with it. It's something that somebody somewhere's got to look at. All right, Casey's gone wide. He's going to get a Nixia, but they can't kill everything.
Weirdly enough,
Actually, he can't kill everything.
he can, like, Gale, do the relevant trades, and then Luna afterwards to then move.
Yeah.
Right? That's better than doing Luna first.
Yeah, I think you're
Just
right.
making more trogs.
And like you say, that's kind of bizarre.
Oh, he's just going to go.
I just go for Super Nixia, okay.
I'm the brood mother. Don't you ever forget.
Yeah, the important thing to remember is Seiko doesn't need to kill every minion. He needs to just kill the trogs. Right? A 1-1 just doesn't matter right now. So as long as he kills off the trogs, that's all he's concerned about for this specific turn. And then once he's done that, Paladin slowed down, and then Paladin never really speeds up again after that.
No, he's going to have the double liver of hope, though, and with Seiko on such a low health total until he draws his ward, it's just going to be slightly menacing for a turn or two, but it does look like the Druid has turned it around now.
Yeah, just the fact he has another scale. Well, sorry, he has a scale in hand. He has Luna in hand. He's only going to be getting pushed 2 damage, maybe 4 damage this turn. Like, this is just solid. Like, this is the part where you start to turn the game around if you're Seiko. Obviously, he's under a lot of pressure, but possibilities
It really
are there.
is. Big deal, obviously, going to 9-9 instead of 8-8 because of potential scale.
Big deal as well, though, that Onyxia will just be immune again.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Eight damage. How can Casie cobble together 8 more damage?
This must be the way.
Just can't.
No, especially now.
I honestly think if I was playing Paladin, I would have just thrown Smite in there.
Yeah. I never liked that because it doesn't feel like it's in keeping with the deck, but we do see this situation over and over again, so I'm willing to change my mind. Where
Yeah, just take the George C approach.
Yeah, stop them from being able to put one in there, make your opponent worry about it the whole time with the Leroy, and quite often that extra few damage actually is really relevant in Paladin because it does go through the deck really quickly as well, so you always have a good chance of having it in hand.
Also, as well, like, you have Librams, you have just buffs in general to use on it as well. Like, it's not like it's only always 6. It can be hit by Carriol, which is a big deal. But now Seiko, and this is exactly the issue, right? Seiko's pushed Paladin off board. Casey can't kill him this turn.
Yep, and
no
Seiko
card in the
gains
deck
16
that
health
kills
next
Casey.
turn.
Yeah, that kills Seiko, sorry. There's no card in the deck that kills Seiko, so Seiko knows he's safe. Done. Like, discussion over.
Wow. Don't we have any discussions with you?
Never talk to me or my discussion ever again.
We'll let it go, yeah.
The immunity on the Onyxia is super nice. Keeps it as an 8-8. Now, I imagine Psycho's going to go Solar Cenarian. He could go Digging first if he wants, or go Ramping, one or the other. But I imagine he'll draw because you... Oh, perfect. Moonlit to go with Kazakus next turn.
Go Ramping, that sounds like a weekend away, not to forget.
Oh.
Yeah.
And look, this is it, right? Kill the minions again. He just put an 8-8 into a 3-2. Normally blasphemy, but like it makes sense against Paladin because there's just nothing he can do now. The best Casie could do, right, is... Wait, let me just check if he even runs it before I say stupid thing. Hey, Casey's not running Barov. So Wait, Casie is.
He is running Smite. Yeah.
I'm such an idiot.
Why do I ever
convinced. I
trust
was
you,
so
Raven? I've
convinced.
listened to
No
so
one was
much.
running Smite. I promise, I didn't see Casey's deck and been like, oh, everyone should run Smite. This is going to make me sound cool. I honestly didn't think he was running it. I missed it. That's my bad. I'm dumb. I apologize.
You were unlucky though, because had he actually just drawn the Smite, you'd probably got on TJ's Sapcasters.
I think I'll get on it anyway. I think there'll never be a time where I don't make Sapcasters. It's my brand.
I see. You just do it. Yeah, I understand.
And then I do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, though, it's about as good a clean up as Casie could want to do here. Just get to kill the Turlon, which is huge because it means this stays as a 9/9.
Okay, well, Lady Liadrin in hand and Smite in deck makes this a bit more interesting than it was. A bit. But here comes ZloyGruzin.
Now, you've got to look at the low cost treasures here as well because of Moonlit. If there's the, is it the Fangs that are insta-kill and heal? Like, that's a huge pickup here because he could Moonlit Fang and then kill the 10/10.
I mean, this is just good stuff.
Necrotic is fine, I think.
Yeah.
Pick here. Buck.
Yeah.
There's always an argument for Wax Rager, but...
Army Knife looks pretty good.
Buck.
He didn't take Book before, so he took the Rager, maybe?
Yeah, so now he can dig with Moonlit for the... Oh? Raiden? Did he not pick the Destruction? The Destroy minion for 2 mana?
Maybe not. Or maybe he doesn't feel pressure.
Yeah, maybe.
To win next turn.
Yeah, maybe he just doesn't care, yeah, and he actually wants to Moonlit for something better, right? Especially if he took Gnomish.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he had such a good position there that he just chose to tidy up the board for now. And now Casey's forced into playing Liadrin. He's got to find 20 for me. Something's got to stick and stay down for several turns. I mean, Kazakhstan can just whiff, so you just go for it anyway.
Or he needs to draw Smite and a lot of Librams.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have a lot of Librams. That's kind of the problem. He needs to make sure that he actually has a hand space at the end of each turn when these things... When he finishes the turn, otherwise his hand's just going to be constantly full of Librams if Seiko just keeps clearing. There's 20 health.
Yeah, it's just lethal, right?
Yeah, I think.
It just lethal? Gnomish gives Wind Fury. I'm not being stupid, right?
You're not being stupid.
28 plus Feral Rage.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was like...
I got the other Gnomish anyway, so...
Yeah. I was just like, I'm pretty... I know how Gnomish works, but now I'm questioning myself. Yeah, that is going to be game one, going to Seiko, and Casie looked like he was in control and did a great job of pressuring Seiko, and now that I'm not being an absolute idiot, he was just a Mr. Smite away from a victory at one point in that game, right? Because he had 2 Librams. If he'd drawn Smite and Seiko was on 8 health, I believe, at one point, he could have grabbed a win, which I do think that choice helps Casie out a lot in general, but it was just not quite enough. The help of Onyxia, the help of Scale as well, was enough for Seiko to fight back, and Casie just couldn't get hold of what he needed to end the game. He came so close with that Trog opening, but Druid will be Druid, Lorinda.
Yeah, Druid, more and more powerful as it goes along, as people work out how to tune their decks. Not claiming that Seiko's tuned his, but as you know, as it goes on. But that was probably the least important game of this particular match, because Casey's Paladin is really well placed against the other 2 decks that Seiko has in the Quest Warrior, the Quest Hunter. So he should get the Paladin out of there anyway. And Seiko's Druid was really well placed against the whole of Casey's lineup. Casie clearly built his lineup with, oh well, if I get Druided, I'll beat the other 2 decks.
Yeah, let Druid pass, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Druid's
no
on
ban
the guest
available.
list, but no +1s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't ban it, so you just let it in. All right. Here we go.
Yes. Looking at Seiko's Quest Hunter, I did want to highlight just the Drekthar package, which I do like a lot. I've seen Professor Slate. I spoke about it earlier. I did sort of criticize Floki's build of Hunter because it ran the Drekthar, but just double Viper and not Professor Slate as well. But I do like this impatient shopkeep as well, because although it's a smaller minion, it's a bit more reactive, right? Because it's got rush. You can actually just do an insta trade if Drekthar's played on curve, which is the downside of Slate sometimes, is if you curve out Drekthar, Slate pops out, but you don't have any spells to make use of it, then you feel a little bit bad because Slate's just 3-4 them. But I do like the 3-3, and also if you naturally draw it, it is another tradable minion to then just swap it back into your deck for hopefully another useful spell. So I do like that little difference there that Seiko has in his build. The other important factor is he is running Beachstalker Tavish, the hero card. So that's something to bear in mind, because you can play the deck a lot differently if you run Tavish, whereas if you just don't bother playing Tavish at all.
And how do you feel about this? Like the minion build in general versus just the all spell build, which one do you prefer out of those?
I'll be honest, I've been playing Drekthar, 2 Vipers, and Slate, and that's it, with Beastalker Tavish. And I like it a lot, actually. Drekthar just gives you so much potential power, and even if you don't care, even if you think the minions don't do much, it also effectively draws like 2 cards from your deck that you don't want to draw, which means you're going to draw more spells next turn anyway.
So it sort of works out anyway.
Yeah, I feel it's just worthwhile.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the I want to complete my quest camp of things, but I do understand that if you're not playing many minions, you're actually, like you said, you're not really making a mess of anything. This is awkward. Or irritating, not awkward.
Yeah. Seiko can just leave it, though, in hero power. It's a little bit scary, of course. You never want to just give Paladin minions on board. Honestly, I wouldn't hate it if you quick-shot it. I wouldn't. I think quick-shotting it is better than Dragonbane, I think. Seiko disagrees.
Interesting. Because Dragonbane's really key to later on getting a lot of damage, right? So maybe he feels against Paladin, maybe it's not. Maybe it's hard to set up the 2 damage.
There's a lot of odd-numbered health stuff in Paladin, right?
And big stuff in general. Like you've got to do 4 other damage on top of the 2 to make it even more.
Yeah. There he is. Old shopkeep. This is kind of why I like the card, right? Even just as a card if you need it defensively.
Yeah.
All right. It's not the best, but it's not terrible.
Fits the pace of the deck where you're kind of going quick, but not that quick. Here's a Drekthar, though.
I wait. You can't wait, though. That's every time I see Drekthar like this, where there's enemy minions on board that will just kill Slate or just kill Drekthar, whatever. I always think, oh, what if we wait? And then you realize I put Drekthar in my deck and drawn him on curve. You never wait.
Yep. And also, what you said, if you leave the Drekthar, you might draw the minions, which is kind of why he's there. So just got to slam him.
It's just too much stats, right? If you just said in a vacuum, forget about Slate, forget about whatever, it's 4 mana for a million on board.
And that's a lot. 1 million is a lot of stats. A metric lot at that.
I'm really interested, though, to see where Seiko goes with this Tavish. I can't make my mind up on how you should approach Beastalker Tavish. Is if you have it, should you just play it? If you have it in X matchup, do you have delay to try and get the actual damage through first? And Tavish is more of a fallback. You know, like there's ways you can choose to play, and I'm super interested just to see how a player of Seiko's caliber chooses to approach it, because I think it's really difficult.
One thing's for sure, he's not enjoying this particular game of Hearthstone. All the numbers all the way through have just been awkward as anything. Look at his 5 mana available. Everything he can do is an even number, so he can't spend all of his mana, whatever he does. No Hearthstone player likes that before you even start. And then all of his choices are horrible as well, because the numbers don't match up with the minions properly.
Okay, if he's trading away, I imagine he is planning on playing Tavish next turn. And he's just going to try and play like an unending board kind of scenario.
Now it's over to Casie, who's just got a load of buffs and a Trog, which is plenty against a deck full of spells, which will force his hand on the Tavish, possibly.
Well, the Divine Shield is painful, though.
Yeah.
Just don't want to see it. Yeah, now, explosive trap, most important here, and not to kill the minions, but to actually clear the Divine Shield so he can kill the minions.
Here's the trap. Probably the freezing.
I like Snake, honestly.
Okay.
Because if you plan on, like, explosive trap, goes off, let's say, which is a fair expectation, then you have snakes in which you're probably going to try and clear the board and press the button. And then Paladin doesn't have a good way to deal with 2/2s, right? It's 3 2/2s plus the minion you've summoned, at least. Like, that's pretty good. Obviously, Samaro's always a bit of a fear factor. He's going to go freezing as well. Five mana 1/1.
One of the worst cards ever made.
What's worse is
Aggravated,
Lorinda.
happy.
Hunter legitimately has a 5 mana 1/1 in the collection.
Really? What is that?
Yeah.
What does it turn into when it dies? What does it do?
It's the bat.
Oh, okay. Everybody's favourite. I remember the bat.
The only time you see that is when you're disappointed after a Jandis.
Yeah. That's how I knew it when you said it. It's like, oh, that's that one. I see. Well done. I've got a 5 mana 1/1.
So aim shot, you would imagine, is going to go on this Trog.
Yeah, difficult not to do that.
Really would love it if Hoffa just had 7 attack after an aim shot. 6 attack, sorry.
I think I've known you a long time, Raven, and you've liked Hunter a long time. And I don't think you've ever suggested Hunter has a card get downgraded. So I just love it if this incredibly good thing, like 1 mana, do 30 damage, happened.
Yeah, balance out Hunter, right?
Yeah, they probably still lose some games. Druid just gained 4 armor on turn 1, it'd be the end of the game.
Seiko's put himself in a position where quick shot's going to, hopefully for him, draw him another card next turn.
Yeah, but now he's got no cards in hand, so he's never going to get any sort of realistic combo value from his quest, and Paladin is doing lots and lots of damage now.
So Overwhelm, Tavish, I think happens here, right?
Yep. Looking very much like the 2 decks we thought would get through are likely to get through here.
Not over till it's over, Lorinda.
Oh, it's your turn to tell me that now, I remember. Yeah, okay. So what's the comeback here? How does Seiko, in the world where he wins this game, where does it come from?
Beasts. Lots of beasts.
Okay. So not arcane shots.
He's just good. It's a good start. You know what I mean, though, right? If you think then, if he draws as a a perfect scenario, what exactly Ferocious Howl next turn?
Yeah.
Like you can basically fill your board a lot of turns in a row. Whether it's strong enough, we can talk, but just the actual power level of chaining this, even with Tavish, when it's not just direct 2 damage to face every time, but just generally just stacking beasts, because a lot of the damage does stack on itself. Oof. Well, William Prey's not good. Oh, Misha. Oh, Huffa.
There you go. The clockwork version of this, the mech version of this card is Wound Prey. As you wind it up and let it go. This is a lot of stuff.
Told you. And then he has Arcane Shot and another stuff.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, it's value trade with the Tavish and a double trade into the variant. Keep the Leok up.
And as we both knew very well last game, Casie doesn't have Baroff, but he does have obviously Samuro in hand.
Yeah, Samuro's the unfortunate one. But you see what I mean, though, right? That board looks insane from Casie, and then suddenly Seiko had a bad draw and still beefed up the board. He only spent 7 mana. Sorry, he still had 7 mana left. Imagine if he actually got Ferocious Howl that turn. It would have been insane.
Yeah, I'm getting more convinced.
He still probably loses because of this Libram of Hope. It's going to be extremely difficult. And he's on the single draw, but piercing shot's just not it.
No, but understood. I stand corrected. That was definitely more winnable than I gave it credit for.
Still play it out, though, because he could just double Misha, for example, and that would give him time. Because he only needs a Ferocious Howl to refill the board. It looks like, I'm guessing he didn't get Misha by the shake of a head. Oh, no, he did. Okay. 4, 8, that's 9. Oh,
yeah, unlucky.
Okay. Well, just on how that went out, it felt like Seiko was destined to lose that game because everything went wrong. But it was a good effort, and it's one of the... Like I said, I'm super interested, and sometimes you don't have a choice. I don't really think Seiko had a choice in that game. But when Beastalker Tavish hits your hand, very interesting to decide whether to go for it. Obviously, he got to a point where he didn't access really any card draw, and he had Tavish, so you're going to play it. But there are times where you have card draw or just a lot of spells and pressure, but you also have a Tavish just sitting in hand, which reduces your Ferocious Howl value. So then you have to make that weird call as to, on average, can I keep up with the damage if I'm summoning Beast versus just Hero Power in face, or not? So it's pretty interesting, but it does mean Casie evens this series up. The Paladin is out of the way. So that's a big tick for Casie, I think. Even though obviously you've been saying Paladin, at least in this specific set of matchups, is likely to be okay.
Yes.
Still, getting it over the line, Paladin's definitely a deck that can lose to itself. And now...
Yeah, we're down to the expected best of 3 mini-match now. They've both got Quest Warrior. We've seen the Quest Hunter on the one side, and Casey's other deck is the Demon Hunter. So all of these are kind of 50-50s. There's some slight discrepancies from 50-50, but when I was marking down the match beforehand, this is what it came down to, this mini best of 3.
Yeah, pretty interesting as well, because Casie plays Rakara, as you can see there. Seiko does not. Personally, I like Rakara, but Seiko plays Barov, which is pretty interesting in just exactly the mirror, right? Because a lot of the time, even if it's over 2 turns, Barov in a board is pretty strong versus Pirate Warrior. But again, I do personally rate Rakara pretty high. Not only the armor gain is useful, but 2 damage hero power, 5 attack weapon swing twice. Those are kind of the things you want as Pirate Warrior. So that does line up. So I'm really stuck as to who's got an edge here in terms of just how the actual mirror match will play out.
Yeah, we are going to get to see here. It is, you show those key cards, Mutinous now currently in favor because of all the combo decks that have been floating around. It's interesting to me that this deck is slowly getting more and more expensive. You're just a card being added here, another card added there. At some point, the deck will break by being too expensive. I don't think it's yet, but we've seen this before when people just push the edges of a deck because of a meta. At some point, maybe next week, somebody will take advantage of that and just go underneath the Mutinous, just hit you even harder. We shall see, though.
Yeah, just important to note out as well, there are 2 Shivers in Casey's list, but only 1 Viper, and then in Seiko, 2 Vipers, 1 Shiver. I'm not saying the direct replacements, but that's just one thing that's an easy comparison, because there's more cheaper spot removal for Casie, but the Viper is a weapon removal and a minion, right, in 1 card, whereas Shiver is just kill a thing in 1 card. So again, difficult to say who gets the better end of the stick in the exact mirror match.
And they've both got like perfect first 3 turn curves. Casie kept most of his, Seiko drew into his, and so this is going to be a rapid one. I don't think there's going to be time to Mutinous each other. There's going to just be stuff flying everywhere here.
Yeah, especially huge when one of the cards is the Cannoneer. Like, the very common turn is the turn you do the first part of your quest, draw the weapon, and play Cannoneer with it, right? Because you know it's just a cheap, like, 4 mana combo, maybe 3 mana combo with Deckhand.
Yeah, here we go again. Like cargo guard here for Seiko. He naturally drew the whetstone, but he can just whetstone cannoneer next turn. Or, depending on how the board looks, if he needs a bigger weapon, can go sword eater and then cannoneer swing the turn after.
Looking at Casey's turn there, was the cannoneer last turn have been better into the freebooter so he gets the attack and gets the cannons off? Seems not. I'm sure that Casie knows better. But I guess it has to live, so he's just saving up for more useful stuff.
Yeah, if it gets shivered, then you've just lost cannoneer for no value. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem. Whereas I think the cannoneer is so good that you want to guarantee at least one weapon swing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, board eater for Casie, double swing.
Seems good, right? Because nothing actually dies on his side and he clears the board. I know that's very simplistic, but that's kind of how aggro-ish mirror matches go, isn't it? It's just who has the most stuff.
Oh, is he going to play cannoneer this turn instead?
Here you go. Knew he was going to get the weapon.
Oh, okay.
That's fine as well. Extra minion on board to how we were going to do it. Oh, and it's starting to look good for Casie here.
Yeah, but it takes it takes 2 cannon shots to change a game, right?
Yeah.
Like this cannoneer puts swing into the 4-3, both cannons hit minions.
Yep. And then it starts looking good for Seiko.
Yeah, Seiko can also weirdly just play even slower if he wants, like rust rot this weapon, because 3 charges is simply a lot of charges, and then play rust rot the weapon, swing in, and then just play the weapon armor up maybe. Kind of tricky. It doesn't fit as well as Casey's turn, of course.
Yeah, he's going for the more straightforward thing that you pointed out, which is just try and kill everything.
Pew pew.
Easy, yeah, Casie with the... Look at that, that was easy.
A little bit frustrating as well, because Casie won't necessarily want to go Sword Eater. But there's a fear that if he goes Cannon Weapon Swing, obviously the 2-attack weapon won't kill the 3-3. And if those cannons go face, whoa, you're in trouble. You never want a Cannoneer to live more than the turn it's played. The big, big fear factor. And yeah, he makes the choice now. And Casie is not risking it at all. Kind of unfortunately has to blow up that weapon, but I do understand it. The Cannoneer living is the way you lose games of Hearthstone.
Yeah, it has another sword eater as well, so he's got plenty of weapon charges.
Really not going to play Stonewall? Was he relying on the... Is this cannon shot turn? No, it's not.
No.
Oh, Viper instead. Okay.
Okay. Crazy back and forth. The amount of removals they've got. And now look, Casey's got the same pickup. Now we get into the weird situation as well, where when the quests get completed, we get the little mutinous dance that might not have time to take the chance. If somebody picks up a mutinous just to eat the Rakara, that could be a big deal. And Casie does miss both shots, of course he does.
Oh, it's tempting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think you ever do it, but Smite Shiver this turn and just get him is very tempting. It can't be correct, but I really want to do it.
Can't it?
Just, Smite's always good. Smite's good every turn of the game.
Yeah, true.
Whereas he could just he could even just Anchorman Shiver, right, and just not get the frenzy. Gonna do it. Okay, Seiko, I'm glad. Where does the cannon go? 1, 2.
Of course. Yeah, Casey's now lost like 5 cannon shots and he's starting to feel it a bit.
And now Casie has to... Oh, does he just go Sword Eater Cannon, swing? I mean, does anything else? Smite into Smite does not win him this game of Hearthstone. I think he has to do this, right?
Yeah, it just feels so bad when you've lost so many shots. You start thinking, can I lose another one? Like, come on, cannon person.
He's got it. Okay, okay.
That feels like fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Seiko can just play everything. Although,
He draws.
yeah, that's one of two, right? Okay, yeah, yeah. He probably holds the Blood Cell Raider, right?
No, he doesn't get.
And just shivers this.
Yeah.
I think at this point, with him being so far ahead, he cannot possibly play into Mutinous.
Especially when Casey's had that card in his hand the whole
Wait.
game on the left.
Or does he play Raider? Wait, he does play Raider. This is actually no, this is correct. Raider Shiver. Then if Mutinous comes down, he just wins. If Rakara comes down, I'm pretty sure he just wins. So
It's enough pressure to cause the health so low. Okay.
This is fine. This is fine.
I was all over that earlier. Now I'm just ignoring it. Yeah. Put pressure on your opponent so they can't play Mutinous. That's how you play the game. Yes.
It was useful. Not useful enough, right?
Is there any way he can?
Cargo Captain Shiver on the Anchorman, right?
Okay.
Oh wait, no, because the weapon's still enough. Yeah, he can't clear it. Wow. What a game there for Seiko. Both players basically playing cannon tennis, which is often the case in the mirror match. You do need the cannons to play nice, or you need to just steamroll your opponent, but easy said than done. It does mean now Seiko's only got his Quest Hunter left versus Demon Hunter and Pirate, or Quest Warrior, I guess. So what are you thinking, Lorinda? Are you thinking Hunter's got what it takes here?
I mean, it's got 2 goes, which is nice. But yeah, I think it's fine in either matchup. I think I'd rather have if it gets to game 5, I think Casie might be slight favourite. But when you've got 2 goes that are pretty close to 50-50, I think you're in a good spot, obviously.
Yeah, I'm going to see Hunter Warrior. And even though today's not been the fastest broadcast day we've ever had, I think I would like to see Hunter Demon Hunter. So a part of me hopes this goes to game 5, just because I, again, want to see how they play it. Because the Demon Hunter's removal and heal, a lot of it revolves around minions. And Quest Hunter doesn't have to ever really play minions. So it's like, how does that game work? And how do these players approach that one? But for now, of course, we are going to go Warrior versus Hunter.
Yeah, that other one you were just talking about, the Drekthar does become a bit of a liability in that matchup.
Yes,
Fine.
because as usual, as the rule I've made up, you never not play it if you draw it on curve especially. So yes, it's you do have to play it. You might feed your opponent stuff, but they're just powerful enough.
Raven rule, the rule of Drekthar.
Yep.
Time. Well, Casie is going to challenge Seiko to actually have stuff. Obviously, the Hunter has so many spells, it often does have answers, but you've still got to test it out.
It's painful as well, because Casie can't not play minions. The whole deck is minions, right? It's like when people tell me, oh, just play around Snowfall Guardian by not playing minions. Well, what if I play a deck that's minion-based? Yeah, and
your Snowfall Guardian's only there to stop them. It's not necessarily the killing blow anyway. It's just there in case you've got minions. So if you've got them, you have to play them. If you haven't got them, if you're going to play minions in your deck and not put them down, you're not even making me have the card at that point.
But specifically, playing 2 health minions against Hunter is perfection for the Hunter. If they ever have Dragonbane shot, it's so sick because it's just, keep feeding me quest progression. It cost me basically nothing because I'd be spending my mana on this anyway. So yeah, it's good obviously for Casie that, never mind, the Dragonbane shot wasn't there. But now Wound Prey trade Dragonbane?
Yep.
Sign me up.
Can't see anything.
Do you mind to progress quest once?
Yeah, it's just both players miss a turn. I progress my quest. Off you go. I get a 1/1 just for no reason out of it as well. For some reason. Oh no, I lose my 1/1.
You trade.
Can't count to 4. 1 + 1 is 2. + 2 is 4. Yeah. But even so, free quest progression. And Pirate Warrior often can't play two things in a turn either.
Yeah, not this early on.
Yeah, it's not like, say, Hunter, where they just go super wide and say, okay, as long as you haven't got one of your two or three AoEs, mini AoEs, then you're just done as the Hunter here. It just don't have to worry.
Why did he do that? Is he thinking about specific Tavish timing?
Must be, yeah.
Just one quest step behind. Why? Okay, though he could have killed this as well with aim shot coin Dragonbane, but gonna hold on to it for now. There's a solid chance that he's just gonna coin Tavish next turn.
Yeah, or maybe he's just going to set it up so his hero power is so incredibly strong without Tavish. But yeah, the Tavish looks like the play to me. And then just beast him. If you can't join him, beast him, Raven.
Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swash. Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swash.
Good, I've broken him. Always wanted to do that.
No, I'm thinking that if he wants to proc the quest on the Tavish hero power, right?
Yep.
Which if he'd used Dragonbane and this outcome happened, he'd be behind on.
And they're both racing to complete quests here. I know that you say that, by complete quests, I mean, in Seiko's case, he's racing to get Tavish, which makes minions. In Casie's case, he's racing to make the quest, which makes minions. That's kind of how they both set up.
Oh, there's explosive trap. Good to see you, friend. Heal 3 to a board that has, let me check. Oh, all 3 health. Or less.
I love how you always cheer for the Hunter, no matter who it is, what they're doing,
Yeah.
what's going on. Even if it's a mirror, you're cheering for both of them.
It shows that I am absolutely fair.
It does, yeah.
Right? Yes, I side with one player more often than not, but it's because the player is playing Hunter, not because of who the player is. That's ultimately fair.
It's been consistent since Hearthstone happened.
I like the freezing trap as well. This was a really nice order too, because the explosive goes off, which retains the freezing. So there's like 2 layers of attack that Seiko's got defense against right now.
Yep. Provides a
Again,
little bit of Mr. Smite coverage just in case.
Yeah, the Dragonbane is kind of acts like card draw or has the potential to act like card draw, but really Seiko is just once more looking for a ferocious hand.
Oh, look at this already.
Oh yeah, 2 health minions.
Don't know why I doubted the Hunter. I guess he's still got to get it done through a Rokara, but this is the race they both set out to do, right? This is going to be the final battle of stuff now.
Look at how he wants to do this. He might actually bowler the 2/2 and then Dragonbane the cargo guard.
It takes more health effectively off the table, doesn't it, the way the armor works?
Yeah, exactly. It just stops the armor, because the problem is, can Hunter, at this point, Seiko's out with no card draw, beat a Captain Rokara when your opponent's on 30? Maybe, because of Huffers, right? But you also can't... Okay, he's doing it this way. Gonna just do this and then bowler that way. Okay. Like, potentially because of Huffers, but that's still difficult to judge, right? So you have to really respect armor. You have to respect value. The freezing trap's still there. Desk Imp? Okay.
Just a cannon eater, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
Protect your other minions, not your face, just to protect your 4/4s.
But Cannon Eater can't be better than literally an additional hero power that can also eat cannons, right?
True. Very true.
Because could have picked the Poison Beast there. He knew he was going to face Rokara. He could have picked Poison, right? Gave Misha Poison, trade, hero power again.
Yep. That does sound better. But he's so convinced on this, I think we're missing something, but I can't see what it would be.
The awkward hell puffer's the worst. Death Imp isn't a spell, so that's not going to do anything. I mean, this
looks so
this
weird.
is just all face and let the Rakara bounce. Like it just has to be. This Death Imp, be honest, I do not understand.
Let's dance.
Get ready for some cannons and some clears.
Yeah, he's got no spell though, which is a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise this Reaper Scythe would absolutely destroy Seiko. Although good placement of the Imp though, let's just throw that out there right now. If he was going to pick Imp, this was the right place for it to sit. Boom. Did eat a cannon, did its job. Any? Oh, he needs barely anything for lethal. Or is it actually lethal?
15, 19, 22.
Needs Leok or Huffer.
Exactly.
Leok or Huffer and that's it.
I think it's exact already. I might be wrong.
Is it? Oh yeah, it's easy damage. Wait, what? Oh no. I thought that before I saw the other Huffer. Okay, never mind. Wow.
Is Seiko taking it down against Casie, going through to tomorrow's action. The Hunter looking pretty good, I hate to admit, in that one. And Seiko, a couple of decisions you and I didn't understand, but it got him there. And he's going to go through to a Saturday and still in with a great chance of getting to the World Championships this year.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we'll have the stats later or the leaderboard later. We can look at it maybe in a bit. But just to throw it out there, Seiko, who went 0-2 last week, is still alive this week. Bunnyhoppor, who went 0-2 last week, is still in this week as he beat Floki earlier on. Letter, who went 0-2 last week, 2-0'd his group, so he'll be playing tomorrow. So already, I thought this would only happen in like a long form format, but already we're starting to see people get slowly pushed back together again.
Yeah.
As we're moving through week 2, at least in Europe. I can't speak for the other regions, of course. So yeah, just the fact that Seiko, Bunny, Letter, all 0-2s, even to be fair, wait, hang on a minute. I just need to double check this. Yeah, ZloyGruzin, like Blyze won last week. ZloyGruzin only got 1 point, I believe, and he's now through. So, you know, all these players are slowly getting squished together, which means like the real big outcomes could come off the back of last Euro standing next week, which is pretty cool, honestly. I'm okay with it.
And there's the group, Jala and Seiko both getting through. And just to add on what you were just saying, that does mean that the 2 or 3 people like SuperFake, Fury Hunter, Blyze, who are getting it done last week and this week, if everyone else sort of bunches up in the middle, that's like all stealing points from each other. Those 3 or 4 players could just go zooming away from the field and just sort of cruise in week 3 if they get any sort of result this week.
Yeah. Also, as well, Seiko, of course, making it through, as we've mentioned, big deal considering he's 0-2 last week. Yala, though, got 2 points last week, and he's a minimum 2 points this week. So, as to be expected from someone called exactly Yala, consistency is key. So if you can do the same in the 3rd week, or maybe push a little point here or 2 in the 2nd or 3rd week, then he's going to be looking, again, as usual for Yala, potentially very good for playoffs. But yeah, that means it's the last match for today. Again, Sottle, as you may still wonder why he isn't here. I had a bit of an emergency. Everything's relatively okay, though, so he's fine. Don't worry about that. But Lorinda, Gia, and Derek helped cover today, so thanks a lot to you, Lorinda, and everyone else. I imagine people may be asleep by now, but to all the other casters, as always, thank you.
Thanks, Lorinda. Everyone's probably asleep by now. What are you saying about my cast? We've got 4 more matches of me. Don't be asleep. We're going to entertain
talking about some of the other casters, all right?
Of course.
But yeah, any final thoughts for at least EU, Lorinda? Or do you want to give us a preview of what's happening in Americas? What we've got coming up? Any big matches? Any big names?
Don't know if I should give the preview because I think there's 7 paladins. Have a very quick flick onto my other screen. Let's have a
Any
look
Mr.
what's happening.
Smites in Paladins, though, that's what you've got to think about.
There's 5 Paladins. We've got Dreadeye versus Luna. We've got Language Hacker versus Fled. Fled on a Friday. Never happened before, by the way, ever. Kelly's Luna and Pun and Gamer RVG and McBanterface. So World Championship players, good players, imaginative players. It's going to be a good one. Don't miss it. It'll only be a few minutes, I imagine, as well.
Yeah, I was going to say today, as I said, because it's ran long-ish, it means that the break between EU and Americas is going to be relatively small. Lorinda's going to go and get ready for that. TJ, I'm sure, is already raring and ready to go. But from us, thanks a lot for watching the European region, as always. And we'll see you, we'll see you for more Grandmasters tomorrow.
It's popping, he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right from where his cards green? He got there! Oh, sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.
And welcome everyone to a brand new competitive year, a new season of Grandmasters, and most importantly, a new competitive format. Making its debut in week 2 of our first season of Hearthstone Grandmasters this year will be the brand new format called Trio. And fortunately for you, your boy Sottle is here to talk you through exactly how it works. Trio starts with all players in the tournament being offered the same groups of 3 different classes. For example, Druid, Paladin, and Mage. There can be any number of these groups, but crucially, all players receive the same options. Players then select one group of classes blindly without knowing what anyone else in the tournament has selected, but crucially knowing that all players have selected from the same options they did. Importantly, these class buckets do not contain any cards that you must play or even a suggestion of an archetype. Each player has complete freedom to build whatever they